The story begins with a man swinging his sword, declaring that he was once the hero who saved the world from the underworld lord, a tyrant who had covered half the world in blood. This man is Aiden Alberio, known as the Dragon Slayer King. However, when Aiden defeated the underworld lord, he was cursed. As he lay on the ground, wounded, he was surrounded by people who had betrayed him. Aiden angrily asked if they all knew that those who desire to destroy evil would themselves become evil. The man in front of him, who seemed to be part of the imperial family, explained that the underworld lord was a perpetual being. Those who kill him don't just die, they become the new underworld lord. He told Aiden that it would be a great honor for him, the Dragon Slayer King, to take on this cursed role and sacrifice himself for the country. Another man admitted they had no other options and didn't ask for Aiden's forgiveness. This enraged Aiden, who gritted his teeth in frustration. A woman holding a weapon then smiled and told Aiden he had worked hard and should now rest in peace. Aiden was shocked as he realized she was casting a powerful sealing spell called Claymore. As Aiden slowly disappeared, he thought about how he had considered these people to be his friends and allies, but it was all a lie. He cursed them, saying he would rather die than be trapped forever. They sealed him in an endless abyss, a place where time didn't exist. As he fell into eternal darkness, he vowed to kill them all with his own hands. Suddenly, Aiden spoke, and the two men standing nearby were shocked. One of them called him Master and asked if he was awake. Confused, Aiden wondered what was happening and where he was. Then, a couple appeared, and the woman cried out, asking if he was all right, calling him, "My precious boy." The man confirmed that Aiden was awake. When Aiden opened his eyes, he was shocked and confused. He asked the people around him who they were. A woman, startled, told him that he had been sleeping for 2 days and might still be disoriented. She hugged him tightly and said she was his mother, calling him Aiden Regressed. Aiden was even more confused because she didn't call him Aiden Alberio, his previous identity. From that moment on, Aiden Alberio was reincarnated as Aiden Regressed, the eldest son of a duke. Suddenly, Aiden felt a sharp pain in his head, and his mother asked if he was okay. Then, all of Aiden's memories came flooding back, leaving him confused about why he was remembering the life of Aiden Regressed. He looked at his hand and wondered if this was the 450th year of the imperial calendar, which would be 15 years before he died. He recalled being betrayed by his companions, forced into becoming the new underworld lord, and then left to die. Aiden swore that even if they begged for mercy, he would find them and kill them one by one. However, Aiden was shocked when he realized the previous owner of this body was a scumbag. He was confused about why he came back to life in a body like this and why Aiden Regressed had been passed out for 2 days, drunk and drenched by rain. Aiden thought that if he hadn't been the Duke's son, he might have been beaten to death. The next day, Aiden looked at himself in the mirror, feeling awkward. He questioned whether he was truly Aiden Alberio or if he had just dreamed the entire life of someone named Alberio. Suddenly, he decided to check his powers and opened a system menu. It showed that he was of the human race, but all his titles were marked as unavailable. These titles included King of the Mercenaries, Reaper of the Warlocks, and Nemesis of Talos. The system stated that these titles would gradually become available upon qualification. Aiden was stunned, especially when he realized he still possessed the power he had gained by consuming the heart of the Berserker, along with his title of Dragon Slayer. Aiden realized that his powers were still with him, so it wasn't just a dream. Although he was bothered by his name being different, he wasn't sure if it mattered. Then, he laughed, thinking that this must be a gift from the gods, and vowed to find and destroy those who betrayed him. Suddenly, a servant appeared and was shocked to see Aiden laughing to himself. The servant asked what was going on, but Aiden just smiled and said he was thirsty. The servant brought him something to drink, and Aiden grabbed it, thanking him. The servant was confused and scared, wondering why Aiden was being so polite, as it was unusual for him. Aiden continued to laugh, asking the servant if the drink was good and if he could get some water. The servant, trembling in fear, watched as Aiden drank the coffee, remarking that it tasted lovely. The servant was unsure if Aiden really liked it, or if he was serious about saying thank you. When Aiden asked if there was anything else, the servant quickly said no and left. Outside, the servant told another that their young master had just said thank you, which confused the other servant, who wondered if Aiden had gone mad. Back in his room, Aiden cursed, realizing that his simple words had caused the servant to overreact. He was confused about what had happened to the original Aiden Remes. Now that he had regressed 15 years into the past, he wondered if the original Aiden still existed separately in this timeline. Aiden recalled that by this time, he should have gained his independence from his mentor, Valkan, the former mercenary king. Determined to find out more, Aiden left his room and called out to a servant named Philip. Both were shocked, as Aiden had never called him by name before. Aiden told Philip he had some questions for him, leaving Philip startled and trembling with fear. Aiden smiled and asked Philip if he was okay. Another servant patted Philip on the shoulder, thanking him and saying he would be remembered, leaving Philip speechless and confused about Aiden's strange behavior. Aiden then asked Philip about the mercenary king, which shocked him. Aiden wanted to know what Philip knew about the mercenary king, who was famous in Aiden's mind as his mentor. Philip told him that there were rumors the mercenary king had gone missing some time ago, but he had never heard anything about the mercenary king having a disciple. This left Aiden shocked and confused. If the mercenary king didn't have disciples, then what had the original him been doing, and where had he gone in Aiden's past life? In a slum, a man wearing a cloak noticed a child in front of him. As the man walked towards the child, who was the young Aiden Alberio in his past life, decided to test his luck. He bumped into the man and slyly stole something from him. As Aiden continued walking, he smirked, thinking how lucky he was to steal such a large money bag from someone important. However, the man suddenly appeared behind Aiden and smiled, saying, "You're quite gutsy, aren't you?" Aiden was shocked and speechless. This man was Valkan, the king of mercenaries. Valkan asked Aiden how he dared to steal from him, then grabbed Aiden's shoulder, making him tremble in fear. Aiden quickly apologized, but Valkan just smiled and commented on Aiden's sturdy body. He then declared that from that day onward, Aiden would be his disciple. Aiden was confused, but Valkan pulled him along, laughing and promising to train him to be the best mercenary. That's how Aiden met Master Valkan, and from then on, he made a name for himself as Valkan's disciple. Later, after slaying the Berserk Dragon, he earned the nickname the Dragon Slayer King. In the present time, Philip was shocked when Aiden asked him about the Mercenary King, stating that he'd never heard any rumors about the Mercenary King having a disciple. Aiden was startled and stunned, thinking there was no way the disciple of the Mercenary King, Aiden Alberio, didn't exist in this timeline. Meanwhile, in the hall, one servant asked his companion if he thought the young master had changed lately. The other servant agreed, mentioning that the last time Philip spilled wine, Aiden didn't throw anything at him. Instead, he even thanked him. Aiden had started calling people by their names in a friendly way, which surprised the servants. They thought people could change after a life-threatening experience, and it seemed to be true for Aiden. However, they were still concerned, noting that Aiden had recently looked spiritless, with empty eyes. Meanwhile, Aiden felt like he had nothing to do. The servants prepared his meals, and he didn't even have to do the dishes. He had tried searching for his other self, Aiden Alberio, but as expected, that version of him didn't exist in this timeline. Despite this, he was still haunted by thoughts of betrayal, hatred, and revenge. Aiden was startled to see two men having a sword fight for training. They were knights from the duchy. Suddenly, a man approached Aiden, asking why he was there. This was Carl Remes, Aiden Remes's younger brother. Unlike the former owner of Aiden's body, who was a scumbag, Carl was diligent and had already become a knight despite being the second son, even having a right to succession. However, Carl had no respect for his older brother. Carl was angry, asking why Aiden wasn't off drinking like usual. Aiden could see the disgust and sense of superiority on Carl's face as he looked down on his older brother for wasting his time playing and drinking. Aiden replied that he was just watching the trainees because he was bored. Carl snapped back, saying that night training wasn't a spectacle, and if Aiden wasn't there to spar, he should leave. Aiden was initially stunned and confused, but then realized he hadn't held a sword since the fiasco. He told Carl that he'd like to spar. Carl was shocked and asked him to repeat himself. Aiden confirmed that he wanted to spar. At the training grounds, a trainee knight named Bazan kneeled before Aiden and greeted him as the young master before their sparring match. Aiden looked at Bazan and simply said, "Good." Meanwhile, two knights watching from a distance were concerned. One asked if they should stop the sparring since Aiden was still the young master. The other knight replied that Bazan would probably lose on purpose to avoid getting fired. Bazan was nervous and uneasy about sparring with Aiden, whom he considered a scumbag. He couldn't believe he was being forced to fight someone so weak, someone who even lost to the neighborhood dogs. However, Aiden could tell that Bazan was thinking about how to lose on purpose. Aiden smiled and said it had been a while since he had warmed up, and he was curious about what would happen if he went all out. As they raised their wooden swords, Aiden told Bazan not to hold back and to do his best. He asked if Bazan agreed that a training knight who loses to a weak alcoholic is useless. Then, Aiden smirked and warned that if Bazan lost, he'd have him kicked out of the order. Bazan was shocked by this challenge. Carl, watching nearby, thought Aiden had lost his mind. In his view, Aiden had never even held a sword, and now he wanted to spar seriously with a trainee knight. Bazan, his eyes bright with determination after Aiden's words, stepped forward and attacked. Aiden managed to block the strike but gritted his teeth, realizing that this body was much weaker than he had thought. Despite the pain, he found himself wanting to exchange more blows. As the sparring continued, Bazan became increasingly frustrated. The knights watching were shocked to see Aiden holding his own. One of them was worried about Aiden getting hurt, while Bazan was confused, wondering how the young master was managing to keep up. Carl was shocked, and Bazan was confused as to why Aiden wasn't going down. Bazan was certain Aiden wouldn't stand a chance, but his sword just couldn't reach him. As their swords clashed, Aiden found it refreshing, feeling the hot blood coursing through his veins. Bazan was taken aback, while Aiden smirked, enjoying the exhilaration he hadn't felt in a long time. The other knights were stunned, with one commenting that there was no way Bazan was being pushed back and wondering if he was seeing things. Carl was angry, unable to believe that the scum Aiden was gaining the upper hand against a trainee knight, especially since Aiden used to get beaten up by street dogs. Bazan was shocked to see that Aiden's attacks had suddenly changed, as if he had been holding back the whole time. He couldn't understand how Aiden was performing such moves, but in Aiden's mind, he realized that after living lazily for so long, he had forgotten who he truly was. Despite his current weak and muscle-less body, he was still Aiden Alberio, the Dragon Slayer King, who had once killed the Berserk Dragon. Aiden swung his sword, forcing Bazan to retreat. Suddenly, Aiden pointed his sword at Bazan, who was shocked. Aiden smiled and asked if Bazan was going to surrender. The other knights were murmuring, wondering if Bazan really lost to their young master, which seemed unbelievable to them. Aiden laughed and thanked Carl, saying the sparring match was refreshing. Carl smirked and replied that he was glad to hear that. Aiden then waved his hand, saying he'd come by often to spar again, and told everyone to do their best before leaving. Carl was stunned and confused, wondering if Aiden was really the same person he knew. Another knight shared the same doubt. Later that night, Aiden looked at his hand and said he couldn't believe his body struggled with even one duel. He smirked and lay down in bed, sighing that at least he was able to let out his frustrations. He saw this as a new opportunity, a chance the heavens granted him for revenge. However, he knew his enemies were incredibly talented, practically one-man armies, and held high status. He mentioned the Night King, the heir to the Grand Duchy of Sias, Silbita, the iron-blooded saint chosen by the slaughter cult Spica, the great Archmage Shura, the second in command of the Immortalitarian Empire, and the great alchemist Calcis. Aiden realized he couldn't stand a chance against them at the moment and might need to fight them all alone. To achieve his revenge, he had to eliminate them before they could join forces. He knew that once they united, the country would struggle, and he had to accomplish this before the coalition to subjugate the dark magicians formed in 5 years. Aiden knew that to achieve his revenge, he needed to start by fixing his weak body. In its current state, he couldn't even defeat a single goblin, let alone his powerful enemies. He thought of a method to help him get stronger. The next morning, Philip came to see Aiden, who gave him a list of items to buy. Philip was shocked and asked if Aiden really wanted to purchase everything on the list. Aiden, puzzled, asked if there was a problem with his request. Philip checked the list and noted that Aiden wanted to buy a top-quality holy potion along with several expensive ingredients. He was even more shocked to see that the list included poisonous plants. Aiden remained silent, knowing that even if he explained why he needed these ingredients, people would likely doubt him. He then tapped Philip's shoulder, wondering if the previous owner of his body had ever done something similar. Smiling, Aiden asked Philip if he was okay with handling something dangerous and whispered that he would find it fun. He joked about revisiting the old days, which made Philip run off, saying he had no objections and would buy the items right away. Aiden, still smiling, thought to himself that he needed to take advantage of his new life. As the son of a wealthy duke, he had resources he never had before. He had once experienced a body that broke through mortal limits as a swordmaster, so he knew he could reach that level faster than anyone else. Though this method was far from normal, it was necessary. 1.5 months later, Aiden had prepared everything. Standing in front of his setup, he sighed and called Philip, asking for the mana potion. Philip quickly handed it to him, and Aiden drank it. He was using the break-then-heal method, where he pushed his body to its limits with intense training and then restored it with mana potions. A single potion cost as much as a month's living expenses for a commoner, but as the son of a rich duke, this method was possible for him. Aiden had a secret weapon for his training. He called for Philip and asked where the things he had ordered were. Philip told him that they were delivered to his room. Though Philip was curious about what Aiden planned to do with those ingredients, he remembered Aiden's recent warning about revisiting the old days and decided not to ask. Aiden went to his room and found the ingredients. He was glad to see that Philip had bought all the poisonous plants he requested, like the flower of despair and the hellflower. Aiden never imagined he'd use this method, but here he was. He remembered the two who betrayed him, Calcis and Shora, who had created the theory. While poison wreaks havoc on the body, it will use all its resources to survive, unlocking hidden potential. Aiden knew this could easily kill him, but he had a top-quality holy potion to help him recover, so he figured he'd be fine. As he prepared to eat the poisonous flower, Aiden remarked that he'd already overcome death once. After eating it, he drank the holy potion, but the pain was intense. He kneeled, panting, thinking about how much it hurt and that he would have to do this 100 more times. Still, he could feel his mana flow improving, as expected from the knowledge of those who betrayed him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him, saying, "Is it fun, King of Dragon Slayers?" Aiden was shocked and angry, demanding to know where the voice was coming from and telling it to show itself. He recognized the voice and couldn't forget it, even if he wanted to. At that moment, Philip came into the room, nervous after hearing a loud noise. When he saw Aiden, he was shocked. Aiden, still furious, ordered Philip to leave immediately. Philip, understanding the seriousness, quickly left the room. Aiden was still fuming, sure that he had heard the voice and that it wasn't a hallucination. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. Aiden was confused and asked if it was the Underlord, and wondered why he was there. When Aiden turned around, the Underlord suddenly laughed and taunted him, saying, "I caught you, haven't I? It's been a while, King of Dragon Slayers, Aiden Alberio." Aiden was furious. The Underlord continued to tease him, and Aiden, shocked, shouted, "You scoundrel Underlord, why are you here? I saw your end with my own eyes." But the Underlord calmly replied that it looked like Aiden missed him, adding that he didn't have a physical body anymore, so Aiden couldn't look at him. Aiden sighed and asked how the Underlord was talking to him if he had lost his body. The Underlord reminded him that in the end, he had died while becoming the Underlord himself. Aiden clenched his fists, confused, and asked if the Underlord was implying that he was now the Underlord. The Underlord explained that it was half right and half wrong. At the moment of his death, he transferred his soul into Aiden's body. Originally, he had planned to take over Aiden's body and resurrect himself. Aiden laughed, realizing that the Underlord's plan had failed because of his suicide. Aiden then asked if the Underlord's soul still existed within him, and the Underlord confirmed it. Aiden, now more serious, asked how he could kill that soul. The Underlord was momentarily speechless. Aiden wondered if pouring holy power into his body would work, or if the only way to kill the soul was for them to die together. The Underlord quickly told Aiden to wait and listen. He said to Aiden, "He is different now how I was in the past." Aiden asked how, pointing out that he was still a being that loved madness and chaos. The Underlord explained that the madness and chaos Aiden witnessed were not originally part of him, but were due to a link with the demon god. That link was severed when the Underlord was trapped in the void, which is why he now seemed more composed compared to the insane lunatic Aiden remembered from back then. Aiden, confused, asked the Underlord about the demon god. The Underlord explained that the demon god, also known as the original sin, is a being of pure malice, feared even by the gods. In the past, the Underlord was cursed to carry out the demon god's will. Aiden then asked one last question. Was traveling back 15 years and possessing the body of Aiden Regressed part of the Underlord's plan? The Underlord admitted that it was. When he entered Aiden's body, he tried to use the dragon's mana that Aiden possessed to turn back time. Aiden was shocked and asked if that was even possible. The Underlord explained that dragons, as agents of the gods, could interfere with the laws of the world using their power. Turning back time wasn't impossible, but Aiden questioned why the Underlord didn't use that power to escape the void instead. The Underlord simply said he felt tired and needed rest, then suddenly disappeared. Another month passed, during which the Underlord occasionally talked to Aiden. Having him inside his body was unsettling, but also somewhat comforting, as it was nice to have someone who remembered his past. Aiden was startled when he saw his training scarecrow. He realized that his training method was effective, but the scarecrow wouldn't be enough anymore. He then noticed the knights practicing and laughed, saying they would be his new practice dolls. The Underlord commented that Aiden suited their side better than the heroes, which annoyed Aiden. He told the Underlord to shut up, holding a holy potion, and asked if he wanted him to gulp down the whole bottle. The Underlord chuckled and remarked that no one could fit the role of a hero better than Aiden. Aiden realized that training with poisonous herbs had helped him, but the holy power and potion were affecting the Underlord since he was a source of evil. Aiden warned the Underlord to be careful, then suddenly noticed a man who looked familiar but couldn't quite place him. A knight nearby called the man Lo and told him to pay attention. This shocked Aiden as he realized that this was Lo, the free knight, from his previous life. Lo, who had once been a mercenary pretending to be a knight, had earned the nickname Free Knight and had saved Aiden's life several times before dying in a battle against a dragon. Aiden sighed, thinking that seeing Lo again made him feel like he had truly returned to the past. He then called out to Lo, startling the other knights. The head knight asked what was going on, but Aiden approached Lo directly. Lo was startled and asked if Aiden was speaking to him. Aiden, now irritated, demanded to know why Lo hadn't addressed him properly by name and rank when spoken to. Instantly, Lo bowed and apologized, introducing himself as Apprentice Knight Lo and greeting Aiden formally. Aiden laughed, which made Lo angry and confused. Lo thought to himself, "Why is this ruffian picking on me?" but quickly denied thinking that out loud when Aiden accused him of it. Despite his fear, Lo was curious and confused about why Aiden was suddenly acting like this, especially since Lo was planning to quit soon anyway. Aiden found it thrilling to see Lo squirm, and for the first time, he felt glad to be in his new body. He tapped Lo on the shoulder and told him this was no good, instructing him to meet at the training ground that evening. Lo was shocked, but Aiden just smirked and left, deciding to give Lo a small gift as a way of repaying an old debt from their past life. When night came, Aiden was waiting for Lo at the training ground. Lo arrived, visibly distressed, and asked Aiden how he knew his secret, but more importantly, if he could really fix his arm. Lo, on the verge of tears, explained that if his right arm were functional, he could have lived as an ordinary knight. Aiden, recalling the debt he owed Lo from their previous life, decided to repay it by helping him. Aiden explained that Lo's arm was afflicted with mana severance syndrome, a condition that causes disabilities in the mana channels. Lo was shocked because he had never told anyone about it. He asked Aiden if it wasn't incurable, and Aiden confirmed that while people believe it's incurable, There was actually a cure that would be discovered in about 10 years. Aiden knew the cure and was willing to treat Lo's arm, but there was a catch. Aiden smiled and told Lo that nothing in this world is free. He presented a contract to Lo, which Lo immediately checked. The contract had two conditions. First, that Lo would spar with Aiden every day, and second, that Lo would swear to do anything Aiden commanded. Lo was angry and called the agreement almost like a slave contract. Aiden just smiled and asked if Lo didn't like it. Despite his frustration, Lo sighed and wondered how he could trust Aiden, especially since Aiden first claimed his condition was incurable. But with no other options, Lo decided to accept the deal. Aiden laughed, relishing the moment, thinking how exhilarating it was to make Lo his slave. As a bonus for treating Lo's arm, Aiden planned to take something valuable as well. Lo, watching Aiden laugh, felt uneasy, sensing danger. Suddenly, the Underlord chimed in, praising Aiden's actions as fitting for a dragon slayer king. Aiden quickly told him to shut up. A few days later, Aiden and Lo were traveling in a carriage toward the small town of Maryland. Lo questioned if this was really the right place, finding it strange. Aiden dismissed Lo's doubts, making him even more nervous. When the carriage stopped, the coachman announced their arrival, and they stepped out. Aiden told Lo to follow him, but Lo couldn't help but worry about whether his arm could truly be cured in such a place. They arrived at an unusual drugstore with a sign that warned it wasn't a clinic and didn't make drugs, telling druggists to get lost. Aiden touched the door, thinking back to Lo's past attempt to cure his condition here, where someone had been researching a cure for mana severance syndrome. As Aiden opened the door, he mentioned that things hadn't worked out back then. Lo, noticing a large painting, asked Aiden what he thought it depicted. Aiden explained to Lo that the painting depicted the Philosopher's Stone, a mythical object believed by mages and alchemists to interfere with the domain of gods, something that could even bring the dead back to life. Though it seemed absurd, Aiden, having transcended the divine realms of death and time, thought it might be possible. Suddenly, a voice spoke, surprised at Aiden's knowledge, and remarked that he was well informed. Aiden casually replied that he'd heard things here and there, thinking back to Calcis and Shora, who would occasionally talk about such topics. The woman, revealing herself, said it had been a while since they had an interesting guest, but pointed out that they didn't do business, as the sign indicated. Aiden then told Lo to step outside for a moment, which he did immediately. Once Lo was gone, Aiden called the woman by her name, Cassie, and got straight to the point. Cassie was surprised that Aiden knew her name. Aiden explained that his knight was suffering from mana severance syndrome, and he knew she was interested in this disease. Cassie was shocked, removing her hood and asking how much Aiden knew. Aiden, stepping closer, pointed out that just like her, his knight was afflicted with mana severance syndrome. Cassie was taken aback, demanding to know how Aiden knew about her condition. Aiden explained that her symptoms were more severe than usual, and without those herb leaves, her condition would keep worsening. He added that while Lo's condition affected only his arm, Cassie's disease had spread to all her organs, making her critically ill. Cassie remarked that Aiden seemed well informed but pointed out a mistake. While she was researching a cure, she hadn't yet found a method for mana severance syndrome, meaning she couldn't cure Lo's arm. Aiden proposed a deal. If she cured Lo's arm, he would protect her and support her research within their territory. Cassie was about to respond when Aiden handed her a document, asking her to read it. Cassie was shocked upon reading it. Aiden revealed that it contained the cure for mana severance syndrome, something he had memorized from Calcis's discussions. Although the information was incomplete, he needed someone who could understand it. He asked if it was still impossible to cure Lo's arm. Cassie asked for half a month to consider the method. Aiden smirked, noting that obtaining the medicinal ingredients listed would be difficult with her current resources. Cassie, realizing he wanted something in return, asked what it was. Aiden pointed to her ring and asked for it. Cassie, surprised, told him he was being naughty. Aiden insisted, revealing that he knew the true purpose of the ring. Cassie's ring, the Ring of Swiftness, was a valuable artifact that tripled physical speed for 10 seconds, 3 times a day. It was crucial for her, given her physical limitations. Aiden explained that the ring was also important to him because it had helped Lo become an S rank even with one arm. For Cassie, It was her primary means of defense. Aiden told Cassie that if she came to the Duke's house, she wouldn't need the ring anymore because he promised to protect her. He asked what she thought of this offer. Cassie, willing to continue her research, agreed as long as she could keep working. She raised a concern about rumors spreading that a female beastkin was being hosted at the Duke's house. Aiden, unfazed, responded that he was Aiden Regressed, a notorious scoundrel, and that he didn't care about public opinion. Cassie was taken aback by his confidence and smirked, finding him interesting. She handed over the Ring of Swiftness, requesting that he take care of her accommodations and food. Aiden assured her that the Duke's house would be a better place than her current situation, but she would need to earn her keep. Back at Duke Regressed's mansion, what initially felt awkward now seemed like home to Aiden. Suddenly, Philip rushed in, looking for him. Aiden inquired about the urgency, and Philip informed him that it was an emergency. Aiden was shocked when Philip told him that young Master Carl had gone missing in Monster Mountain. 2 days ago, a report came in about someone disappearing there, so Carl formed a team to investigate but hasn't returned. Aiden was puzzled since Monster Mountain usually only has insignificant monsters. He asked Philip about the search team, and Philip said they were about to depart. Aiden was furious, thinking that if Carl disappeared, he'd have to take on the heir position of the duchy, ruining his plans for revenge. He decided to join the search team and instructed Philip to show Cassie to her room. Philip was shocked, but Aiden told Cassie he had a favor to ask. Aiden then met with his father, who was surprised when Aiden said he wanted to join the search team. His father refused, explaining that Carl and dozens of knights had gone missing, making this more than a simple case, and he couldn't send Aiden into such danger. Suddenly, Aiden cried, insisting Carl was his brother, though in his mind, he feared his plans being ruined. The Underlord called him disgusting, and Aiden angrily told him to shut up. Moved by Aiden's tears, his father hugged him and said he couldn't believe Aiden cared so much for Carl. He reluctantly allowed Aiden to go but warned him to be careful. Aiden secretly laughed, but his father then called Spiel, entrusting him to protect Aiden, as he was the only one he could rely on. Spiel agreed, but Aiden considered it a burden. Meanwhile, at Monster Mountain, Spiel, the vice-captain of the Regressed Knight Order, was leading the search. Walking through the forest, he noted that, as he suspected, they had been attacked since their tracks disappeared at a certain point. Aiden suddenly picked up a sword, noting that it was a weapon used by goblins. He pointed out that something strange was happening. Carl and the knights being overpowered by mere goblins didn't make sense. The only explanation, he said, was the Goblin King, a hobgoblin with intelligence and strength far beyond regular goblins. Aiden told Sir Spiel that hobgoblins were likely involved. Spiel, shocked, said that hobgoblins would be a tough match even for him, suggesting they prepare and come back later. But Aiden insisted there was no time to waste. If they delayed, everyone would be eaten. He ordered Spiel to bring a search dog. Spiel explained that they had already used search dogs, but the scent had been erased. Aiden cut him off, demanding a dog immediately. A dog was quickly brought, and Aiden smiled, calling it a good boy. Aiden then opened a bottle and poured its contents into the dog's mouth. Spiel was shocked and confused by what Aiden was doing. Aiden explained that it was a scent enhancement potion, something he had asked Cassie to get before they left, useful for search missions in his previous life. The search dog began to lead the way, and Aiden told the knights to follow. As night fell, they arrived at the goblin village. Spiel suddenly pointed out Carl and the other knights. They were still alive. Aiden sighed in relief, noting they weren't too late, but Spiel warned that something seemed off, and Aiden agreed. Suddenly, 3 hobgoblins appeared, confusing Aiden. How could there be 3 leaders in one village? Spiel quickly realized the situation was more serious than they had thought and warned everyone to be prepared to give it their all. He explained that hobgoblins were formidable opponents, even for skilled knights. Spiel then instructed Aiden to focus on rescuing the hostages and escaping with them, and Aiden agreed, thinking the knights could handle the hobgoblins without him. As the knights prepared to attack, Spiel charged at the goblins, furious that they had captured Carl. The hostages, seeing Aiden, were shocked and one exclaimed that they were saved. Aiden quickly broke the lock with his dagger and asked if everyone was okay. Carl, startled to see him, watched as Aiden untied their ropes and instructed the villagers to flee, saying the knights would cover them. In his mind, Aiden knew it was time for him to sneak away. Suddenly, Carl tapped Aiden, warning him to be careful of a monster. Aiden asked if it was a monster or a hobgoblin, but Carl urgently shouted, "Behind you, Aiden!" Just then a troll launched an attack, causing an explosion. Aiden narrowly dodged it, realizing he had overlooked something. The reason there were 3 hobgoblins was because there was an even higher-ranking creature, one of the most dangerous human-shaped demons, a troll. Aiden quickly told Carl to take the villagers and run, but Carl, concerned, warned him that it was a troll and that he might die. Aiden simply smiled and reassured Carl that he knew it was a troll, but he wouldn't die. After all, he was the older brother. Carl muttered under his breath, calling Aiden a scoundrel, but Aiden didn't care. He gripped his sword and charged at the troll. The troll slammed its fist into the ground, but Aiden managed to dodge and slashed its leg, causing the beast to kneel in pain. However, Aiden noticed that the troll's wound began to heal almost instantly. Panting, Aiden realized that the troll's regenerative power was incredible, making it impossible to defeat with ordinary strength. Despite this, Aiden smirked, readying himself as the enraged troll prepared to attack again. Suddenly, Aiden jumped forward, and the monster clenched its fist. Spiel shouted at Aiden to let him handle it, and swung his sword. Spiel thought to himself that hobgoblins were already tough, but a troll too? He hoped Aiden could hold on a bit longer. The troll attacked Aiden, but he dodged it. Aiden smirked, saying Cassie had given him something for situations like this. He activated the Ring of Swiftness, which had a 10-second time limit. Aiden knew he hadn't reached a high level of power yet, but with this ring, it was possible. With 8 seconds left, Aiden slashed the troll's hand, enraging the monster. Aiden then attacked the troll all over its body, making it shout in fury. Preparing his sword, Aiden set it aflame and slashed the troll's head, cutting it off. "This is the stage of sword aura," he declared. Spiel said their side was done and ordered the knights to help Aiden. As he watched Aiden, he noticed the blue energy on Aiden's sword and was confused. "No way," he thought. "That's the stage of sword aura, which I haven't even mastered yet. How does Aiden already have it?" The energy faded quickly, and Aiden was thrown against a tree, landing near a bird's nest. Aiden groaned, feeling pain all over his body. He thought, "I barely used sword aura for 10 seconds, and now I can't move." He realized he needed to use the Ring of Swiftness more carefully, but it had been effective. The next day at the Duke's house, Aiden's father remarked, "I see, so many were injured." He instructed Spiel to ensure that the families of the victims and those injured received maximum compensation within his power. Spiel confirmed what the Duke had heard, but the Duke asked him if it was true that Aiden defeated the troll. Spiel replied that yes, he and the knights witnessed it. The Duke remarked that Aiden not only used sword aura, but also defeated a troll, which confused him because this didn't seem like the son he knew. That night, Aiden was meditating, surrounded by flames. He realized that using sword aura had briefly increased his mana capacity. Clenching his fist, he acknowledged that he was still weak and needed to become much stronger to defeat his enemies. Suddenly, a small dragon appeared and complimented Aiden's determination. Aiden was shocked and asked where the dragon came from, recognizing the voice. The dragon laughed and revealed that he was the Underworld Lord, the Underlord. Aiden got angry, but the Underlord told him not to laugh. However, Aiden laughed loudly, mocking the Underlord's appearance. The Underlord blamed Aiden for being weak, but Aiden kept laughing and asked how the Underlord could appear. The Underlord explained that only Aiden could see him because they were one, and as Aiden grew stronger, the Underlord could manifest more. Aiden asked if he would have to keep seeing him from now on, saying he didn't like it. The Underlord replied that it was rude to talk that way to his savior. Aiden was confused and asked, "Wait, didn't you say the Underlord title was a curse from the demon god, and that curse was lifted when the link with the demon god was broken? What's your real name?" The Underlord said he lost his name long ago and now just exists. The Underlord was surprised when Aiden declared that his new name would be Curse. Confused, the Underlord asked why, and Aiden explained that since the Underlord was a curse placed on him, he would call himself Curse from now on. The Underlord thought it sounded silly and told Aiden so, but Aiden told him to shut up. The Underlord sighed, smirked, and said Aiden could call him whatever he wanted, knowing Aiden was doing it just to be difficult. A week later, Aiden went to Cassie's room, knocked, and entered, asking if the treatment was going well. Cassie was startled and teased, saying, "Oh my, the Troll Master has come to visit." Aiden gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that they called him Troll Master because he killed a troll, but it sounded like they were saying he looked like one. He preferred to be called Troll Slayer. He then asked Cassie where Lo was, and she told him the knight was inside. Aiden went to check on Lo and was surprised to see him crying. Lo said his arm was moving and back to normal, then suddenly punched the floor. Aiden was startled, but Lo thanked him, saying, "Thank you, young master, for recognizing and treating my condition. Even though I am just a lowly being, I swear to dedicate my life to you." Aiden laughed and accepted his pledge, thinking to himself that he would work Lo like a slave. Aiden asked Cassie about her own treatment. Cassie smiled and said her mana severance syndrome was a bit unusual and needed more research, maybe another month. Aiden praised her for doing a good job. Cassie smiled and said it was all thanks to the method Aiden had told her about, calling him Troll Master again. Aiden was annoyed and shouted at Lo, "If you're completely healed, then come out quickly. We have work to do." Lo smiled and said, "Yes, understood, sir. Give me any task." However, after Lo was healed, he was annoyed when Aiden's first task for him was physical labor. He shouted in frustration, "Somebody save me!" While Lo was panting, a man approached and greeted the young master. He was shocked to see a troll in front of him and asked Aiden if this was the troll he caught. He mentioned that trolls are rare and should fetch a good price. Aiden said he wanted to use the proceeds from selling the troll to buy certain herbs and asked the man if that was possible. The man smiled and assured him that their merchant group had everything, but then nervously mentioned that those were actually poisonous plants. Aiden smiled and calmly said, "If I say they're herbs, then they're herbs. So it's possible, right?" The man laughed nervously, still trembling, and agreed, thinking that if he upset this dangerous man, who knew what might happen. After the man left, Aiden smirked, thinking to himself that easy money was always nice. The Underlord then commented that Aiden's old mercenary habits hadn't changed, but Aiden told him to shut up. Suddenly, Philip rushed in, looking shocked, and called for the young master. Aiden asked what was wrong, and Philip told him the Duke was asking for him. Surprised, Aiden went to his father's room. He heard laughter inside and knocked on the door. Upon entering, Aiden asked if his father had called for him. His father acknowledged his presence, and another man smirked, saying, "Oh, so you're Aiden." Aiden was startled and speechless, wondering what that man was doing there. The man commented that judging by Aiden's appearance, the rumors about him slaying a troll must be true, and it was a pleasure to meet him. Aiden recognized the man, but had no pleasant memories of him. The Underlord asked Aiden if he knew the man, and Aiden replied that he did, but only a little. He knew him as an old man who looked down on mercenaries. Aiden then introduced himself formally, saying, "Nice to meet you. I am Aiden Regressed." Aiden greeted the man, saying, "Greetings to the protector of the northeastern border, Margrave Turid Cetus." Margrave Cetus was surprised and asked if Aiden knew him. Aiden replied that, of course, he did, noting that Margrave Cetus was one of the few in the Empire who had reached the stage of Sword Master. Margrave Cetus smiled at this. Being a Sword Master is a transcendental stage that all knights dream of, surpassing mere talent to become superhuman, capable of cleaving mountains with a sword and making the air tremble with their breath. Aiden had reached this stage in the past and knew he needed to reach it again. Margrave Cetus laughed and said Aiden was polite, contrary to the rumors. He complimented the Duke on raising a fine son, but the Duke responded that Aiden still had much to learn. The Duke then asked if it was all right for Margrave Cetus to leave his territory, mentioning that he had heard it was recently attacked by orcs. Margrave Cetus glanced at him and said it wasn't just his territory, Suspicious activities had also been detected at the Slaughter Tower in the Wasteland of Death, which was managed by the Slaughter cult. Hearing this, Aiden was furious, gritting his teeth. He thought to himself that he had some business with the Slaughter cult and that the traitor Iron-Blooded Saintess would have to wait a bit longer. Margrave Cetus turned to the Duke and mentioned that unusual monster movements were happening in 3 different places simultaneously. He asked if the Duke thought it was a coincidence. The Duke admitted that now that it was mentioned, it did seem odd. He then asked Margrave Cetus for help since they were planning to form an investigation team. Margrave Cetus smiled and agreed, saying, "Of course, brother." Then Margrave Cetus added, "But I need one more thing." He suddenly grabbed Aiden's shoulder and asked if he would join his Night Order. Aiden was taken aback, as this offer seemed to come out of nowhere. Margrave Cetus explained that he had heard a lot about Aiden, how he had reached the stage of Sword Aura in less than half a year of wielding a sword. Margrave Cetus thought that the rumors about Aiden reaching the stage of Sword Aura in less than 6 months were nonsense, but seeing him in person made him reconsider. Margrave smirked and promised that he would make Aiden the greatest swordsman on the Western continent, vowing on his own name. The Duke started to say something about Aiden, but Margrave reassured him not to worry, saying he'd take good care of Aiden. Then, Margrave asked Aiden what he thought, since the decision was ultimately his. Aiden was speechless for a moment, but then smirked and declined the offer. Margrave was surprised and asked if Aiden understood the significance of joining the Cetus Knight Order. Aiden nodded, acknowledging it was one of the most renowned knightly orders in the Empire, but he was confident he could become a sword master on his own. In his mind, Aiden knew he had already reached that stage in the past, so achieving it again was just a matter of time. He boldly told Margrave that even now, he could at least scratch him in a fight. Margrave was shocked, and the Duke trembled with fear. But Margrave laughed, calling Aiden's remark unbelievably rude. The room seemed to shake as Margrave's presence grew powerful, demonstrating his ability to make even the air tremble with his murderous aura, a mark of a true swordmaster. Despite this, Aiden stood his ground, impressing Margrave. Margrave then asked if Aiden was sure he could back up his words. Aiden smiled confidently and suggested they make a bet. Margrave was taken aback and confused. Aiden mentioned that he knew Margrave had a weakness for bets. He proposed that if he couldn't scratch Margrave, he would join the Cetus Knight Order. But if Aiden won, Margrave had to give him his sword. Hearing this, Margrave was startled but then laughed, finding Aiden's audacity amusing. He noted that Aiden was completely different from the Duke. The Duke, unable to withstand the pressure of Margrave's aura, fainted. Margrave accepted the bet, and the Underlord whispered to Aiden that he had been aiming for that sword from the start. Aiden confirmed this, thinking to himself that he had to seize the opportunity to take a sword like that whenever it arose. Aiden identified the sword as Beelzebub, one of the legendary swords. The Underlord commented, laughing, that Aiden definitely belonged on their side rather than the hero's side. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, at the training ground, Aiden and Margrave Cetus were preparing to duel. Aiden asked Margrave if he was planning to use an ogre-slaying sword against a goblin. Margrave replied that he didn't know whether Aiden was a goblin or an ogre, but a knight's duty is to give their best regardless of the opponent. Aiden was speechless, thinking to himself that the knight's courtesy never changes, past or present. The conditions for the match were simple: no use of the aura blade, and Margrave Cetus would not move his right foot. Aiden thought these conditions might seem unfair, but to a sword master, they were hardly a handicap. He knew that if he charged in thoughtlessly, he'd be knocked out immediately. Margrave pointed out that they had quite an audience and suggested they start. Aiden raised his sword and agreed. Aiden suddenly leaped forward, catching Margrave off guard for a moment. He aimed his sword at Margrave's neck, but Margrave easily blocked it. Margrave noted Aiden's real combat experience, as he had gone for the neck right from the start. Aiden landed and swung his sword again, telling Margrave he knew he would block the initial strike. In his mind, Aiden expected Margrave to block every attack, and he did. Margrave grew puzzled and remarked that Aiden's swordsmanship was unrefined, like that of ragtag mercenaries, and said they'd have to fix it if Aiden joined their night order. Annoyed, Aiden charged at Margrave, thinking to himself, let's see how he handles this ragtag swordsmanship. Fueled by anger, he rushed toward Margrave, ready to strike. Margrave Cetus smiled, confident he wouldn't lose to a simpleton. However, he was shocked to see Aiden's sword suddenly moving in a different direction, narrowly avoiding a strike. The onlookers were stunned. One man on the right asked if Lord Aiden was actually pushing forward, and another agreed, saying the rumors about Aiden defeating a troll must be true. The Duke watched in disbelief, thinking that even though Margrave had imposed a penalty on himself, he was still a sword master. He wondered if it was reasonable that his son could hold his own against him. Margrave grew enraged as Aiden continued his attacks, which Margrave managed to block. He was baffled by Aiden's chaotic yet precise swordsmanship, which targeted vital points. Gritting his teeth, Margrave thought to himself that he must recruit this talented young man. Aiden was shocked when Margrave swung his sword, nearly hitting him. Aiden managed to dodge, confused as to why Margrave's simple sword swings felt so dangerous. The Underlord warned him that if he had tried to block that attack, he would have been cut in half. Aiden struck again, and Margrave commented on Aiden's interesting sword technique, adding that Aiden wouldn't be able to defeat him with just that. Aiden replied that he was still standing and could continue. Margrave laughed, saying Aiden never disappointed him, and that he had sharp eyes. Smiling, Margrave welcomed Aiden in advance to his knight's order. Aiden smirked back, thanking him in advance as well. Both prepared for another round, raising their swords. Suddenly, Aiden moved at an incredible speed, catching Margrave off guard. Margrave was shocked, realizing Aiden had been hiding his true abilities and had successfully deceived him. Aiden moved past Margrave Cetus, leaving a scratch on his shoulder. Smirking, Aiden remarked that he'd used Margrave's weapon, Beelzebub, effectively. The spectators were confused, wondering if the match was over, but then they erupted in cheers. The Duke stood in shock. Aiden, stunned himself, realized he'd won. Someone in the crowd called out, "Troll Master," in celebration, while another man shouted that he always believed in him. The Underlord asked Aiden if he wasn't bothered about using the ring to win. Aiden looked puzzled. The Underlord suggested that Aiden seemed more suited to the underworld than being a hero or dragon slayer. Aiden teased back, threatening to use the holy potion on him again. The Underlord conceded, calling Aiden a hero who cheats. Aiden shrugged off the comment. Margrave Cetus praised Aiden, acknowledging his skill in hiding his abilities and luring his opponent into complacency. Aiden dismissed it as luck, but the Underlord remarked that Aiden was still cheeky, even when pretending to be humble. Aiden admitted he thought he might lose an arm, but was relieved it was just a scratch. Margrave handed him the Beelzebub sword, saying it was his now. Aiden accepted it gratefully, promising to take good care of it, thinking to himself that this was a jackpot. The Underlord teased Aiden about his crude expression, but Aiden just called him a noisy, cursed one. Back in his room at the Duke's house, Aiden admired the Beelzebub sword, acknowledging its legendary status. The Underlord congratulated him, calling him a dragon slayer. Aiden, remembering the earlier accusation of cheating, asked the Underlord what happened to that accusation. The Underlord laughed, admitting he knew secrets about legendary swords that humans didn't. Aiden asked the Underlord if the secret of the sword was just another curse. As Aiden looked at the sword, the Underlord laughed, saying he wouldn't reveal anything for free. He proposed a deal. If Aiden swore to serve him as king and never make him drink holy potion again, he'd share the secret. Suddenly, blood appeared on the sword as Aiden gripped it tightly, and a system notification popped up, announcing a blood pact. Aiden glanced at the Underlord, who looked puzzled. Smirking, Aiden asked if the Underlord's subordinates didn't wield dark swords, and if he thought Aiden wouldn't know about it. He explained that Beelzebub was one of the legendary 72 swords, seemingly ordinary blades that were actually crafted from the bodies of corrupt lords who once ruled the ancient underworld. These cursed swords harbored the power of different corrupt lords. Aiden continued, explaining that one of the 3 conditions to awaken their hidden power was to feed them blood and form a blood contract. The Underlord expressed frustration, lamenting that he could have gained the upper hand for once. Aiden, with a crazed smile, declared he wouldn't serve the Underlord as a king since he was already dead, and he threatened to make him drink a holy potion every day. The Underlord quickly apologized. The next day, the Duke was writing in his study when Aiden told him he planned to join Margrave Turid's search party. The Duke was concerned, warning Aiden that the search was far more dangerous than the Demon Mountain, and granting permission would be difficult. Aiden insisted on going, with Margrave Turid reassuring the Duke that he'd ensure Aiden's safety. The Duke sighed, reminding Aiden that this wasn't a casual outing. Aiden agreed, but pointed out that since the investigation was for the safety of their territory, he wanted to be involved. Margrave suddenly grabbed Aiden's shoulder and urged the Duke to allow him to join, asking if it wasn't courageous for a son to step up for his father. The Duke was left speechless and startled by the request. Aiden just smiled, thinking to himself how different he was now compared to his previous life. Before, he had been useless, but now he was proving his worth. The Underlord chimed in, suggesting that Aiden was doing this for the Duke's sake, but Aiden dismissed the idea. He knew the real reason was for Beelzebub's awakening. Aiden revealed that the second condition to awaken the sword was to absorb an enormous amount of life force, which could be done by defeating monsters. Showing his eagerness, Aiden playfully stuck out his tongue, thinking of the thrill of facing monsters. The Underlord remarked that this was the first time he felt sorry for the monsters. Meanwhile, in the Pyron Mountains, something strange was happening in the forest. Wolves and other monsters were running in a frenzy, and amidst the chaos, an ogre was laughing ominously. Upon arriving at the fortress, Aiden was shocked by its state. He thought to himself, "This is the fortress of Attila, built to ward off the demonic beasts of the Pyron Mountains? The facilities and soldiers are all a mess. At this rate, they'd struggle with even a single goblin horde. How are they keeping out the monsters?" A soldier approached and greeted them, introducing himself as Dasvalt Timon, the chief officer of Attila Fortress. He welcomed their distinguished guests, Swordmaster Margrave Turid and the Troll Master, Aiden Remes. Aiden could hear two guards gossiping nearby. One of them asked if Aiden was the notorious ruffian young master, to which his companion replied, "No, not a ruffian scoundrel. He's the Troll Master," before laughing. The first man said he heard that Aiden had slain a troll, hence the nickname. His companion dismissed it, saying Aiden probably got the name because he looked like a troll. Lo, hearing this, grew angry and was about to draw his sword, but Aiden stopped him. The Underlord remarked on how unusual it was for Aiden to stay calm after hearing such insults. Aiden replied that fighting wouldn't do any good, and he had heard the name so many times that it no longer angered him. Margrave, catching on to the tension, commented, "Is it because the air here is so fresh that there are lots of bugs? The bugs are making a lot of noise." He then turned to Dasvalt Timon and asked if he agreed, a subtle hint at the gossiping soldiers. Timon laughed and said that the air was indeed fresh. Aiden smirked, thinking to himself, this man knows how to be an ass. As they walked through the fortress, Dasvalt Timon mentioned that there had been reports of monster attacks in various territories. Aiden, startled, asked if anything had happened at Attila Fortress. Dasvalt reassured him, saying there was no need for the fortress to worry. This response made Aiden mad, trying to stay calm. Margrave, noticing the frustration in Aiden's eyes, asked Dasvalt directly, "With monsters living right in front of the fortress, you're saying there's no danger?" Dasvalt nodded and explained, "Yes, it's because the orcs have settled in the middle of the mountain range. Maybe it's because of the orcs that the other monsters don't come down to the territory." Aiden was confused. Monsters keeping other monsters at bay, he thought. Suddenly, Aiden was startled when the Underlord spoke up in his mind, saying, "Something massive is coming." Aiden immediately looked around, trying to spot any threats. "I don't see anything," Aiden replied, confused. But then his senses sharpened, and he realized something was wrong. His eyes widened as he turned to Dasvalt and said urgently, "Monsters are approaching. We need to close the gates now." Dasvalt laughed, thinking Aiden was joking. "Your jokes have gone too far, young master. Monsters out of nowhere, he said dismissively. However, Margrave Turid, who had remained silent until now, suddenly commanded, "Close the gates." His authoritative voice left no room for argument. Dasvalt's eyes widened in shock. Even the Margrave was telling him to close the gates? Just then, the ground shook violently. Dasvalt felt the tremor beneath his feet and realized something was terribly wrong. Margrave Turid, sensing the urgency, said gravely, "It's a monster wave." Panic ensued. A horde of monsters was heading toward the fortress. The guards, 3 of them standing nearby, were terrified. The man in the center shouted to Dasvalt, "What should we do?" But Dasvalt, trembling in fear, couldn't muster a response. He was paralyzed, unable to command his soldiers. Margrave Turid snapped at them. "What are you waiting for? Close the gates now." His command jolted the soldiers into action. They hurriedly moved to close the gates, sweat pouring down their faces as they struggled to get the massive wooden doors shut. But they were too late. A beast, larger than anything they had ever seen, managed to slip through the gates before they could close them completely. The creature lunged at a nearby soldier, who stood frozen in fear, his eyes wide and his body trembling. Just as the beast was about to strike, Aiden leaped into action. With a swift, powerful slash, he cut down the giant beast, killing it instantly. Aiden stood over the dead creature, panting. He thought to himself, it's not enough to make a difference, but still, it's pretty good at draining life energy. One of the soldiers, watching in awe, muttered, "Did that ruffian just use sword aura? Maybe the rumors about the Troll Master are true." The Underlord, sensing Aiden's irritation, began teasing him. "Troll Master, is it? Quite the reputation you've got there," he mocked. Aiden scowled and snapped back, "Shut up." The Underlord laughed, unfazed. "You're always especially harsh on me, aren't you?" he said, still chuckling. Aiden retorted, "Whatever you say always feels disgusting." The soldier whom Aiden had saved regained his composure and, with a shaky voice, bowed his head. "Thank you for saving me, young master," he said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. Aiden was startled for a moment, but quickly composed himself. He glanced at the soldier who had thanked him and said, "Instead of thanking me, grab a weapon and defend the wall." The soldier, still shaken, nodded and hurried off to join the others. Suddenly, Lo appeared by Aiden's side. "Are you all right?" Lo asked, concern etched on his face. Aiden was silent for a moment, then motioned toward the gate. "Look at this," he said. Lo's eyes widened in shock as he saw the massive horde of monsters pressing against the gate. "That's a massive number of monsters," Lo whispered. All of a sudden, Aiden began to laugh, a dark, sinister aura swirling around him. "From now on, these guys will be my daily snacks," he declared, his eyes gleaming with a twisted delight. Lo was taken aback, confused and alarmed by Aiden's sudden change in demeanor. Aiden looked down at the Beelzebub sword in his hand, his gaze intense. He spoke to the sword, almost as if it were a living being. "Do you want to devour them?" he asked. But almost immediately, Aiden felt a wave of irritation. "What am I even saying?" he thought to himself. The Underlord, ever present in Aiden's mind, burst into laughter. "I guess even the Dragon Slayer King can't resist," he taunted. "Beelzebub is the sword of gluttony. It draws out the gluttonous instincts of its wielder. I must say, I enjoy listening to your true feelings." Aiden gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed. "I need to be careful," he muttered to himself. But then he smirked, his confidence returning. "But since I'm here to awaken Beelzebub, I'll gratefully devour all this life energy," he said with determination. Just then, Margrave Turid called out to Aiden, his voice calm and composed. "I'll return after doing some cleanup," he said. Aiden was startled. "Wait," he shouted. "I'll handle it. You can take a rest." But before Aiden could say anything more, Margrave Turid leaped into the air, soaring above the monsters. Aiden's eyes widened in shock as he watched the Margrave fly away. "No!" he shouted desperately. As Margrave Turid hovered above the horde, the monsters below gazed up at him, sensing the immense power radiating from him. The Margrave looked down at the sea of monsters, contemplating his next move. "Should I clean them all up at once?" he mused. It's such a hassle. The soldiers on the wall were awestruck by the sight. One of the men on the left said in amazement, "That's the aura blade. Only a sword master can use it." Aiden, still on the ground, was fuming. "No, at least leave me half of them," he shouted, his frustration evident. "No, even a quarter will do. Please." His voice echoed across the fortress, but Margrave Turid, high above, was already preparing to unleash his devastating power on the horde below. Margrave Turid had already begun his assault on the monsters, moving with a speed and grace that belied his massive strength. With every swing of his aura blade, a dozen monsters fell, their bodies severed and strewn across the ground. It was a massacre. Within moments, the once threatening horde lay dead, their lifeless bodies scattered around like discarded puppets. As the dust settled, Margrave Turid descended back to the ground, a broad smile on his face. "It's been a while since I've had to use my strength properly," he said, laughing heartily. "Feels great to stretch my muscles like that." Aiden stood there, wiping away the tears of frustration from his eyes. He couldn't believe it. His chance to harness the life energy of those monsters for Beelzebub was gone, taken away in an instant by Margrave's overwhelming power. Why did he have to come here and ruin everything? Aiden thought bitterly. Dasvalt, the chief officer of the Attila fortress, approached them, bowing gratefully. "Thank you both," he said, his voice filled with relief. "Thanks to Margrave Turid, we repelled the monsters without much damage. We owe you our lives." The Underlord's voice cut through his thoughts. "Aiden," the Underlord called, but Aiden shot back. "Are you here to mock me again?" The Underlord chuckled. "What are you talking about? What I mentioned earlier wasn't about this monster wave." Aiden blinked, suddenly on high alert. "What do you mean?" "Be more specific," he demanded. The Underlord repeated, "The massive thing I sensed wasn't the monster wave." Aiden's eyes widened in shock. "If it's not the monster wave, then what is it?" Aiden's heart skipped a beat as he looked up and saw a massive flame blazing high above them in the sky. The flames illuminated a colossal shadow moving just beyond the fortress walls. Aiden's eyes widened with realization. "Everyone, get out of here quickly," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The scene erupts into chaos as the fireball explodes, sending a fiery shockwave throughout the fortress of Attila. Soldiers scrambled to dodge the blast, barely managing to escape its deadly reach. Amidst the confusion, one of the men on the left stammers, "What in the world is happening?" Aiden and Margrave exchange a look of disbelief, both stunned by the scale of the fire spell. This has to be a powerful mage," Margrave mutters, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the caster. Aiden, however, grits his teeth, his face twisted in a grimace. "No, it's not a mage," he growls. The Underlord's voice cuts through the chaos. "You know what creature that was, don't you?" he inquires, his tone more curious than concerned. "A fire spell from the Pyrenean Mountains?" "It's that creature from my past life," he mutters. Memories flood back to him, recalling how he had barely crawled back from heaven after facing it. How could he have forgotten such a monster? The Underlord raises an eyebrow, puzzled. "Heaven? Are you serious?" he asks skeptically. Aiden waves him off, saying, "Just forget it. I'm talking nonsense." As the soldiers regroup, one of them catches sight of the approaching horde. His eyes widen in terror. "Why are they all together? Orcs and trolls, forming ranks?" he exclaims, pointing towards the massive creatures. Dasvalt nearby hears the remark and furrows his brow in confusion. The trolls of the wasteland and the orcs of the Pyrenean Mountains, weren't they always at each other's throats? How could they join forces now? Margrave turns to Aiden with a determined look. "I'll handle this." "Be right back," he announces, preparing to leap into action. But Aiden grabs his arm, stopping him. "It's too much for you to handle alone, Margrave." Margrave looks back at him, a mix of shock and indignation on his face. "What do you mean?" Aiden points towards the back of the horde. "Look," he urges. Both Margrave and Dasvalt squint into the distance, where a massive figure stands, weapon in hand, commanding the creatures. Margrave's face pales. What is that?" he asks, almost in disbelief. "A high troll," Aiden replies, his voice low and tense. A monster with magic power and strength that rivals a swordmaster's. Margrave takes a deep breath, steeling himself. Aiden, Dasvault, evacuate the people. I'll hold them off and buy us some time. But Aiden steps forward. There's still a way to fight this, he insists. Margrave turns to him, eyes narrowing in confusion. How do you plan to handle a creature that even I find challenging, he demands. Aiden turns to Lo, who has been listening intently. Lo, Aiden commands, lead the soldiers. Hold those creatures off as best as you can. Without hesitation, Lo nods and takes off. Margrave glanced at Aiden, a mix of skepticism and concern in his eyes. What are you plotting? He asked. You know a high troll is an equal match for a swordmaster. You can't handle that alone, right? Aiden nodded, his face serious. I know. The moment the high troll created a troll army, the difficulty of subjugating him tripled. Even if you, Margrave, face him alone, you won't last long. But there's one way for all of us to survive. We're short on time, so I'll explain briefly. As Aiden spoke, the orcs and trolls were closing in, ready to launch their attack. Dasvault's eyes darted between the advancing horde and Aiden, disbelief evident on his face. This is ridiculous, Dasvault exclaimed. If Margrave leaves now, this place will be in ruins within 30 minutes. Suddenly, another explosion rocked the fortress, the shockwave blasting debris into the air. Margrave's expression turned to anger. Do you realize how absurd your plan sounds? He shouted over the chaos. I do, but this is our only way out. We don't have time for anything else. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Please, Margrave. Trust me. Just this once. Margrave was silent for a moment, his mind flashing back to a time when Aiden, younger and less experienced, had boldly claimed that he could at least scratch Margrave in a spar for the sake of their territory. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Margrave's mouth. As expected, I can't help but admire your resolve, he said softly. He then looked Aiden in the eye, his tone firm. All right, I'll trust you this time, but know this. If you're wrong, you'll have to join my Knight Order. Aiden sighed, half smiling at the bet-loving Margrave. Agreed, he said. With a nod, Margrave took a step back, then propelled himself into the air, flying towards the enemy horde. The Underlord, observing the scene, couldn't help but voice his doubts. Aiden, are you sure there's only one high troll in this world? How can you be certain it's the same one from your past life? Aiden didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, do you know how much orcs and trolls hate each other? He then answered his own question. The only one who could be subjugating orcs and commanding them is that creature, and it's using extremely vicious methods to do so. As they spoke, the troll clenched its massive fist and swung it towards the soldiers. The ground shook with the impact, but the soldiers managed to dodge just in time. Suddenly, Lo rushed forward, his sword gleaming in the light. With a swift, precise strike, he severed the troll's head from its body. Aiden watched Lo, a smile tugging at his lips. In his mind, he thought, Lo's grown strong enough to slay trolls. Those herbs I gave him must be working wonders. The Underlord observed the scene and remarked, looks like that peculiar method worked. Aiden nodded. Yes, but these trolls can't be killed with just that. There's a reason why trolls led by a high troll are called the Immortal Army. As if to prove his point, the high troll extended its hand toward the fallen troll. The severed head, now engulfed in flames, began to float and then reattached itself to its owner's body. Two soldiers nearby stood in stunned silence, watching as the revived troll roared in fury. The high troll can continuously revive its minions, Aiden explained. Normally, it would take a swordmaster's aura blade or an archmage spell to annihilate them for good. But I have another method. A strange look crossed Aiden's face, and his voice softened. My little baby, he whispered to his sword. You must be very hungry since you missed your meal earlier, right? I'll give you plenty of trolls to eat. The Underlord's voice echoed in Aiden's mind. Beelzebub, you must be having a hard time. Meanwhile, Lo was facing the advancing orcs. His thoughts were frantic. After eating the young master's poison, no, the medicinal herbs, I thought I'd become strong enough. How can it end like this? I haven't even repaid the young master yet. The troll loomed over Lo, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Terrified, Lo closed his eyes, preparing for the end. Young master, I'm sorry, he muttered. But before the troll could strike, Aiden appeared above it, moving with blinding speed. Good job, Lo, Aiden called out, plunging his sword into the troll's head. The troll screamed in agony. Lo, startled, warned, Aiden, be careful. Even if you behead that thing, it won't die. Aiden only smiled, lifting his sword high. Beelzebub, it's meal time, he declared. I might not have the power of a sword master or an archmage, but I have the gluttony authority of Beelzebub. The sword began to glow with a dark energy, its gluttony absorbing the troll's very existence. Once absorbed, the troll's body disintegrated into nothingness. The high troll, watching from a distance, was both furious and horrified. Aiden's laughter filled the battlefield. Trolls are indeed delicious, he mused. Just one of them has a life force equivalent to dozens of wolves. His eyes shifted to the orcs, who had gone mad with rage at the sight of their fallen comrade. I wonder, Aiden said, more to himself than anyone else. Are orcs tasty too? He looked down at his sword. What do you say, Beelzebub? Want to have a taste of them as well? Aiden remarked that even after consuming 4 of them, it wasn't enough. He laughed, commenting on how full of energy these trolls were, and wondered aloud if they were in season, since no matter how much he consumed, his hunger only seemed to grow. The trolls were shocked and puzzled by his words. Suddenly, the troll master raised his weapon, which was now engulfed in flames, and attacked Aiden. Fortunately, Aiden managed to dodge the attack, noting that the troll master looked really angry. The Underlord taunted Aiden, saying, instead of running around like a coward, why don't you face him properly? Aiden replied, in my previous life, I would have done that, but right now, running away is my only option. If I even get grazed by that fire magic, I'll be roasted. I just need to hold out until Margrave arrives. Just then, the troll raised his sword again. The Underlord warned Aiden to look up, and Aiden was startled to see another attack coming his way. He managed to dodge again, frustrated and cursing, these damn orcs are so annoying. The Underlord questioned why Aiden hadn't absorbed the orcs earlier, pointing out that while they might not be as powerful as trolls, they still had considerable life force. Aiden smirked, explaining that he had a use for them. If Margrave arrives on time, not killing the orcs will be more beneficial. Until then, I have to find a way to survive. Suddenly, the high troll began casting fire magic again. The troll master was still conjuring flames, growing angrier as he saw Aiden flying high above and far away. Aiden was exasperated, realizing that the troll was now trying to burn everything, friend or foe alike. Without the ring of swiftness, Aiden knew he would have been char-grilled by now. As he prepared to dodge the fire magic, the Underlord questioned him. If you dodge in midair, how do you plan to avoid the next attack? Aiden was taken aback, realizing the Underlord was right. He shouted, I can't die in a place like this. Determined, he headed into attack. Meanwhile, Margrave was being chased by orcs, but suddenly, an aura blade flashed. Margrave appeared and called out to Aiden. You held on well? Relieved, Aiden responded. You really put out the fire just in time. Aiden praised Margrave, saying, as expected, a sword master can cover that distance so quickly that after seeing Orc's chief, Aiden thought it seems everything went smoothly. The high troll was shocked and confused by the sight of this unexpected intruder. The surrounding orcs were equally startled. However, Aiden just smiled and said, the tide has turned, you disgusting troll. Despite his bravado, Aiden was momentarily stunned when the Underlord told him he was falling. Aiden shouted in confusion, but suddenly an orc caught him, helping him land safely on the ground. Thank you, Aiden said to the orc, who was still reeling from the events that had just unfolded. The soldiers nearby were equally surprised. One of them, standing to the left, couldn't believe his eyes. Did the orc just save the young master? He wondered aloud. The orc then spoke, saying, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, my kin. He extended his hand, clenched his fist, and vowed, we will take revenge on the trolls who humiliated us. At this point, the orcs moved to confront the trolls, catching the trolls completely off guard. The soldiers were baffled. One of them, standing to the right, asked, "What's going on? Why are the orcs attacking the trolls? Aren't they on the same side?" His companion beside him was equally confused, questioning, "What on earth is happening?" The Underlord then addressed Aiden, saying, "It has happened just as you predicted." Aiden nodded, replying, "I told you." The High Troll was controlling the orcs by exploiting their loyalty to their tribe and chief, using their leaders and children as hostages. Still puzzled, Aiden asked, "Were those hostages released?" Aiden smirked, saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's why I didn't absorb the orcs recklessly." At this moment, the High Troll gripped his weapon tightly, laughing as if he had a plan. But his confidence shattered when he saw Margrave attacking him. The High Troll was taken aback, and Margrave, too, was momentarily confused, contemplating using fire magic to defend himself. Margrave thought to himself, "The troll is truly an entity on par with a sword master," just as Aiden said. "If it were only me, I wouldn't have been able to win." At that moment, the orc chief also joined the fight, attacking the High Troll. However, their combined efforts still weren't enough. Margrave thought to himself, "If only there were another sword master, this situation could change." The High Troll, shocked by the turn of events, heard Margrave's voice. "That's enough of your screeching," Margrave said coldly. "Just die quietly." Despite this, the troll snarled, "I can't die so meaninglessly. I will never forgive the humans who killed my parents." Suddenly, flames erupted from his eyes and nose, catching Margrave and the orc chief off guard. Margrave felt a strange disturbance in the mana flow and realized something was wrong. The troll had gone mad, declaring, "I'll explode all the mana in my body and take you all down with me." Margrave's face grew serious. "Even if I can't stop this, the knights won't be able to withstand the flames," he thought. He shouted urgently, "Everyone run! He's going to explode!" But before anyone could react, Aiden charged toward the High Troll. Everyone was stunned. Margrave called out, "Aiden, come back! You might die." But Aiden just smiled, his eyes full of determination. He prepared to stab the troll, saying, "The final blow is mine." In an instant, the explosion occurred. Aiden stabbed the High Troll with his Beelzebub sword and said, "It's time for the main dish." As he drove Beelzebub into the troll's heart, the sword began to absorb all the mana from the troll. The High Troll, now almost unconscious, could only gasp as Aiden continued to stab him. Lo! Seeing this, shouted in alarm, clearly worried for Aiden. Meanwhile, Margrave looked on, confused and concerned. How does Aiden plan to handle such a massive mana explosion? He wondered. He couldn't tell if Aiden had a plan. Suddenly, Aiden's confidence wavered. He was startled by the sheer amount of life force and mana he was dealing with. "It's much more than I expected," he muttered, realizing the sword might not be able to absorb it all. The troll's screams filled the air, and Aiden, shivering from the effort, urged, "Just a bit more." He plunged the sword deeper into the troll and called out, "Underlord, I need your help now." The Underlord appeared suddenly, looking at Aiden with a smirk. "You would use me for something like this?" he asked. Aiden, desperate, said he'd do anything. The Underlord replied, "If you promise not to drink any holy potions for a week, I'll help you." Annoyed but out of options, Aiden agreed, telling him to hurry. "The sword has absorbed enough life force," Aiden said. "Now, to awaken it, we need to infuse it with demonic energy. It's time to awaken the corrupted lord sleeping within." The Underlord placed his hand on the top of the Beelzebub's sword and chanted, "Awaken, Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebub." Suddenly, the ancient lord inside the sword awoke, his voice echoing with a sinister power. "It has been a while," he said, his presence overwhelming. "I am the will of the Lord of Gluttony, who seeks to devour even the sky. Who dares to awaken me?" Aiden felt the weight of Beelzebub's presence. As expected from an ancient ruler of the underworld, it was overpowering. He knew that if he were an ordinary human, he would be mentally dominated and turned into a puppet. But Aiden had something the Beelzebub feared the most. The Underlord smiled, addressing the awakened Beelzebub. It has indeed been a while. Aren't you curious about who woke you up? Beelzebub turned his gaze to the Underlord, his voice a low growl. Why are you here? He demanded. The Underlord glared at Beelzebub and snapped. Enough with the chit-chat. Just hand over your authority. Beelzebub, still processing his surroundings, looked surprised. To see you here? I can't believe it, he murmured. The Underlord pressed him. Are you giving it up or not? Beelzebub sighed and said he would comply. Aiden smirked, thinking to himself, the Underlord really did take down all the corrupted lords and became the ruler of the underworld. No wonder Beelzebub fears him. Aiden then spoke aloud. You could be useful too, you cursed creature. The Underlord shot Aiden an angry look and warned, just keep your promise. Suddenly, Aiden entered his berserk mode, his eyes burning with intensity. He nodded at the Underlord and said, of course. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, devour it, Beelzebub. Beelzebub let out a scream, and the High Troll was visibly shocked. Aiden attacked, absorbing the troll's power, leaving the troll helpless. As Aiden continued to absorb power, he warned everyone, I can't see anything. Be careful. Lo held tightly to a pole, shouting over the roar of the wind. It's a huge gust. Watch out. Aiden shouted at the troll. Become my strength. But the troll, in a last act of defiance, refused, saying no. Suddenly, the wind stopped and the troll disappeared. Margrave, witnessing this, was shocked. Where did the High Troll go? He wondered aloud. Lo asked, is it over? Are we safe now? Aiden stood there, stunned, realizing the immense power he had just absorbed. Is this the true power of the Lord of Gluttony's authority? He wondered. The sheer amount of life force and mana was overwhelming. Feeling a wave of nausea, Aiden muttered, I overdid it. I ate too much. The Underlord chuckled. That's what happens when you try to consume everything. No matter how strong the power, if you overuse it, it turns into poison. You'll have to let some of it go. But Aiden, defiant, shouted, absolutely not. I'll absorb it all, no matter what. Just then he noticed something below him, a flicker of movement. He was puzzled, asking, what is that? The Underlord looked down and said calmly, it's a phoenix. Aiden's eyes widened in realization. No wonder the High Troll was using fire magic. Aiden quickly checked the source of the movement and saw the phoenix. Curious, he wondered if it had been consumed by the High Troll and had fallen into a comatose state. He mused to himself, a phoenix. This species is as rare as a dragon. How did it end up here? He then laughed and turned to the Underlord, asking, if I eat it, can I use fire magic too? The Underlord raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say you were about to vomit from eating too much? Aiden shrugged, grinning. That's true, but being able to use fire magic is a different story. The Underlord sighed. Watching you, I realize how reckless human greed can be. Aiden just smiled and said, thanks for the meal. Suddenly, Margrave tapped Aiden on the back. In the end, you pulled it off, he said. Aiden felt a wave of nausea and couldn't hold it back any longer. He vomited. Margrave stepped back, concerned. Are you okay? He asked. The Underlord, smirking, remarked, that serves you right for being too greedy. Margrave noticed the phoenix and, shocked, asked Aiden, that's a phoenix. How did such a rare creature end up here? Aiden, still focused on his own condition, was worried about his mana and life force. I need to eat the phoenix too, he muttered. As he spoke, the phoenix egg cracked open. Aiden stared in disbelief, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, a phoenix emerged right in front of him. The Underlord commented, the phoenix woke up after taking in the mana you expelled. Around them, the other soldiers were stunned. One man exclaimed, that's the legendary phoenix. Another added, seeing a phoenix in person. What a stroke of luck. Aiden, annoyed, grumbled, it's all because of that old man Margrave. I missed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Just then, something landed on his head. Hey, what's going on? Aiden shouted. A voice nearby said, the phoenix is sitting on the young master's head. Aiden was shocked and confused. Why is it sitting on my head? Suddenly, flames surrounded him. Margrave and Lo gasped in alarm. Aiden panicked, thinking, does it know I try to eat it? Is it going to burn me alive? But to his surprise, the flames weren't hot at all. It's not hot. What's happening? He asked. The Underlord replied, it's the Phoenix's blessing. It grants considerable resistance to most flames. Since it was resurrected by absorbing the mana you expelled, it probably sees you as its savior. Aiden smirked, holding the Phoenix feather. This will come in handy against that guy, he said to himself. Suddenly, the Phoenix flew away, leaving Aiden staring at the feather as it drifted into his hand. Margrave, still in shock, asked, Aiden, are you all right? You were just on fire. Aiden smiled and replied, yes, I'm perfectly fine. Margrave shook his head in disbelief. Since I met you, I've experienced one unbelievable thing after another. Aiden laughed. Trust me, I'm just as bewildered as you are. This is my first time experiencing anything like this. As they spoke, an orc approached them. Aiden turned his attention to the orc and asked, are you the orc tribe's chieftain? Why are you still here? Do you want to keep fighting? The orc looked at Aiden solemnly and said, an oath broken will be paid with a price. The price is death. You may take my head. Aiden was confused and asked the orc, what oath are you talking about? The orc explained, long ago, the head of the Regressed family and our chieftain fought a duel over this land. Our chieftain lost and swore to return to the mountains, never to come down again. We settled there, protecting the land ever since. Aiden suddenly remembered Dasvalt mentioning that the orcs had settled in the middle of the mountain range. Could it be that the orcs were the reason monsters never came down to the territory? He thought. It made sense now. The orcs were a race that valued their oaths more than their own lives. That was why they stayed up in the mountains. The orc lowered his head and continued, my head should be enough. I beg you, please forgive my clan. Aiden turned away, saying, I don't particularly need your head. Go back. The orc, however, was insistent. The ancestors' oath must be honored. I must pay the price for breaking it, he shouted, raising his sword. Aiden, annoyed, said, you're so noisy. Should I just cut you down? But since you've been protecting this territory, I'll be patient. After a moment, he smiled and said, how about you pay for it with something other than your head? The orc was stunned by his words. The next day, Margrave watched in bewilderment. I'm not sure what I'm looking at right now, he said. Aiden, smirking, replied, is that a compliment? Thank you. Nearby, a soldier was panting, carrying a heavy load of sand, and muttered, why is this so heavy? He watched the orcs carrying similar loads with ease, tossing them as if they were pebbles. Aiden and Margrave observed the scene. Orcs and humans working together, Margrave remarked. Aiden nodded. Normally, this would take months, but with the orcs' help, we can finish in a week. The orcs get to protect their chieftain's life, and we get free labor. Isn't it a win-win situation? Margrave sighed, looking at Aiden. As expected, I can never figure you out. Talking to you is like talking to a dragon that's lived for hundreds of years. Margrave thought to himself that they should leave this matter to the Slaughter Tower. With monsters from the wasteland now appearing, the situation was beyond their control. Aiden nodded and smiled. In his mind, he thought, I've already gotten what I wanted, so it's not my problem anymore. He had come to awaken Beelzebub and had even received the Phoenix's blessing. Now he was wondering if he should just quietly go back and train some more. As Aiden rode his horse, the people cheered for him, thanking him for saving their territory. Long live our troll master, they shouted. One man said, I heard the high troll was defeated by the young master's sword. Another added, I heard our young master can even control phoenixes. A third chimed in, not just phoenixes, they say he can control orcs with just one finger. Aiden, now with a flower crown on his head, was annoyed. Where did all this distortion come from? He thought. He absolutely hated these kinds of superficial welcoming ceremonies. The Underlord teased him, saying, the flower crown suits you well. But they're not being superficial. They genuinely see you as a hero. Aiden shrugged. What's the big deal about that? It's not like being a hero makes money. The Underlord chuckled. There you go, talking about money again. You really are more suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Aiden sighed. A hero? I was really just planning to train quietly this time. Meanwhile, at Cassie's research lab, Aiden asked, "Is there no way to fix it?" Cassie shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Aiden. There's no way to fix it at the moment. Her body's Manhwa vein syndrome is more serious than I thought. We'll need much more delicate medicine than what we use for the cute night." Aiden frowned. "How much would that medicine cost?" "I can pay any amount." Cassie looked at him seriously. "Money isn't the issue. We need an alchemist skilled enough to create the highest grade elixir." Aiden sighed. "An alchemist like that would probably only be found in the Imperial Court." Cassie smiled and said, "Still, I'm grateful to you, Aiden. If I had stayed there, I would have died, spending my life just searching for a cure." Aiden stood up. "Is it possible for us to just get the alchemist?" he asked. Cassie looked puzzled. "Haven't you heard? Such an alchemist is incredibly rare." Aiden turned back to her with a knowing look. "I know someone. Don't worry. Just wait here. I'll bring them back soon." As Aiden left, Cassie reflected. At first, there was doubt. When Aiden had suddenly come to her and offered a way to cure Manhwa vein syndrome, even providing research funds. Then came acceptance. Knowing her body wouldn't last long, she had no choice but to accept his offer. Next was despair, realizing that the method to cure her body was impossibly difficult. The people she had met so far had warm words but cold actions. But Aiden, his words were cold, yet his actions were warm. It had been a long time since she felt such genuine kindness. Cassie sighed, watching Aiden leave. "Interesting," she murmured. "I'll be asking you to bring me a skilled alchemist then. My research will be perfect after all." Aiden simply nodded and left. As Aiden walked down the hall, the Underlord's voice echoed in his mind. "You're moving for someone else's sake. They say a sudden change in a person can be fatal, so you need to be careful." Aiden replied calmly, "I'm just keeping a promise. You know how important promises are to mercenaries. Besides, I was planning to visit that alchemist soon anyway. That person doesn't have much time left." 3 days later, Aiden arrived in Markellan City. The Empire's largest free trade city was bustling with life. "It's such a lively city," Aiden thought. The Underlord, confused, asked, "Is this what you meant by a city?" Aiden smirked. "A hot city where everyone is working hard." The city itself disappeared once due to a crazy dragon's attack. "I guess I'm the only one who feels strange about it being here." The Underlord pressed on. "Where is this skilled alchemist you mentioned?" Aiden's expression turned serious. "I'll find my way there. Just be quiet for now." Meanwhile, in the slum area on the outskirts of Markellan City, 3 men were bullying a 4th man. The leader of the trio clenched his fist and snarled, "Why didn't you have the goods ready by today?" The man in front of him, trembling with fear, stammered, "No matter how fast I work, I can only make one a week at best. If you suddenly ask me to make twice as many of those top-grade elixirs." Suddenly, the leader punched the wall beside him, making the man flinch. "That's not my problem, Joseph," he growled. "Be careful. If you don't bring it by tomorrow, your collateral might get hurt, you know that." Joseph's face went pale with fear. Just then a voice rang out. "Fraud, extortion, threats. For those suffering from these, we offer solutions." Aiden shouted repeatedly, catching the attention of the men. The leader, surprised and annoyed, looked around, trying to locate the source of the voice. He turned to his companion. "Karen, go take care of him." Karen stepped forward and approached Aiden. "Who are you, and what are you doing hanging around here?" he demanded, sizing up Aiden. Aiden smirked. "You don't know who I am?" he replied coolly, ignoring Karen. He waved a hand toward Joseph. "Hey, are you suffering from fraud, extortion, or threats?" Karen's face twisted with anger. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward to punch Aiden. "How dare you ignore me?" he roared. But before Karen's punch could land, Aiden struck first, sending Karen flying into the wall. The 3 men were stunned, watching Karen slump to the ground. Aiden clenched his fist and smirked. "Move aside," he said, his eyes cold. "I can't see the customer." Suddenly, the leader of the group grew furious and lunged at Aiden. "You dare mess with my people? I'll kill you," he roared. Aiden sidestepped the attack with ease, a smirk playing on his lips. Grabbing hold of the man's pants, Aiden yanked them down, revealing a pair of cute boxers. The man's face turned crimson with embarrassment as Aiden laughed. "What's with these cute panties?" Aiden teased. The man, enraged, shouted, "You troll-looking bastard." Aiden's smile faded, his eyes narrowing. "What did you just say?" he growled. The man raised his sword, glaring at Aiden. "You think you can mess with us? We're Cerberus, the top predators of Markellan City. You're dead." He swung his sword, but to his shock, the blade shattered against Aiden's defense. Aiden grabbed the man by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. The man, now visibly terrified, stammered, "Who are you?" Flames suddenly engulfed Aiden's sword. The thug's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ow! How are you using sword aura?" Aiden's expression darkened. "Your eyes must be broken if you think I look like a troll. You're lucky I'm ending this so easily." The Underlord's voice echoed in Aiden's mind, amused. "You're the first person I've seen use Beelzebub like this." Ignoring the Underlord's comment, Aiden turned his attention to Joseph, who was still trembling. "So, how about it? Need some help?" Aiden asked, his voice calm but authoritative. "I offer my services at a reasonable price." Joseph stared at him in shock and confusion. An aura-awakened swordsman offering to help at a low price? It seemed too good to be true. "You're not going to ask for something crazy later, are you?" Joseph asked, unsure if he could trust Aiden. But with no other options, he reluctantly agreed. "Okay, help me." Joseph was a renowned Chinese alchemist in the underworld of Markellan City, and his daughter had been kidnapped by the Cerberus Guild, a notorious criminal organization. Joseph's mind drifted back to a painful memory. He could still see his daughter, Eldest, being dragged away by members of the Cerberus Guild. Her terrified cries echoed in his ears. "Dad! Dad!" Joseph, filled with rage and fear, had screamed her name, trying to reach her. But he was powerless against the guild. The Cerberus Guild boss had smirked at him, his voice dripping with mockery. "You used to be a Chinese alchemist in quite an interesting place, right?" The boss's eyes gleamed with greed as he continued. "Here's the deal. You give us an elixir pill once a week, and we'll protect you and your daughter. It's a good deal considering how dangerous this place is." Joseph had felt tears welling up as he gritted his teeth, the bitter taste of helplessness filling his mouth. In the present, Aiden's voice broke through Joseph's memories. "In my previous life, Joseph made those pills for years," Aiden said, his tone cold. "But when he found out his daughter was already dead, he came to me for revenge. Shortly after, he joined her in death. But that was in a different life. This time, it's not too late." Desperation filled Joseph's eyes as he looked at Aiden. "I'll give you anything you want," he pleaded. "Please save my daughter." Aiden smirked, confidence radiating from him. "Of course, Mr. Joseph. But remember, you must keep your word to give me anything I want." As Aiden spoke, the Underlord's voice echoed in his mind. "Beelzebub says you're the first person he's seen with a stronger power of gluttony than him." Aiden's smirk widened. "Well, that's a fair deal," he thought. While Aiden and Joseph spoke, one of the Cerberus men tried to sneak away. Aiden noticed him and called out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The man froze, startled. Aiden approached him, his eyes narrowing. "Did you think I spared you for no reason? I've got some questions, but I doubt you'll answer them willingly. So we'll start with a few hits." The man quickly stammered, No, I'll answer right away." But Aiden punched him anyway, making sure the man knew he wasn't joking. Meanwhile, at the Cerberus Guild headquarters, the guild leader, a man named Ankle, was laughing in his office. "With 2 of Joseph's pills this time, we should make a nice profit," Ankle mused aloud. "Maybe I should just take one myself. They're so good for the body." Suddenly, the door burst open, and Ankle looked up, startled. "Who dares enter my room without knocking?" he demanded. But his anger turned to curiosity as he saw the intruder. "Did you bring Joseph's pills?" Ankle asked, expecting a positive answer. The Cerberus Guild member stood speechless, his eyes wide with fear. Ankle, the guild leader, noticed his expression and asked, "What's with that face?" Before the man could answer, Aiden appeared in the doorway, his presence commanding. "Found you," Aiden said with a smirk. Ankle was confused and immediately defensive. "Who the hell are you?" "Did you do this to my man's face?" he demanded, gesturing to the bruised and battered guild member. Ankle sneered. "You must be stupid to walk into a tiger's den like this. I don't know what you're after, but you're not walking out of here alive." He held up a small artifact, a smug look on his face. "This is an emergency alarm artifact. The moment I inject mana into it, my men will be here in seconds," he boasted. He activated the artifact, but nothing happened. Ankle's smugness quickly turned to confusion. He pressed the alarm again, looking around the room, bewildered. "Why isn't anyone coming? Is this damn thing broken?" Aiden slowly advanced toward him, a dangerous smile on his face. "Looking for your guild members?" he asked casually. "I made sure they were all in a deep sleep when I came in. But don't worry, I won't let you sleep so easily." Aiden's eyes darkened. "Now, where is Joseph's daughter?" Ankle tried to regain his composure and laughed nervously. "So, you're just a mercenary hired by Joseph, huh? Don't get cocky, because you took out a few of my grunts. I'm the strongest in this guild." He clenched his fists and prepared to attack Aiden. But before he could make a move, Aiden punched him hard, sending him sprawling. After beating Ankle, they made their way to prison, where Joseph's daughter was held captive. After reaching the prison cells, Ankle told Aiden, "We are here." Aiden was shocked to see and told Ankle, "You locked her in a place like this. You guys are really shitty people." Then Ankle said, "But that child, she is not an ordinary one." After Ankle opened the door, he told Aiden, "She may seem calm now, but usually—" Then Joseph's daughter suddenly hit Ankle in his face, and he flied backward due to her kick. And then she told him, "I will kill you." The girl's eyes blazed with fury. "I'm going to kill you," she screamed. Aiden raised an eyebrow, impressed. Not bad, even though he's half dead already, he thought. Before he could say anything else, the girl lunged at him, attacking with a surprising speed and strength. Aiden barely managed to dodge her blows. The Underlord's voice echoed in Aiden's mind. "She's using an interesting power," he noted. Aiden ducked another punch and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The Underlord responded, "It's the power of a really annoying guy." Aiden brushed off the Underlord's comment. "Whatever," he muttered. "None of that is my business. My goal is to save her and bring her back to Joseph." The young girl was still screaming in fear and rage, her eyes wild. "Take me to my dad. I want to go to my dad," she cried. Aiden stepped closer, his voice calm but firm. "We're going to see your dad," he said. His words seemed to reach her, and she stopped struggling. "Your dad asked me to save you," Aiden continued, his tone gentler now. "Let's go home." The girl's eyes filled with hope and disbelief. She reached out and grabbed Aiden's hand, looking up at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. "Really? I can go to my dad?" she asked, her voice trembling. Aiden smiled, nodding. "Of course. Let's go." Suddenly, the child threw herself into Aiden's arms, hugging him tightly. Aiden stiffened, startled by the sudden embrace. She sobbed into his chest, her small body shaking. "I was so scared," she whispered. "I miss my dad so much." Aiden patted her back awkwardly, his voice softening. "It must have been terrifying to be here alone," he said. "But you're okay now. Let's go see your dad." As they made their way out of the dark prison, the Underlord watched them, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I didn't think you'd still have the capacity for empathy in that head of yours," he remarked. Aiden glanced at him, a hint of irritation in his eyes. "What do you take me for? What do you think of me?" The Underlord shrugged. "It just feels a bit different from who you were in your past life," he said. At this point, the girl, Eldest, was very excited. She quickly opened the door and called out for her father. Her father, Joseph, was shocked to see her and called her name Eldest. Eldest immediately hugged her father tightly, tears streaming down her face. Joseph was crying too and kept apologizing to her. Meanwhile, Aiden stood nearby, just watching them with a smile on his face. After a while, Eldest fell asleep, and Aiden and Joseph started talking. Joseph thanked Aiden sincerely, showing him deep respect. However, Aiden told him that things were not over yet. With a crazy smile, he said, "Now comes the most important part. It's time to settle up, customer." Joseph smiled and agreed, saying, "Of course I should compensate you. How much do you want?" Aiden smirked and asked Joseph, "How much do you think your daughter's life is worth?" Joseph was taken aback and replied, "Well, my daughter is more precious to me than my own life. If it's money, I would spend my whole life paying you back." But Aiden shook his head, saying he already had plenty of money. Joseph was confused as Aiden continued. "Is there anything else? For example, your alchemy skills?" Joseph hesitated, then asked if Aiden meant his alchemy. Aiden nodded and said, "Yes, what I need right now is an alchemist with skills as meticulous as yours." Joseph realized that Aiden had known about his alchemy skills all along and that now it was time to pay the price for the help he received. Suddenly, Joseph showed Aiden a blue elixir. Aiden recognized it immediately and thought to himself, "That's it. That's what I saw in my previous life." Joseph explained that this was the highest grade elixir he had ever made and offered it to Aiden as part of his repayment, saying he could try it. Aiden was thrilled and eagerly asked if he could drink it. Joseph smiled and confirmed, "Yes, of course. It's part of your repayment." As Aiden lifted the elixir to his lips, the Underlord inside him commented, "Wipe your drool. It's disgusting." Aiden ignored him, drinking the elixir in one gulp. As soon as he drank it, Aiden was suddenly surrounded by flames, which left the Underlord puzzled. Aiden felt a surge of power and thought to himself, "As expected, it's top grade. Just drinking one elixir has doubled my mana capacity." Aiden told Joseph that the elixir was excellent beyond comparison. Joseph laughed and said that, as repayment, he would continue making these elixirs for him. But Aiden smirked and proposed something different. He asked Joseph if he would consider joining their duke's household. If Joseph agreed, they would protect him and his daughter. Joseph was shocked upon hearing this. He asked Aiden, "Who exactly are you?" Aiden apologized for the late introduction and then introduced himself, saying, "I am Aiden Regressed, the eldest son of the Regressed family." Joseph was surprised and asked, "Aren't you the troll prince everyone's been talking about lately?" Aiden felt annoyed at being called the troll prince again and thought to himself, "What the heck?" The Underlord inside him commented that it seemed Aiden had gained quite a notorious reputation. Ignoring the remark, Joseph asked Aiden what a young master of the Duke's household was doing in such a humble place. Aiden explained that there was an urgent matter he needed Joseph's help with. He assured Joseph that if he could help resolve the issue, the Duke's household would protect Joseph's family for life. Aiden then asked, "Isn't that a good offer?" Joseph agreed that it was, but he was still confused. He asked Aiden what the urgent matter was and suggested they start by addressing that. A short time later, at Cassie's research lab, Joseph and Aiden met with Cassie. Joseph took Cassie's hand and examined her, stating, "This is the most severe case of mana vein syndrome I've ever seen. If it weren't for the exceptional strength of the beastskin race, they would have been long dead by now." He added that it might be possible to cure it by making the medicine using the method Aiden had shown him. However, the problem lay in obtaining the necessary ingredients. Aiden assured him that their household could procure the ingredients. But Joseph shook his head and explained, "These aren't just any ingredients. They're nearly impossible to obtain." Checking the notes in front of him, he read, "Mana vein syndrome is a disease where the mana channels freeze up. According to this treatment method, we need extreme fire attribute mana to treat the frozen mana channels." Aiden asked how they could obtain extreme fire attribute mana. Joseph remained silent, so Cassie answered, "You could get it from things like a fire dragon's heart or a phoenix's feather." However, she quickly added, "But how can we find such legendary creatures?" Cassie guessed that it couldn't be helped, but she still appreciated Aiden's willingness to help. Aiden reached into his secret pocket and asked Cassie, "Do you mean something like this?" He then pulled out a phoenix feather, revealing that he had one. Cassie and Joseph were both stunned, staring at the feather in disbelief. They were confused as to why Aiden would have such a rare item. Joseph asked, "How on earth did you get something we've only heard about in legends?" Aiden shrugged and simply said, "The phoenix dropped it." He handed the feather to Joseph, who examined it closely. Joseph nodded and said, "This is enough. With this, it's definitely possible to create the medicine. Give me 2 days." Cassie was still watching them, startled. Tears began to fall from her eyes as she realized the situation might be salvaged. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Philip entered, asking if young Master Aiden was there. Aiden turned to him and asked, "What's the matter?" Philip informed him that Duke Fried was looking for him. Aiden thought to himself, "That's right, I disappeared without saying anything this time." At Duke Fried's office, the Duke greeted Aiden and mentioned that he had heard Aiden went to Myclon City. Aiden confirmed this, explaining that he had some business to attend to there. He immediately apologized, saying he should have informed his father before leaving. But Duke Fried waved off his apology, saying, "I didn't call you here to scold you." Aiden was surprised and asked, "Then what is the reason for calling me?" Duke Fried smiled and said, "We've received an invitation to the Imperial Banquet to celebrate the Crown Prince's upcoming birthday. I want you to attend this time." Aiden was shocked. Hasn't Carl usually attended such events on behalf of the family? He asked, thinking about how much he still had to do. His father nodded, smiling. Yes, but Carl declined, saying he needed to attend to the knights. Besides, many people want to see you. Aiden was stunned. "But I'm also busy," he protested. He then asked his father, "Is this the 450th Imperial year?" Aiden's father nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. You must attend this banquet, no matter how much you dislike it." Surprisingly, Aiden smiled and agreed. "All right, I'll go," he said, which left Duke Fried shocked. Aiden continued, still smiling. "I suppose I have no choice since Carl is busy. I'll just think of it as making an appearance." Duke Fried told him, "You've made a good decision. Be careful on your trip." After talking to his father, Aiden was walking down the hall when the Underlord spoke up, saying, "You wouldn't agree to go to such a place without a reason. What's your real motive for suddenly attending the Imperial Banquet?" Aiden replied, "A major event will happen at this year's banquet. The Black Mages will launch an attack, and at the center of it all will be the Queen of the Black Mages, the Silver Witch. I must bring that woman to our side." The Underlord was puzzled and asked, "Don't you despise Black Mages? Why are you trying to ally with someone you hate?" Aiden explained, "Unlike the radical, heretical Black Mage group, Chaos, she leads the moderate faction, Fire of Florence. Although I ended her life in my previous one, things might turn out differently this time." He then recalled a memory from his past life, where he was killing the Silver Witch. In that moment, she had told him, "If we had met under different circumstances, we might have become quite close." Aiden thought to himself, "It's a pity I couldn't reform the corrupted black magic back then or re-establish the true will of Florence." As they rode in the carriage, Aiden asked Lo, "Do we really need such a large entourage just to go to the Imperial Palace for a birthday banquet?" Lo replied, "The size of the escort represents the family's power. It's unavoidable for the sake of the Duke's reputation." However, Lo was curious and asked, "Why are we taking this detour? Is there a specific reason you insisted on stopping by this village instead of taking the shortcut?" Aiden replied casually, "I just wanted to take a more leisurely route." But in his mind, he had another reason. He wanted to get more of Joseph's top-grade elixir. However, there was a problem. He recalled Joseph mentioning, "Even if I wanted to make top-grade elixir now, I can't. We need ents tears, which come from tree spirits, as an ingredient. But as you know, they're endangered, and it's hard to even find traces of ents, let alone their tears." Aiden thought to himself, "I've never seen an ent either, so I don't know much about them. But there's someone who definitely would." Aiden smirked and thought, "Might as well pick up a gift while I'm at it." He then told Lo, "You all go ahead. There's somewhere I need to stop by briefly." Lo offered to escort him, but Aiden declined, saying, "You're weaker than me, so I'll go alone." Lo nodded and said he understood. Aiden got down from the carriage and started walking alone. The Underlord's voice echoed in his mind, asking, "Are you sure there's someone to meet in these mountains?" Aiden replied, "I never said it was a person. It's here. Even now, I can't fully grasp my master's thoughts." Soon, Aiden found himself standing in front of a heart-shaped stone. The Underlord commented, "That heart-shaped stone looks very artificial." Aiden nodded. "It is. It's a gift personally prepared for a disciple who will come someday, or so my master said. He had quite unique tastes." The Underlord asked skeptically, "Are you saying that weird stone is the gift? It feels like nothing more than an ordinary rock to me." Aiden shrugged. My master had a habit of overpackaging things. Aiden smirked and said, Master, I'll be taking it this time as well. With that, he slashed the heart-shaped stone. The Underlord questioned him. Didn't you just say this was your master's gift? Aiden replied, This is just the wrapping paper. As the stone broke, a hidden passage was revealed, leading into a cave. The Underlord remarked, This looks like a dungeon. Is this supposed to be a gift? Aiden just smirked and said, My master was always an eccentric person. He often spouted nonsense like, As the mercenary king's disciple, you must learn through pain, or you only get stronger by overcoming near-death experiences. Besides, this dungeon isn't just any dungeon. When Aiden entered the cave, monsters appeared, ready to attack. The Underlord asked, By any chance, did you and your master not get along in your past life? Aiden chuckled and said, I told you, he was an eccentric. In my past life, when I entered here without knowing any better, I really thought my master was trying to kill me. But now, I couldn't be more grateful. As the monsters charged, Aiden noticed a figure standing behind them, exuding an evil aura. The Underlord recognized it immediately, saying, It's a lich, a foolish being created when a black mage turns themselves into an undead. Aiden nodded and said, Liches are one of the trickiest opponents if you don't know how to deal with them. I remember the trouble they gave me in my past life. The lich sneered and spoke. Foolish human, you've stepped into this place without fear. I'll turn you into an undead like these others. Aiden ignored the lich's threats and charged straight at him. The lich was taken aback, clearly shocked. Aiden smirked, thinking, if I take down the lich, the rest of the undead he summoned will disappear. Besides, after taking down so many high-level liches in my past life, this half-baked lich is nothing. Aiden summoned his sword Aura and slashed through the lich. The lich's eyes widened in shock as Aiden's blade cut through him. Gritting his teeth, the lich muttered, To think I'd go without seeing the rebirth of the Black Mage Kingdom. As the dead creatures slowly disappeared, Aiden noticed something left behind by the lich. His eyes widened in shock as he picked up the item, examining it closely. The Underlord asked, Is that the pin your master mentioned as a gift? Aiden shook his head. No, I've never seen this before. But this pattern, it feels strangely familiar. We'll keep it for now. The Underlord then suggested, You should collect the lich's bone dust too. Aiden frowned, looking both confused and annoyed. Collect bone dust? Why? The Underlord explained. Didn't you say you were going to look for ints? Lich bone dust is something ints go crazy for. Aiden sighed. I hate to admit it, but I don't know much about ints either. If you're telling me to collect this for some strange reason, you'd better not be messing with me. Cursed one. Trust me for now, the Underlord replied. Aiden started collecting the bone dust, albeit reluctantly. The Underlord then asked, Where exactly is this gift supposed to be? Just wait a bit, Aiden replied. The Underlord couldn't help but tease. A moment ago, you were skeptical, and now you're collecting bone dust like it's valuable. Aiden smirked. Well, it's good to keep useful things, isn't it? As they continued exploring, they came across a room. The Underlord commented, Looks like there's a hidden room in the dungeon. Yeah, Aiden agreed. It's actually a hidden dungeon. As eccentric as my master was, he wasn't so crazy as to leave us in a dungeon with just a lich. The Underlord retorted, Throwing in a lich is already crazy enough. While walking through the room, Aiden spotted something and asked the Underlord, Did you see that in our past life too? The Underlord's voice took on a nostalgic tone. How could I forget? If it weren't for that, I would never have lost in our fight. Aiden nodded. It's been a while since I've seen this, the Banshee Spirit Shield. An item imbued with the spirit of a madness-tainted banshee. Aiden thought back to his past life, remembering how the madness from the Banshee Spirit Shield used to affect him, making it difficult to wield. But now he was confident he could handle it. One of the reasons he liked this shield was that it could be worn as a bracelet, unlike most equipment, making it easy to carry around and take out when needed. It was convenient and nostalgic, reminding him of his days as the Dragon Slayer King. He even found himself missing the madness-filled scream of the Banshee. The Underlord commented, You actually missed that? Like master, like disciple. You're both not normal. Aiden waved him off. Quiet. It's time to get out of here. He turned and called out. Should I call you out? I know you've been watching everything. I'd like to make a deal. Will you show yourself? Suddenly, a figure appeared, smirking. I've been waiting for you to call. Sucker, dear customer. Looks like you need to make a deal. The figure smiled and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Rabbits, a spirit merchant from the Friendly Spirit Emporium. If there's anything you need, just name it. Potions, weapons, food, you name it. There's nothing our Spirit Emporium doesn't have. Aiden nodded, recognizing the type. Spirit merchants are spirits of trade with strong monetary desires. The Spirit Emporium was created when these merchants gathered, with the head merchant as their leader. Aiden knew that typically, when someone cleared a dungeon, the Emporium sent a spirit to trade for the byproducts found there. Rabbits laughed and pointed at Aiden's arm. You're going to trade that Banshee Spirit Shield, right? What luck! I can buy it from you at a good price. Aiden shook his head. No, I'm not selling this. Rabbit's smile faded, replaced by confusion and disappointment. What kind of deal do you want, then? I want information, Aiden replied. I need to know the location of end dwellings on this western continent. Rabbits perked up, considering the request. You want to buy information on end dwellings? Interesting. That's not your usual request. But the Spirit Emporium deals in all kinds of goods, including information. Let's see what we can work out. Rabbits considered the request and said, the information about end dwellings is quite expensive. Even at a discount, the location of a small village would cost you 2,000 gold. Aiden shook his head. No, the price is 4,000 gold. Rabbit's eyes widened in surprise. For 1,000 gold? Are you serious? The Underlord, watching the exchange, couldn't help but interject. Are you crazy? Why are you doubling the price? Do you owe this spirit something from your past life? Aiden grinned. I do owe him, but this is just part of what my master taught me. The Underlord was puzzled. And what exactly did he teach you? Aiden smirked. The art of milking spirit merchants. My master was very skilled at it, and I learned from the best. I milked him like this in my past life, and I'll do it again. He turned back to Rabbits. Here's the deal. You give me the location of the end dwellings and 4,000 gold. Rabbits looked annoyed, his ears twitching in frustration. Wait a minute. Are you saying you're not using 4,000 gold to buy the information, but you're asking for 4,000 gold and the information? Have you lost your mind after fighting all those monsters? Aiden just smirked. No, I'm proposing a trade. I'll sell you what's behind me. He gestured to the area behind him, his smile never wavering. What do you think? Rabbit's eyes widened in shock as he realized what Aiden was referring to. How did a human like you? He trailed off, clearly flustered. Aiden kept smiling. If you don't want it, just say so. I can always destroy it. In his previous life, Aiden had been shocked when his master first proposed selling dungeon cores to spirit merchants. Are you saying you're going to sell this to them? He had asked incredulously. His master had nodded, grinning. Exactly. It's my secret money-making scheme. The real reason spirit merchants come to dungeons is for these dungeon cores. Aiden had been baffled. But this thing is so useless no one would take it even for free. Why would they want it? His master shrugged. I don't know why, but they do. When you conquer a dungeon, everything inside it belongs to you, including the core. So you can sell it. And if they don't buy it, just destroy it. Back in the present, Aiden was smirking. So, will you buy it, or should I just smash it? Make up your mind. I don't have all day. Rabbits, the spirit merchant, looked shocked and speechless. He couldn't believe this human knew about dungeon cores. Everyone else left them behind because they didn't know their value. If he told his seniors he bought a dungeon core, he might get insulted, but if he didn't retrieve it, the hat merchants would fire him. Seeing Rabbit's hesitation, Aiden started to draw his sword. All right then, I'll just smash it. Rabbits panicked. Wait a minute. He sighed, defeated. Fine, I'll buy it. Aiden laughed. You should have said so earlier. He received a pouch of platinum coins. These are definitely worth 4,000 gold. It was a good deal. As Aiden turned to leave, he glanced back at Rabbits. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Rabbits muttered under his breath. I hope we never meet again. Then, louder, he added, "You think you can get away with swindling a spirit merchant? Just try to find the Ents village. No human has ever returned from there." Aiden laughed, clutching the platinum coins. The scene shifts to Lo, who had been waiting anxiously for his young master. "It's been half a day since he left," Lo muttered to himself, torn between waiting and going to look for him. Suddenly, he was startled to see Aiden approaching. "Young master, I was worried because you were gone so long," he exclaimed, relieved. Aiden frowned slightly. "Stop it, Lo. That's creepy." Inwardly, he remembered how Lo had treated him in his past life. Sometimes he wished Lo would go back to his old ways. This new demeanor was unsettling, and Aiden couldn't get used to it. Shaking off the thought, Aiden barked, "Anyway, have you rested enough? We're leaving for the Imperial capital right away." Meanwhile, that night, at the entrance of the Banshee's spirit dungeon, the silver witch arrived. "I finally found it," she murmured, but her expression quickly turned to confusion. The area was deserted. Panic flashed across her face when she realized something was missing. "It's gone," she whispered, her voice tinged with disbelief. "It should have been right here." The next day, Aiden and his entourage arrived at the Imperial capital. The carriage came to a halt, and Aiden stepped down, greeted by the Imperial Palace butler. "Welcome to the Imperial capital, young master," the butler said, bowing deeply. "I'll escort you to your guest room in the Imperial Palace." But as he spoke, the butler couldn't hide his disdainful thoughts. "We were expecting young Master Carl, but instead, this delinquent shows up? If he's notorious even here in the Imperial capital, he must be no ordinary troublemaker." The butler gritted his teeth, thinking, "We must absolutely not offend him." Aiden, noticing the butler's tense demeanor, was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Once in his room, Aiden lay back on the luxurious bed, chuckling. Even the beds in the Imperial Palace guest rooms are different, he mused. But then his expression turned serious. "Tonight, the Black Mages will wreak havoc. Last time, many were hurt and killed," he thought, the weight of the impending events settling over him. The Underlord, sensing the tension, asked Aiden, "Why don't you go and give them a heads up?" Aiden smirked, dismissing the idea. "This is such a good opportunity. I can't let it go to waste so easily." The Underlord pressed, "So you're saying you don't care if people die or get hurt?" Aiden shot him a cold glance. "Do you think I'm you? Let me remind you, I was a hero who saved the world in my past life." Then, with a calculating tone, he added, "Just wait. I have a plan." Meanwhile, the party at the Imperial Palace was in full swing. Nobles and dignitaries mingled, exchanging pleasantries, when suddenly, Aiden made his entrance. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Murmurs of confusion spread as some recognized him. "Isn't that the delinquent prince?" someone whispered. "I heard he caught a troll once, but he probably stole someone else's achievement," another sneered. Aiden could hear the whispers, but they didn't faze him. "It's been a while since I've been treated like this," he mused. "People are the same, be they mercenaries or nobles. No matter, I have no business with them. There are 3 people I need to see." As Aiden scanned the room, a man's boisterous voice caught his attention. "The taste of alcohol in the Imperial Palace is truly the best. If only we could import this kind of alcohol to our Magic Tower country," the man declared. Aiden's eyes narrowed as he recognized the voice. "Magician Gustav Dora, it's an honor to meet you," Aiden said, stepping forward. The man, startled, turned to face him. "Do I know you?" he asked, surprised. This was Gustav Dora, the chief magician of Anguis, the city-state of magicians. Aiden greeted him with a slight bow. "Of course I know you. You're one of the top magicians from Anguis." Gustav frowned, clearly wary. "If you're trying to get on the good side of the Magic Tower country, you've come to the wrong person. I'm not on good terms with the higher-ups there." Aiden smirked, unfazed. "I'm not here for that. I've read your book, The Possibilities of Magical Engineering, and I found it quite interesting." Gustav's eyes widened in surprise. "You've read it?" he asked, clearly taken aback. Aiden smiled warmly at Gustav, maintaining a facade of genuine interest. "I couldn't help but be intrigued by the presentation of a new direction I'd never seen before." Gustav, clearly pleased, placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder. To recognize the greatness of magical engineering, unlike those old fogies in the Magic Tower country, you have excellent insight, young Master Aiden. Aiden laughed, playing along. I've never seen such a useful and superior field of study. But in his mind, he thought, that's what I'd say if I hadn't fallen asleep every time I tried to read it. I never even turned the first page. Gustav continued talking enthusiastically about magical engineering, while Aiden nodded along, laughing at the right moments. Meanwhile, the Underlord, growing increasingly irritated, whispered to Aiden, "Please, shut that guy up." Aiden, unfazed, replied internally, "Just pretend you don't have ears." The Underlord pressed, "Why do we need someone obsessed with magical engineering, which isn't even real magic?" Aiden's eyes glinted with foresight. Magical engineering might be dismissed and considered useless right now, but later, it becomes an indispensable technology for everyone. The Underlord, intrigued, asked, "This Gustav must be quite a famous person, then?" Aiden nodded. "He is. Gustav is famous, but not for his magical engineering. He's known as the Mad Magic Tower terrorist Gustav Dora." The Underlord's interest piqued. "A terrorist, not a famous magical engineer?" Aiden continued, his voice low, so only the Underlord could hear. "Soon, Gustav will likely cause an accident during an experiment, have his mana sealed, and be expelled from the Magic Tower country. After that, he'll attack the Magic Tower with the magical engineering weapons he developed alone. He almost annihilated the Magic Tower country. Of course, he was stopped because they had the great magician Shora." Aiden smiled slightly, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Anyway, thanks to that record of almost annihilating the Magic Tower country, magical engineering gained recognition. Isn't that strange?" As if on cue, Gustav burst into laughter. "This is the first time I've had such an in-depth conversation about magical engineering. I wonder if I got too excited and talked too much on my own." Aiden maintained his calm demeanor, even as the man shouted his name. "Not at all. It was a great conversation that broadened my horizons as well," he said to Gustav with a smile. "I'd like to have an even deeper conversation next time we meet." Just then, a loud voice interrupted the moment. "Aiden Remes!" Startled, Aiden turned to see a man glaring at him, his expression filled with rage. Who is this guy? Aiden thought, trying to place the familiar face but coming up blank. The man stepped forward, his fury evident. "You thief! How dare you steal our Cetus family heirloom? I won't forgive you." Aiden blinked, genuinely puzzled. "Who are you?" As the tension in the room escalated, Gustav, who had been observing the exchange, turned to Aiden and asked, "Is there some history between you and young Master Tyan?" Aiden, still trying to piece things together, shook his head. "No, this is the first time I've seen him," he replied, though his mind raced. "Tyan Cetus. That explains why he looked familiar," Aiden thought. Smiling, Aiden addressed Tyan. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tyan. Now I realize why you seem familiar. You resemble your father." But Tyan wasn't having it. "Shut up, you fraud," he snapped. "How dare you scam my father and steal our family heirloom?" Aiden was genuinely confused. He remembered making a deal with Tyan's father, but there was no scam involved, at least not in his eyes. The murmurs among the other nobles grew louder as they questioned Aiden's honor and whispered about how he didn't actually defeat the troll on his own. Aiden, still maintaining his composure, said, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I won this with a fair bet." Tyan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "A fair bet? And I'm supposed to believe someone like you could withstand my father's sword and win?" Aiden laughed, though his patience was wearing thin. "You're going too far," he said, his tone measured. The Underlord, amused, chimed in Aiden's mind. "Surprising that you even know what patience means." Aiden retorted internally, "Are you saying I should just hit him here and now?" Tyan, frustrated, sighed and demanded, "If you're so confident, then why don't you prove it's not a scam? I challenge you to a duel. If you win, I'll kneel and apologize. But if you lose, you return the heirloom and kneel to apologize." Aiden couldn't help but notice how Tyan was becoming increasingly disrespectful. In his mind, Tyan was just as stubborn and pig-headed as his father. Aiden laughed, shaking his head. A duel at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet? How appropriate. Just then, the atmosphere in the room shifted as a new voice entered the fray. How amusing, a duel at my birthday feast. Aiden and Tyan both turned, their expressions turning to shock as they saw the Crown Prince himself standing there, a curious smile on his face. The room fell silent, all eyes now on the prince. As the Crown Prince Mars Immortalia entered, an announcer's voice echoed through the grand hall. The entrance of the Empire's little son, the esteemed Crown Prince's Highness, Mars Immortalia. All the guests, including Aiden and Tyan, bowed their heads in respect as the Crown Prince passed by. Tyan, bowing deeply, greeted the Crown Prince, thinking to himself how unfortunate the timing was. Despite this, the Crown Prince smiled, his demeanor calm yet commanding. I heard an interesting conversation, the Crown Prince said, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Tyan immediately apologized. We accept any punishment for causing this disturbance, Your Highness. Aiden, internally relieved, thought to himself, thank the Crown Prince for saving you, you fool. He also apologized, bowing slightly. However, the Crown Prince waved off their apologies. No need to apologize. Raise your heads, he commanded, and they both complied. With a playful smile, the Crown Prince then said, I would like to see your duel. Would you spar here for me? Both Aiden and Tyan were taken aback, their expressions reflecting their surprise. The Crown Prince continued, young Master Tyan is known for his exceptional martial skills, and young Master Aiden has been making waves with his recent exploits. If you were to showcase your skills for me, it would be the best birthday present I could have asked for. Aiden was momentarily speechless. In his mind, he recalled the Crown Prince's reputation from his previous life. This guy was famous back then too, Aiden thought. He was considered the best candidate to become emperor, but he had one flaw. He's a battle maniac. Aiden realized that refusing the Crown Prince's suggestion wasn't an option, leaving him conflicted about what to do. Suddenly, Tyan smirked, breaking the silence. Gladly, as you command, Your Highness, Tyan replied confidently. Inwardly, Tyan was fuming with jealousy and determination. My father never acknowledged me, but he acknowledged that brat? I don't know what trick Aiden used on my father, but I'll expose him, reclaim our heirloom, and earn the recognition I deserve, Tyan vowed silently. He then laughed, taunting Aiden. Where's your confidence from a moment ago? Now you're trembling like a coward. You've disgraced your family with your actions. Serves you right. Aiden clenched his fist tightly, trying to keep his composure. The Underlord, sensing Aiden's turmoil, asked, Are you sure you're okay? Aiden responded with a calm, controlled voice. Your Highness, I don't particularly enjoy fighting, but since you've commanded it, how could I possibly refuse? His words were respectful, but his eyes held a steely resolve. In his mind, Aiden felt a twinge of sympathy for Margrave Cetus, but he knew he had no choice but to accept the duel. I'll use this chance to teach him some manners, Aiden thought determinedly. The Underlord, sensing Aiden's internal conflict, quipped, You really don't seem all right fighting a kid like this. Are you even human? As the duel began, both Aiden and Tyan stood ready, swords in hand. The Crown Prince, overseeing the event, announced, For safety, the use of sword aura and artifacts is prohibited. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of duel you both will show. Tyan, trying to maintain his composure, assured the Crown Prince, I promise an honorable duel, Your Highness. But inwardly, he was determined to prove that all the rumors about Aiden were nonsense. Aiden, however, laughed lightly, taunting Tyan, Have we started yet? This provocation made Tyan grit his teeth in anger. Your trap was the problem, Tyan snapped, before launching a swift attack on Aiden. In his mind, Tyan dismissed Aiden as an amateur, someone who couldn't possibly have defeated his father. He mentally apologized to the Crown Prince, expecting this duel to end quickly and without incident. But Tyan's expectations were shattered when Aiden's sword unexpectedly struck his forehead, causing him to stagger. The Crown Prince, surprised, exclaimed, Oh ho! A murmur spread through the crowd, with one observer noting, Tyan lost so easily. Aiden, feigning surprise, chuckled, I slipped and it just so happened that I was right there. I guess I got lucky." He added with a grin, "It's hard to judge someone's skills from a coincidence created by mistakes on both sides. Let's call this round invalid." The Crown Prince, still smiling, agreed. "Very well, let's call it invalid. Both of you should focus a bit more next time." Tyan, trying to hide his frustration, agreed with the Crown Prince, but inside, he was seething. "I let my guard down, even against a ruffian like him. But in the end, a knight is a knight, and he must know how to wield a sword." Confused and angry, Tyan thought, "What was that? And what's with that disgusting look on his face?" Determined not to be humiliated again, Tyan declared, "This time, I'll go all out." Aiden, now visibly annoyed, replied nonchalantly, "Sure, you can come at me, or go away, whatever." Tyan, enraged by Aiden's dismissive attitude, vowed, "He might have fooled me once, but never twice." Tyan gripped his sword tightly, and with a fierce determination, swung it at Aiden. But Aiden deftly dodged the attack, momentarily stunned by the speed and strength behind Tyan's strike. As expected of the Margrave's son, Aiden thought, his sword is honest and upright, just like his father. Blocking Tyan's next attack, Aiden couldn't help but comment, "Compared to the Margrave, your sword feels too light." Tyan's anger flared. "What did you say?" "My sword is light," he demanded. Aiden nodded, his tone calm yet provoking. The Margrave's sword was heavy and precise. "But your sword right now, young Master Tyan, looks like it's merely imitating his." The remark enraged Tyan even more. "Imitating?" he echoed in disbelief. Seeing the effect his words had, Aiden continued, "You were so curious about the sword that fought the Margrave, weren't you? Well, I'll show it to you." With that, Aiden swiftly moved to attack. Tyan was momentarily shocked by Aiden's speed, but he quickly regained his composure. "It's not like I can't block this," Tyan thought, confident in his ability. "To think my father was defeated by such a sword. That's ridiculous." But as Aiden's sword approached, it bent in an unexpected manner, slipping past Tyan's defense and striking him on the forehead once again. Tyan staggered, disbelief written all over his face. "Impossible. I blocked it, but how?" The Underlord, observing the duel, remarked, "I thought you'd go easy because of your ties with the Margrave. But you're taking this more seriously than I expected." Aiden smirked. "A stubborn knight like him won't stop unless he's knocked out. If I don't make him faint, I bet he'll keep coming at me until he's dead." As Aiden's strike landed, Tyan felt himself beginning to collapse backward. "I'm falling." To such unheard-of swordsmanship, impossible. But with sheer willpower, he gripped the ground tightly with his feet and forced himself to move forward. "I am Tyan Cetus, the eldest son destined to lead the Cetus family." Tyan roared, rallying himself for one final attack. He attempted to use the mercenary king's swordsmanship, a technique known for its brutal efficiency. But Aiden, with practiced ease, avoided the attack and delivered a swift blow to Tyan's back. The force of the hit caused Tyan to drop his sword and faint, his body falling toward the ground. Just before Tyan hit the ground, a man appeared, catching him effortlessly. The man's voice was calm, but carried a hint of disapproval. "It seems my friend has been causing trouble in my absence." Aiden, feeling the lingering tension in his muscles, thought to himself, "It's fine, I was feeling a bit stiff anyway." His eyes settled on the man who had caught Tyan. "So, this man is acquainted with young Master Tyan. Well, at least I don't have to work as hard to find him now. He's one of the 3 people I came here to see." The man standing before Aiden offered a polite smile and spoke with a calm, measured tone. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said. Aiden quickly recognized him. This was no ordinary noble. The man was none other than Dair Sias, the younger brother of the infamous betrayer knight, King Silbita Sias. Dair continued, "I am Dair Sias of the Sias Archduchy." Aiden stood on the palace balcony, sipping his wine as the cool evening breeze brushed against his face. His gaze wandered over the sprawling city below, but his mind was elsewhere, contemplating the recent duel and the powerful family that Tyan and Dair belonged to. The Sias Archduchy, Aiden mused. The sword that guards the northern continent, the strongest knight family. It said that no one who inherits their blood fails to become a sword master. He sighed, a hint of envy flickering in his thoughts. If I had been reborn into that bloodline, I would already be a sword master by now. His thoughts turned to Deir. That person is called a genius, born once in 100 years in such a family. Aiden couldn't help but acknowledge Deir's skill and reputation, even if it irked him. The scene shifted to Deir, who was now with his friends, laughing and mocking Tyan. Tyan, clearly frustrated, kept insisting, I lost because I let my guard down. Aiden, having re-entered the palace, overheard their conversation. Suddenly, the Underlord appeared beside him, his presence almost palpable. I've heard the name Sias a few times, but Deir is a name I'm hearing for the first time, the Underlord remarked, his tone thoughtful. He then glanced at Aiden. If you need to meet him, isn't this the best time to approach him already? Aiden shook his head. No, a better time will come. Until then, I have to wait patiently. As he spoke, Aiden suddenly felt an intense gaze from behind, startling him for a moment. Before he could react, a group of people surrounded him, eagerly introducing themselves. Aiden was confused by the sudden attention and grew annoyed when someone referred to him as the Troll Master. Annoyed, he excused himself and returned to the terrace, hoping to avoid further encounters. The Underlord's voice echoed in his mind. Don't you find those nobles disgusting? They were looking down on you just a moment ago. Aiden smirked. What's there to hate? Humans are all the same after all. That's how they are. They cling to you when they need you and discard you when you've outlived your usefulness. He paused, then added with a touch of irony, Don't trust me too much. I'm a human, after all. The Underlord's response was unexpected. I do trust you. Aiden rolled his eyes, annoyed. That's unexpectedly touching, he replied sarcastically. But the Underlord wasn't done. You're more like a troll, so that's why I trust you. Aiden's irritation flared. You're dead once we return. I'm reserving 100 bottles of holy potion for you. Suddenly, a beautiful girl appeared behind Aiden and said, That swordsmanship earlier, wasn't it from a mercenary king? Aiden was shocked upon hearing this. She recognized my master's swordsmanship, he thought. But more importantly, the energy she emitted felt familiar to him. A smile crept across his face as he mused to himself. As expected, she came on her own. The last person I need to meet. The girl moved closer to Aiden, and he asked, Have you seen this type of swordsmanship before? She quickly replied, No, I've never seen it, only heard about it. She then added, The mercenary king's swordsmanship can render any defense useless. If he had been a knight, he would have surely gained great honor. Aiden thought to himself, That man a knight? He would have told you to give that damn honor to the dogs if it didn't make him any money. Smirking, he responded, Yes, he probably would have. He then asked her, Isn't this banquet too boring? I hate these kinds of formal events. Aiden reflected, No matter how much you change your appearance, how could I forget your presence after fighting against you hundreds of times? He smiled and said, Isn't that right, Niceta Florence? She was momentarily shocked, but quickly composed herself. So, you already knew about me. Let me ask you a question, she said. How did you awaken that sword? Aiden happily answered, I had a little help from a friend. In his mind, he thought, I figured it out. You came because you saw Beelzebub with me. Niceta seemed somewhat irritated as a dark aura surrounded her. Trying to be evasive? Then let me ask you again, she demanded. Where is that demonic energy flowing from your body coming from? At that moment, Aiden began to sweat. As expected, what an immense murderous aura, he thought. If it's the demonic energy she's sensing, could it be the Underlord? How amusing. He considered, we'll discuss that later. Although we were at each other's throats in our past lives, let's try something different this time. He smirked and said, I'm on your side. Niceta looked puzzled. On my side? As if you know about me. She said. Aiden continued, the leader of the moderate faction of Black Mages, the Fire of Florence, the Silver Witch. The last lineage of the Kingdom of Black Mages, the Florence Kingdom. The head of the intelligence organization, White Moon. Is that enough? Or, do you want to know more about yourself from me? After hearing all of this, Niceta was puzzled and confused. She gritted her teeth and asked, "How do you know that much?" Aiden noticed that her murderous aura had diminished, but he addressed something else. "We don't have much time. Something is about to start." Niceta pressed him. "Stop evading and answer me already." But then, she suddenly noticed something, her eyes widening in shock. "Is this black magic to summon the undead? I didn't expect them to escalate things this much." Aiden responded calmly. "These guys always follow the same obvious pattern as always." He then added, "This black magic won't end until the caster is dead, right? You seem to have many questions for me, but let's handle this situation first." He began to smile and said, "You're here to capture the heretical black mage group Chaos, aren't you?" Niceta was even more shocked, sweat forming on her brow. "He even knows that I'm here to capture Chaos? Who the hell is this guy?" she thought. She quickly composed herself and said, "We'll continue our conversation later." Then, she suddenly disappeared. Aiden thought to himself, "I'll let Niceta handle that side." Just then, undead began to appear where the black magic was cast. Aiden remarked, "Let's take care of this side, shall we?" As they moved inside the banquet hall, soldiers rushed in front of them, shouting, "Don't let the undead get any further inside." Suddenly, Tyan appeared, swiftly slashing his sword at the undead. With one powerful strike, many of the undead were sent flying. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. They're just the weakest undead." Aiden entered the hall, and after seeing Tyan using sword aura, the Underlord inside him remarked, "Oh, even that junior Margrave has reached the stage of advanced sword aura." Aiden acknowledged, being at the advanced sword aura stage means he's definitely strong, but he just picked the wrong opponent earlier. He must always feel like he's losing because of his friend Dair. Suddenly, an undead troll appeared, leaving the soldiers stunned. One of them exclaimed, "When are the reinforcements coming?" Tyan, recognizing the danger, thought to himself, "An undead troll? That's dangerous. We'll have to wait for reinforcements." But before he could react, Dair moved swiftly beside him, striking the troll with his sword aura and killing it instantly. The Underlord inside Aiden remarked, "That guy, Dair, seems to be just a step away from becoming a sword master." Aiden replied, "You're right. He's at the stage just before the wall of sword master, a semi-master." He continued, "Tyan is strong, but having his close friend and rival be Dair, he's got terrible luck." The Underlord then asked Aiden, "Why aren't you helping them and just loafing around?" Aiden responded calmly, "They can handle this on their own. They don't need my help at all. Besides, there's something I need to confirm." The Underlord seemed confused by this response. Suddenly, some armored undead appeared. While Dair and Tyan were fighting against the undead, Tyan sensed an incredibly dense, demonic energy from somewhere and mentioned it to Dair. At that moment, an armored, masked man moved toward Dair, calling his name. Just as the armored undead was about to strike, Dair felt a moment of fear. Before the attack could land, Aiden appeared in front of him, using his Banshee shield to block the strike. In Aiden's mind, he thought, finally, the one who ruined this banquet has appeared, the strongest of the undead, the Death Knight. Plus, I thought something was off, and as expected, even though it's the strongest undead, Dair, as a semi-master, should be able to handle it. I always wondered why he lost in my past life. But this guy, he's been strengthened with dark magic to have power beyond that of a semi-master. He continued to think, I wouldn't have been able to block that attack if it weren't for the Banshee's spirit shield. Now I understand why Dair lost against him in my past life. The Death Knight kept repeating Dair's name, water dripping from his mouth. Aiden was shocked to hear the Death Knight speak Dair's name and thought to himself, I don't need any of the other distractions. In that moment, the undead knight attacked Aiden again with precise force, but Aiden managed to block it once more. As he held off the attack, a realization struck him. So that's what it was, he thought. I should have realized something was wrong from the start. I should have noticed that the undead weren't moving to attack randomly, but were instead trying to separate Dair from the other soldiers. Aiden quickly pieced it all together. Everything here was planned to kill Dair. The Death Knight attacked Aiden again, but he blocked it with his Banshee shield. Aiden thought, as expected from a semi-master level Death Knight. Even blocking his attacks feels overwhelming. Suddenly, Aiden called out to Daer. Now's the time. Attack the Death Knight. Daer charged with all his strength, but the Death Knight easily blocked his spear with his sword. Daer was shocked. He blocked my spear like it was nothing. Aiden grew angry. Aiden frowned, his thoughts racing. Judging by the amount of magical power I sensed, he must be at least a semi-master. He considered, feeling the weight of the situation. But something gnawed at him, something deeper than just the presence of a powerful individual. Why target Daer specifically? His mind worked quickly, connecting the dots. The person who would benefit the most from Daer's disappearance. The person who sees Daer's existence as a thorn in their side. Aiden's breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him hard, a cold sweat dripping from his forehead. There's only one person that fits that description. Solbita, he muttered under his breath, the name feeling heavier than usual. He began piecing it together. Solbita, the eldest son of the family, overshadowed by his younger brother Daer, who had been hailed as a historical genius, a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Despite his position as the firstborn, Solbita had always struggled to stand out, his achievements dwarfed by Daer's extraordinary prowess. In the Grand Duchy of Sias, where rulers are chosen based solely on ability. In his mind, he cursed Solbita, that bastard. He remembered the past and how Solbita had become the Night King by luck because of a similar incident. How did he become the Night King after killing his own brother? Aiden thought. And worse, he's been working with the black mages behind my back. The more I look into it, the worse it gets. Daer, frustrated, asked, how can we defeat someone who isn't even getting hurt by our attacks? Aiden replied, I have a way to kill that monster. Daer was surprised. You're saying there's a way to beat something that strong? Aiden nodded confidently. It's a tactic that can defeat even stronger opponents. It's called the provocation tactic. Daer, still shocked, thought to himself, provocation tactic? Can that even be called a tactic? But he gripped his spear tightly and said, all right, let's try it, whatever it is. Just then, the Underlord appeared and asked Aiden, when have you ever not provoked your opponents? Aiden smirked, replying, that just means it works, and giving it a name makes it sound more official. Meanwhile, the Death Knight was focusing on Daer, telling himself, Daer must die. He rushed toward Daer to attack. Daer was scared, but just before the Death Knight could strike, Aiden appeared again and blocked the attack with his Banshee shield. Aiden thought to himself, as expected, Solbita, you're skilled in betrayal. But things won't go as you planned this time. He then provoked the Death Knight, yelling, come out, you annoying insect. Daer readied himself to attack again, but the Death Knight saw him coming. Before Daer could strike, the Death Knight dodged and leaped into the air. Aiden thought, as expected of a semi-master, his strength is incredible when he gets serious. Daer, on the other hand, thought, if my spear had hit properly, even a Death Knight would have been shattered. The Death Knight attacked Daer from above, but Daer didn't feel anything from his spear. Suddenly, he saw the Death Knight coming at him and was shocked. But just before the attack landed, Daer managed to escape. The impact from the Death Knight's strike stirred up a cloud of dust. The Death Knight grew more annoyed as Aiden dodged and provoked him again. Furious, the Death Knight yelled, before I kill Daer, I'll kill you. This cycle repeated. Aiden blocked the Death Knight's attacks. Then Daer would strike, but they couldn't land a solid hit. The Death Knight became increasingly frustrated and angrier. Daer said to Aiden, we've blocked all his attacks, but we haven't been able to hurt him at all. How can we even make a scratch? Aiden just smiled. Daer was shocked to see him smiling and called out, young master. The Underlord, also surprised, said, isn't there something strange with Aiden's condition? Beelzebub, are you possessing him again? Beelzebub replied, no, Lord of the Underworld, it's not me. Aiden smirked and said, don't worry, I'm still in my right mind. The Underlord replied, worry? Don't be ridiculous. I'm only concerned because if you die, I'll be in danger too. Right now, you're barely managing to block and can't even attack. Aiden chuckled and said, don't be embarrassed. It's not that I can't attack. I'm choosing not to. Surprised, the Underlord asked, You're choosing not to? Aiden explained, Right now, I can't harm him with my power alone. That's why I need the power of this shield. The Underlord responded, Are you planning to strike him with the spirit of that shield? Suddenly, a powerful aura from the Banshee's spirit surrounded Aiden. Aiden said, The Banshee's spirit shield is filled with a spirit tainted by madness. The more I use it, the more madness fills the shield, making me stronger as I'm infected by it. Then, with a wild smile on his face, Aiden flew up and attacked the Death Knight. He thought, I can fight at the level of a semi-master now. Dayer, watching, felt frustrated. What is this? Has he been hiding his strength all along, he thought. I knew Aiden was strong from our fight, but I never imagined he had reached the level of a semi-master like me. Sweat dripped from Dayer as he continued thinking. No, he's more than just a semi-master. Young Master Aiden is strong enough to overwhelm even that Death Knight. Aiden's attack finally injured the Death Knight, who gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite this, Aiden kept that wild smile on his face, thinking, that madness made me a bit off target. The Underlord, surprised, commented, It seems like all your equipment, starting with Beelzebub, is far from ordinary. Aiden replied, The better the item, the more flaws it has. The Underlord retorted, What nonsense is that? They say items resemble their owners. Suddenly, the madness surrounding Aiden grew more intense. Aiden said, It's been a while, and this madness is getting harder to control. It's time to end this. Activating his ring of swiftness, Aiden moved just as the Death Knight was about to attack him. The Death Knight, furious, yelled, Die, you damn insect! But he was shocked to realize that Aiden was already in the air above him, moving too fast to be seen. At that moment, Aiden launched another attack, striking the Death Knight on the other side. The Death Knight, now bleeding, gritted his teeth in anger. I can't see him. Where are you, insect? Aiden laughed and taunted him. I'm right here, you slow fool. Aiden attacked the Death Knight from behind. Dayer, sweating as he watched, thought, He's even faster and stronger than before. If I try to help, I just get in the way. Aiden smirked at the Death Knight and said, Go ahead and wait. I'll send your master, the Night King, to join you soon. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing the Death Knight to scream in agony. The Death Knight thought, I'm dying. If I die now, my mission will fail. Desperate, he suddenly moved toward Dayer to attack him. Dayer was shocked by the sudden assault, unable to move. The Death Knight, closing in on him, shouted, There will be no mission failure. As Aiden prepared his final strike, believing he would finish the Death Knight once and for all, he noticed something odd. Just before his attack could land, the Death Knight had vanished. Confused, Aiden scanned the battlefield and his heart sank as he saw the dark figure of the Death Knight closing in on Dayer. The speed of the Knight's movements had been too fast, leaving even Aiden puzzled. He thought, where did he go? How could he have moved so quickly? Dayer stood frozen, his body betraying him under the sudden pressure of the Death Knight's approach. Sweat dripped down his face as panic set in. He had no time to think, no time to react. The Death Knight's sword was inches away, ready to end him. Meanwhile, Aiden felt the side effects of the ring of swiftness creeping over him. His limbs trembled as if they were being weighed down by invisible chains. His thoughts were racing. At this rate, everything will go according to Silbeda's plan. He tried to push back against the fatigue, but his body refused to listen. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Tyan rushed forward with a shout. Get away from Dayer! He sprinted toward the Death Knight, with his sword gripped tightly, determination blazing in his eyes. Dayer is much stronger than me, Tyan thought, but even he couldn't handle this guy. I can't let my closest friend and rival die here. As he charged, Tyan recalled Aiden's words from earlier in their training. Your sword is too light, Tyan. Compared to the border counts, your strikes lack weight. Something inside Tyan clicked. His sword aura flared, becoming denser and more powerful than ever before. With renewed strength and resolve, he swung his blade just before the Death Knight could land his blow on Dayer. In a single, Powerful strike. Taiyan's sword cleaved through the Death Knight, cutting him clean in half. As the dark figure dissolved into mist, the Death Knight uttered one final, chilling sentence. The mission isn't over yet. Then he disappeared entirely. The remaining smaller Death Knights, which had been terrorizing the battlefield, vanished in the same instant. The soldiers who had been struggling against the undead were left in shock. One soldier muttered, "He cut that Death Knight down in one strike." Another said in disbelief, "Did young Master Taiyan just take it down alone?" The battlefield erupted with cheers. Soldiers began shouting, "Young Master Taiyan defeated the Death Knight." Their voices echoed in celebration. Another soldier exclaimed, as expected of someone who inherited the blood of a sword master. Despite the joyous atmosphere, Taiyan stood there, drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy. He glanced at Dayer, who was now grinning widely. "You've done it," Dayer said, his voice filled with pride. "You've become a semi-master, Taiyan." His eyes gleamed with gratitude and respect. "You've finally become a semi-master, and now you've even saved my life," Dayer said, smiling proudly. With a firm shake, he added, "You're truly my rival, Taiyan. I'll repay this debt one day, mark my words." Taiyan, still drenched in sweat, nodded casually, "Yeah, sure," but his mind was elsewhere, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Did I really take down that Death Knight in one strike? The memory of the slash replayed in his mind, but something felt off. The sensation lingered, unfamiliar and unsettling. As the soldiers gathered around them, celebrating their victory, Dayer turned toward where Aiden had been. "Above all, we can't forget to mention," he paused mid-sentence, blinking in surprise. "Huh? Where did he go?" Aiden had vanished, leaving Dayer puzzled. Meanwhile, Aiden, struggling under the effects of the Ring of Swiftness, was barely able to walk. His legs trembled, and he felt his strength waning. "Forcibly raising my power is taking too much of a toll," he thought. "Now that the job's done, I need to get home and rest." Out of nowhere, Underlord appeared beside him. "Shouldn't you enjoy the victory a little?" he asked, his voice dripping with dark amusement. Aiden, sweating and nearly collapsing, responded, "If I don't rest now, I might rest forever. There's no joy in this. It's far too early to feel victory." His eyes narrowed. "This is just the first step of my revenge." His mind wandered back to the revelation, and he muttered, "But to think that straight-laced Night King Silbita was in cahoots with black mages. Who knows what the rest of his colleagues were up to behind my back in the past?" As Aiden slowly made his way toward the exit, Underlord chimed in again. At least the timing worked out well. It almost played perfectly into the Night King's plan. Aiden smirked. "Yeah, I told you the Silver Witch could handle the Chaos followers, and she did. The Silver Witch is really strong." He then added, "Thanks to her dealing with them in time, the summoning spell was broken, and the Death Knight disappeared. It could have been much worse otherwise." Suddenly, Lo came running toward him, shouting, "Young Master! Young Master!" Aiden, still trembling and barely able to stand, turned to see Lo, who looked like he had been through a rough battle himself. Lo, panting heavily, asked, "Are you all right?" The undead suddenly attacked outside. Aiden, barely able to hold himself up, responded dryly, "Do I look okay to you?" He then added with a strained voice, "Where were you until now?" Lo, his face battered and bruised, looked down in shame. "I'm sorry, young master. I was dealing with the undead inside the palace." Aiden, despite his condition, managed a faint smile. "No, you did great, Lo. Now let's get out of here and rest." Aiden found himself in the Imperial Palace guest room, waking up suddenly from a deep sleep. He blinked in confusion, rubbing his eyes. "I passed out as soon as I got here yesterday. I wonder how many hours I slept." Just as he was about to sit up, a voice startled him. "You sure can sleep for a while." Aiden jumped in shock, shouting as he realized Nisida was standing behind him. She gazed at him with a calm, almost amused expression. "No one's coming, no matter how loud you scream," she said. "I've already put up a sound-blocking barrier around this area." Sweating nervously, Aiden replied, "Oh, is that so?" His mind raced. I knew this was coming, but I didn't expect her to show up the very next day. Gathering his composure, he asked, "How did you manage to get in here?" Niceta, walking slowly toward him, smirked. "Getting into a place like this is easier than wringing a goblin's neck," she said, her tone turning serious. "Now it's your turn to answer me." Her aura shifted, becoming menacing as she emitted a powerful, dangerous energy. "How do you know about me?" she demanded, her killing intent filling the room. Aiden's heart raced as he thought, "Ugh, killing intent right after waking up?" She added coldly, "If you try any tricks, I'll kill you right away." Aiden, still seated on the bed, raised his hands defensively and said with a forced smile, "I just want to maintain an amicable relationship with Lady Niceta." He then continued, "Because we both have the same goal." Niceta's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "You, a noble of the Empire, have the same goal as me? How is that possible?" She stepped closer, her gaze unyielding. "Do you even know what my goal is?" Aiden grinned confidently. "You despise black mages." Her reaction was immediate. Her body tensed, and her fist clenched in shock. Aiden, still grinning, knew he had struck a nerve. Suddenly, Niceta's left hand began to glow with a purple aura, dark and ominous. Aiden's eyes widened as she moved closer, her voice filled with venom. "Say that again. What about black mages?" Aiden kept his composure despite the dangerous energy emanating from her. "These days, it seems like black mages have forgotten their principles." Niceta froze, a look of confusion crossing her face. Sweat began to drip down her brow, her anger mingled with uncertainty. Aiden stood, slowly continuing. "A long time ago, someone once told me, and showed me, that originally, black magic was a power created to purify lands tainted by dark mana and to fight against the monsters of the underworld." Niceta's eyes widened further as he added, "The current black mages are walking the wrong path, and we need to correct the renegade black mages." Aiden's voice grew firmer as he stood before her. "I, too, dislike these renegade black mages, especially those chaos bastards who attacked the Imperial Palace yesterday." Aiden extended his hand toward Niceta, smiling confidently. "Isn't that enough to maintain a friendly relationship?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with a mix of sincerity and calculated charm. Niceta, still radiating power, hesitated, her mind racing. Not only does an imperial noble know the essence of black magic, but he even acknowledges black mages. Sweat dripped from her face as she tried to comprehend the situation. Is this really true? Or is this just a ploy to save himself from me killing him? Before she could form a response, Aiden grinned even wider. "You can take your time thinking it over," he said lightly. "In exchange, I'll give you some useful information." Niceta raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Do you think there's something I don't know, being part of the intelligence organization?" Aiden nodded confidently. "Of course, because only I know about this." He leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper, his lips almost brushing her ear. "Because this is something that will happen in the future." Before he could finish, the door burst open with a loud thud. Lo entered in a rush, shouting, "Young master, you have a visitor." Beside him stood Tyan, looking very serious and focused. "Aiden, I need to talk to you." Tyan's voice trailed off, his expression shifting to surprise as he saw Aiden standing incredibly close to Niceta. Sweat began to form on Tyan's brow, his face turning red as he realized the scene before him. "Pardon me?" Tyan stammered, quickly backing out of the room and slamming the door shut behind him before Aiden could explain. Aiden blinked, flustered, and muttered, "It's a misunderstanding," but Tyan was already gone. Aiden tried his best to brush off the misunderstanding, but Tyan's serious expression showed no signs of fading. Sweat trickled down Aiden's face as he thought to himself, "Tyan is seriously misunderstanding things here." He shifted nervously, his mind racing, grateful that at least he had managed to convey the essential information to Niceta before she left. He had warned her about the upcoming drought in Barkan territory, which would strike soon. A few minutes prior, Niceta had expressed disbelief. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Do you expect me to believe that?" she had asked, her tone sharp. "A drought in Barkan territory." known as the Land of Plenty? That's an agricultural region that hasn't had a single drought since the founding of the empire. And now you're saying a drought will suddenly hit such a place. Aiden had felt the pressure building. He had shouted in response, "Just believe me for now. There will be a drought within 3 months." He had pointed towards the door and added urgently, "More importantly, we need to hurry up and catch Tyan. It might not matter to you, but if this continues, I'll be caught up in another strange misunderstanding." Nisita had been unimpressed by his plea. "Is there anything left to misunderstand?" she had asked with a smirk. "You're already famous for being a delinquent." Exasperated, Aiden had shouted back, "Just trust me for now, and we'll talk later." Nisita's eyes had widened slightly, but she finally relented. "This better not be a lie," she had warned, "or I'll know how to find you, even if you run away." Now back in the present, Aiden was still sweating and shaking slightly. The drought will definitely come, he thought nervously. When it does, Nisita will have to believe me. He tried to distract himself by addressing Tyan. "By the way, what brings you to my quarters?" Tyan hesitated, gripping his hands tightly. Well," he started, but Aiden cut him off, asking, "Did you come for another duel?" Tyan clenched his fists, his face flushed with frustration. "It's very frustrating for me," he admitted, "but you're the rightful owner of the Beelzebub sword. And as my father said, you deserve to have that sword." Aiden blinked, surprised. What's with this all of a sudden? He thought to himself, stating the obvious. Tyan's unexpected words left him curious, wondering if there was more beneath the surface of this encounter. Aiden watched as Tyan bowed his head, clearly surprised. Is this really the same stubborn mini-border count from yesterday? Aiden thought, baffled by the sudden show of gratitude. Tyan continued, "If it weren't for you, I would have lost my closest friend. I'm truly grateful." His voice grew more somber as he added, "People say I cut down the Death Knight and protected the Imperial family, but you've probably already noticed, it disappeared before I cut it. But in that moment, I saw it clearly, the way to break through the Sword Master's wall, just like you taught me." Aiden grinned internally, thinking, I thought he had the same bull-headed personality as his father, but perhaps not. That last attack did resemble his father's, though. Before he could respond, Tyan placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder, smiling brightly. "Therefore, young Master Aiden," Tyan said with pride, "I acknowledge you as my rival." Aiden's eyes widened in surprise. Tyan went on, "You're the second person I've ever acknowledged as my rival after Dair. You should be proud of that." Then, Tyan declared, "Someday, I'll defeat you and reclaim the family heirloom. So don't let your guard down. Like father, like son." Aiden thought wryly. He's just as driven as his old man. After a while, the two talked as if they had been friends for years. Their initial tensions seemed to dissolve, and Tyan suggested, "Should we start speaking more casually while we're at it?" Aiden laughed, replying, "Ahaha, I think we're already speaking pretty casually." A few days later, Aiden was in a white carriage, heading back to the Regressed territory. He gazed out the window, watching the changing landscape pass by. Lo, who was seated beside him, said, "We should be arriving at the Regressed territory soon." Aiden nodded absent-mindedly. "I see," he muttered. Suddenly, Aiden turned to Lo and asked, "By the way, how are your injuries?" Lo's face lit up with gratitude, his eyes welling with tears. "Thanks to the holy potion you gave me, young master, all my wounds have healed. It was so expensive. I'm truly grateful to you, young master." Aiden sat back in the carriage, resting his hand on the gifts he had bought for his family. With his other hand on his chin, he turned to Lo and said with a playful smirk, "That's why you need to be nice to me, you punk." Lo smiled brightly. "Yes, sir, I will." Aiden's grin turned mischievous as he thought, "The Imperial family sure is generous, aren't they? Gave me enough money to buy several mansions as a thank you for saving them." His gaze shifted toward the pile of gifts he'd picked out. "Thanks to that, I bought some things I needed and some gifts for my parents and colleagues." Aiden then thought of Ellis and felt a small wave of uncertainty. "I hope Ellis likes the gifts I got for her. I should have been more careful picking out things for the kids." But, glancing over them again, he reassured himself, "Well, I'm sure she'll like them." Finally, they arrived in Mariland City, in the Regressed territory. The streets were lined with people, cheering and waving in celebration. "Long live the troll prince," someone shouted, and another chimed in. "Our young master protected the imperial palace from the undead." Aiden gritted his teeth, his anger simmering. The rumor already spread this far? He thought in frustration, wondering how quickly the news had reached even his home. The Underlord's voice echoed in his mind, with a sardonic chuckle. "They do say human rumors spread faster than the wind, don't they?" Aiden put his hand over his mouth, shaking his head. "Anyway, I can't get used to these welcoming ceremonies, no matter how many times I see them." Suddenly, something caught his attention. His eyes widened as he shouted, "What on earth is that?" To Aiden's shock, standing tall in the center of the city was a massive golden statue of him. His eyes twitched in disbelief as he realized it was a muscular, heroic version of himself, crafted from pure gold. Lo beamed proudly. "Actually, to commemorate your feat of stopping the High Troll, the Duke has been secretly preparing this." Aiden's jaw dropped, and he shouted, "Father, did you?" Lo, oblivious to Aiden's horror, admired the craftsmanship. "Isn't it beautiful? Those firm pectoral muscles, the bulging biceps, and just look at those clearly defined external obliques." Meanwhile, the Underlord groaned. "Such a hideous... I'm not feeling well. I'm about to vomit." Aiden, snapping out of his disbelief, shouted at the Underlord, Hey, don't throw up inside me." Lo, now confused, looked over at Aiden. "Young master, calm down," he urged, puzzled by the outburst. As Aiden reached the Regressed residence, Lo carried all the gifts, and Aiden instructed, "I'm going to stop by Father's place. You go ahead and distribute all the gifts." As he made his way to his father's office, Aiden's mind was racing with annoyance. To erect such a hideous statue without even consulting me? I need to have a word with Father. His irritation grew as a servant greeted him. "Welcome, young master." Aiden casually replied, "Oh, yeah," but was puzzled by their odd expressions. Why does everyone have that kind of expression today? Am I making them uncomfortable? His annoyance deepened as he thought. It's all because of that weird statue. Now I'm the only one who looks strange. When he reached his father's office, Aiden knocked on the door before entering with a laugh. "Father, I'm here," he said, trying to keep his tone light. "I definitely saw that statue in the village." But his father, Duke Fried, interrupted with a somber tone, "I'm sorry." Aiden blinked, taken aback. He rubbed the back of his head, thinking, "Oh no, if you apologize so earnestly, I'll feel like the bad guy." He awkwardly laughed. "Ah, no, it was a great statue." But Fried looked more anxious than before. "I tried to stop them somehow since it was the people you brought, but it was beyond my power." Aiden's eyes widened in confusion. "What do you mean all of a sudden?" Fried took a deep breath, explaining, "The father and daughter you brought, Joseph and Ellis, were taken away by the heresy inquisitors from the Holy Fire Order." Aiden's heart sank, and a wave of dread washed over him. "No way," Fried continued, his tone heavy. "The inquisitors claimed they were runaways from the order. At first, I refused since they were under your protection, but Joseph said with his own mouth that he would go with them. Since he volunteered, I had no grounds to stop them." Aiden's rage flared up, and he slammed his hand on the table, causing a loud bang. "Of course, the two of them were escorted to the Holy Fire Order's headquarters, right?" he asked, his voice shaking with barely contained anger. Fried sighed. "I suppose so." Aiden turned, ready to leave, when his father called out to him. "Son, you know well that we must never touch the three great orders. If we do, not just you, but our entire family will be wiped out." Aiden paused, turning back to face his father with a calm smile. "Don't worry, Father. I just want to see their faces one last time. That's all." Fried, still uneasy, nodded. "In that case, be careful on your way." Aiden left the room, but the moment he was out of sight, he clenched his fists tightly, barely able to contain his fury. The Underlord's voice echoed in his mind, mocking, "Your outside and inside are indeed very different." Aiden's expression darkened. "If I had said what I really meant back there, I would have been caught right away, right?" His voice dripped with anger. Order or whatever. How dare they take my people without my permission? His fists tightened further, and his thoughts turned vengeful. If they've done anything to Joseph or Ellis, I'll crush everything they stand for. As Aiden traveled toward the Holy Fire Order headquarters, we learn about the three major holy churches on the continent: the Holy Fire Order, Holy Slaughter Order, and Lawful God Order. These institutions represent and symbolize their respective deities, and even the Empire is cautious when dealing with them. Those chosen by the gods to symbolize these orders are called saints, serving as intermediaries between the divine and human realms. Saints wield immense power and influence, being the very voice and hand of the gods on earth. However, Aiden mused in his thoughts that the Holy Fire Order situation is quite different now. Unlike the other churches, they haven't had a saint for several decades. The loss of their saint has sent the Holy Fire Order into a slow decline, and over the years, it has shrunk to less than a fifth of its former size. Though still one of the continent's three major orders, it's no longer the power it once was. After some time, Aiden's carriage finally arrived at the Holy Fire Order's headquarters. The driver, Pavel, announced, "We have arrived." Aiden stepped out, stretching his arms. At the same time, Lo, who had clearly been struggling with the journey, began vomiting beside him. Aiden thought to himself, back in my mercenary days, I always rode in carriages like this. It brings back good memories. Grinning, Aiden turned to Pavel and said, "Thanks to you, we arrived here very quickly." Pavel nodded respectfully, replying, "As one of our valued customers, this is nothing." Aiden thought back to his past dealings with the trading company and reflected, indeed, using the shortcuts known to merchants has gotten us here much faster. That's why I continued to use this trading company ever since I sold that troll to them. Meanwhile, Lo was still hunched over, vomiting. Aiden, now annoyed, said, "At this rate, you might throw up everything you've eaten since yesterday morning, Lo." Lo, between bouts of vomiting, managed to say, "Please don't worry about me." Aiden sighed, "Just rest here." As he looked up at the Holy Fire Order's grand building, Aiden thought to himself, even though it's weakened, it's still one of the three major churches. It's as imposing as ever. Pavel stood beside him, and Aiden glanced over, saying, "By the way, you were right." Pavel smiled knowingly. "Didn't I tell you? The Holy Fire Order is currently in a closed state. You won't be able to enter. But since you insisted on coming, I brought you here." In front of the massive gates, two guards stood watch, blocking entry. Nearby, a desperate man pleaded with them, trying to enter the church to have his sick son healed. One of the guards, with a stern expression, stopped him and said, "The church is closed. Please try another church." Aiden stood before the entrance of the Holy Fire Order sanctuary, his mind racing with thoughts. Around this time, the main sanctuary should be bustling with people receiving treatment, he thought. But instead, recalling the battle priests blocking the way, the very same priests who were likely involved in the capture of Joseph and his daughter. The order to close the sanctuary around the same time they were taken couldn't be a coincidence. Pavel, standing behind Aiden, nervously asked, "How are you planning to get inside the church?" Aiden smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. He placed a hand on his head casually and said, "I have my ways. Don't worry about it." Sweat dripped down Pavel's face. He knew from Aiden's tone that something reckless was coming, and he thought to himself, what kind of trouble is he planning now? Aiden approached the gatekeepers, his posture confident. "I am Aiden Remes of the house of Duke Remes. I have business inside and wish to enter." The guard, glaring at Aiden, responded angrily, "I'm sorry, but the sanctuary is closed to outsiders. No matter who you are, you cannot enter." Aiden's demeanor became more serious. "I need to go inside." The guard repeated, "You cannot enter." Tension grew between them. Aiden's patience was wearing thin. He gripped his fist tightly and growled, "I will enter." The guard, growing angrier, placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder and gritted his teeth. "Hey, I said you can't go in. Why can't you understand?" In a flash, Aiden grabbed the guard by the neck and slammed him to the ground effortlessly. The other guard, witnessing this, shouted, How dare you attack a priest of the order? Even if you're from a duke's family, you won't get away with this. Without hesitation, Aiden knocked him down with a swift strike to the neck. Both guards collapsed, unconscious. Hobble, wide-eyed and stunned, watched everything unfold in disbelief. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, he thought. But Aiden clearly never needed any. Before stepping into the sanctuary, Aiden spoke to the Underlord in his mind. Be careful. The Underlord replied, confused. Why are you suddenly worried about me? Aiden smirked and said, because this place is full of holy energy. The Underlord shuddered. I see. A very unpleasant place. As Aiden stepped into the church, the two battle priests inside turned to see him. One of them asked in confusion, is it already shift change? The other priest shook his head, realizing who Aiden was, and asked with surprise and anger. Who are you? We told them not to let anyone enter. But Aiden wasn't listening. His eyes widened as he took in the breathtaking beauty of the sanctuary's vast interior. The stained glass windows, golden statues, and shimmering lights were awe-inspiring. Underlord's voice echoed in his mind. By the way, do you even know where Joseph and his daughter are? Aiden, still admiring the grandeur around him, smirked. No, how would I know? Underlord, growing more irritated, asked. Then how do you plan to find them if you don't know? Aiden grinned slyly. I have a way. All the guards, or munches, rushed into the church courtyard. One of them yelled, Intruder! Stop him! Another shouted, He's broken into the sanctuary. Kill him if you have to. Underlord turned to Aiden, concerned. You're not planning to take all of them on, are you? He asked. Aiden smirked. Come on, I'm not that crazy. I don't want the entire Holy Fire Order after me, he replied. I just need to ring the bell of lamentation. With that, Aiden activated his ring of swiftness and began sprinting toward the bell. As Aiden dashed forward, Underlord called out, The bell of lamentation? What's that? Without slowing down, Aiden explained, it's part of the Holy Fire Order's laws. If someone faces a terrible injustice or has a deadly illness with no cure, they can ring the bell to meet the high priest without being stopped. But over time, people started ringing it for petty reasons, so they moved it to the top of the building to make it harder to reach. Why didn't they just get rid of it? Underlord asked. They couldn't. It's part of their law, Aiden shouted back. The munches were now shouting, Stop the intruder. He's going for the bell of lamentation. Aiden's face dripped with sweat as he gritted his teeth, thinking, It's farther than I thought. He activated the ring of swiftness for the third time, pushing himself even harder. As he neared the bell, he thought, I'm almost there. A smile crept onto his face as he imagined reaching the bell. But just then, someone attacked from behind. Aiden dodged, and dust kicked up around him as the attacker hit the ground. That was close. Aiden thought, his teeth clenched. That guy aimed right for me, even though I'm using the ring of swiftness. A man stepped forward smiling. I commend you for getting past the other munches, he said. But you won't ring the bell of lamentation. The man's smile widened. I'm the highest munch of the Holy Fire Order, Bali, and I guard the bell. Underlord asked Aiden, Is that really a human? Aiden shook his head. Don't ask me. It's my first time seeing someone who looks like an ogre, too. Aiden reached for his sword, thinking, Damn it, I've used up the daily limit of the Ring of Swiftness. I have no choice but to fight him. He glared at Bali and said, If you block my way, I'll have to cut you down. A powerful sword aura began flowing from Aiden's blade. Bali smirked. An intruder making threats? How ridiculous. You've reached the stage of advanced sword aura, haven't you? Bali tightened his grip on his weapon and charged at Aiden. Intruder. Thanks to you, I get to have fun like I haven't had in ages. Aiden was taken aback by Bali's strength. What kind of strength is this? He thought. He's this powerful without using mana? In his mind, Aiden compared Bali to the strongest person he knew. He's stronger than Margrave Turid when it comes to pure muscle. I've never seen anyone this strong, not even in my past life. Bali laughed maniacally. No one in the sanctuary has ever survived my attack. But you're strong. I'm getting excited. Underlord, watching the fight, commented, Is it normal for humans to get crazier as they grow stronger? Still puzzled by Bali's strength, Aiden replied, "No, you've just been meeting strange people." Underlord laughed. "You know that includes you, right?" Aiden sighed. "Compared to them, I'm a gentleman." "Now, quiet down." Bali attacked again, shouting, "Take this intruder!" Aiden knew he had no choice but to fight with all his strength. "I have to use everything I've got," he thought. Summoning the Banshee's spirit shield, he planned, "I'll block with the shield and then counterattack." Bali's powerful strike clashed with the Banshee's shield. Aiden's eyes widened in shock as the shield shattered under the force of Bali's blow. The impact sent Aiden flying backward, and blood splattered onto the ground as he hit hard. Underlord gasped, shouting, "Aiden! Aiden!" Bali stood over Aiden's battered body, smiling cruelly. Blood dripped from Aiden's mouth as he lay on the ground, almost unconscious. "Are you done already?" Bali mocked. "How disappointing. I thought I'd get a good workout after such a long time." He took slow, deliberate steps toward Aiden, savoring the moment. "Well, it was a fun fight, but now it's time to send you to the gods." Just as Bali was about to strike, he was shocked to see Aiden moving. "After taking my strongest attack, he can still move?" Bali thought, eyes narrowing. Aiden, hidden in the smoke, suddenly launched his counterattack, throwing a sword imbued with his aura straight at Bali. The sword whistled through the air, narrowly missing Bali's face. Bali instinctively moved his head, and the blade passed so close that he could feel the sharp wind of it. "That was close," Bali muttered to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "If I had moved even slightly wrong, I'd be in serious danger." He turned to Aiden, shaking his head. "That was a nice move, but how unfortunate for you. A knight without a sword is only left with death." Bali raised his weapon to strike, but then noticed something strange. Aiden was smiling, crazily, wildly. Bali paused, puzzled. Why is he smiling? Has he gone mad before his death? Then, suddenly, Bali's eyes widened in realization. "Wait, that sword." His gaze followed the sword's trajectory. The bell began to ring ominously. "I see," Bali muttered. "Your real target was the bell of lamentation from the start." Aiden, blood and sweat dripping down his face, barely conscious, smiled as he rasped, "The bell has been rung. Now you need to bring out the esteemed high priest of the church." With that, Aiden collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bali stood over him, stunned, unsure of what to make of the situation. "You got me this time," Bali muttered, shaking his head. A little while later, in the Holy Fire Order sanctuary, Aiden sat up, stretching his neck and rubbing the back of his head. "The Holy Order's healing techniques are really something," he mused aloud. "I feel like all the fatigue I build up is completely gone." Suddenly, the voice of the Underlord echoed in his mind, irritated. "You should leave this place quickly. The humans of the church are too crude." Aiden furrowed his brow. "What are you talking about all of a sudden? When you were passed out, these humans poured pure, holy energy into your body for healing," the Underlord explained, his tones seething with resentment. "You were unconscious, so you didn't feel it. But for me, it was torture." Aiden's lips twisted into a crazed smile as he laughed. "That's what you get for sneaking into my body. Serves you right." The Underlord's frustration was palpable. "Just you wait," he growled through gritted teeth. "I'll make you regret this." As Aiden was speaking with the Underlord in his mind, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He looked up as the door opened, revealing Bali, the Vice High Priest. The man stepped forward and greeted Aiden with a warm smile. "I came to check on how you're feeling," the man said in a pleasant voice. "Nice to meet you. I am Hakal Korton, the Vice High Priest of the Holy Fire Order." Aiden, rubbing the back of his neck, replied, "Ah, hello. I'm Aiden Remes from the house of Duke Remes." Inwardly, Aiden was analyzing the situation. "Vice High Priest Hakal, I've heard a lot about him. He seems kinder than I expected." The Underlord's voice echoed in Aiden's mind, curious. "Do you know this Vice High Priest as well?" Aiden mentally responded, "Of course I know him. He's the next successor to the current High Priest and the last and worst High Priest who brought down the Holy Fire Order with corruption." Aiden's thoughts were sharp. He's an extraordinary man, able to bring down a sacred order with hundreds of years of tradition in an instant. I was curious about him, but he looks more decent than I expected. Still rubbing his neck, Aiden turned to Hakal and apologized. I'm sorry for barging into the church. Hakal chuckled, waving off the apology. No worries. Since you rang the bell of lamentation, you are now a guest of the order. So, please don't worry. Hakal then gestured to Bali. Priest Bali said he wanted to meet you, so he came with me. Bali, standing tall with his usual imposing presence, nodded. Nice to see you again, young master. Aiden felt sweat forming on his brow, remembering their previous encounter. Oh, this ogre with the immense strength. Ah, Priest Bali. It's great to see you again, Aiden said, trying to remain composed. Bali gave a slight smile and remarked, It's unfortunate what happened to your shield. The order has many fine shields. Feel free to take any. Aiden, trying to ease the tension, laughed and placed his hand on his hip. That's all right. My shield is a bit special. It regenerates on its own, you see. Bali raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, that's quite an interesting piece of equipment. The Underlord chimed in with a smug tone. It's as expected. Since it has a connection to the spirit realm, it recovers on its own. Aiden's expression turned serious as he mentally conversed with the Underlord, his thoughts focused on his shield. It's not a shield that would break from a single blow. Aiden reasoned. It must not have fully recovered from the impact of the Death Knight's attack. Running his fingers over the shield, Aiden calculated, it'll probably take about 4 days to fully recover. So I'll have to be careful until then. He turned his attention to Hakal, the Vice High Priest. By the way, since I rang the bell, I would like to meet the High Priest, Aiden requested, already formulating his next move. He needed an audience with the High Priest, Kirtle, to resolve his concerns about Joseph and his daughter Emily. Hakal's smile was small and polite, but there was a hint of reluctance in his voice. According to our law, you should meet with the High Priest, but unfortunately, it's difficult to meet him right now. Instead, the highest authority currently in the order will meet you. Aiden's mind raced. I can't meet the High Priest? He reflected on the strange circumstances, recalling the closure order when he arrived, and now the difficulty in accessing the High Priest despite ringing the bell of lamentation. Something must be up with the High Priest. Walking down the hallway with Hakal and Bali, Aiden's gaze shifted to the large windows, the bright light outside contrasting the dark undercurrents of the conversation. I thought I could get through to the current High Priest, Kirtle. The Underlord's voice interrupted his thoughts. Do you have a connection with this Kirtle? Aiden replied mentally, well, in my past life, I owed him a big one when my life was in grave danger. And he's also a person with a mindset I can't quite understand. Aiden recalled the time Kirtle saved him, saying, why would we need something in return for saving a life? We help those who need the touch of the holy fire. Aiden's inner dialogue continued. If it were me, I'd have mooched off him as much as I could before saving them. The Underlord scoffed. The more I see you, the more you resemble Talos, the monster of the Underlord. Aiden's temper flared. Just you wait, he mentally retorted, his voice dripping with mock anger. Soon, I'll shower you with holy potions. The Underlord gasped in horror. How can you threaten me in a church? As Aiden, Hakal, and Bali approached the guarded door, Aiden's anticipation heightened. 2 monks stood by the entrance, their presence adding to the gravity of the moment. Hakal gestured toward the door. Here is the highest authority of our order. Aiden nodded, keeping his outward demeanor calm, but internally he was a whirlpool of questions. Who could this be? He wondered. The High Priest's proxy, someone higher than the Vice High Priest? He clenched his fists, determined. Whoever it is, I will take Joseph and his daughter with me, no matter what. The large doors creaked open, and Aiden walked in, his resolve hardening with every step. He glanced around the room, his gaze falling on someone casually eating biscuits at a table. Sweat formed on his brow as he realized who it was. Joseph. Joseph, equally startled, looked up in shock. Young master, why are you here? Before Aiden could respond, Emily shot up from her seat, her excitement evident. Aiden, she called out with enthusiasm. Aiden's confusion only deepened. Joseph, Emily, what are you both doing here? Suddenly, Bali fell to his knees, bowing deeply as he addressed Emily. "Greetings to the holy being of our order, maiden of the holy fire, God's representative, Saint Eldest." Aiden's eyes widened in disbelief. "What a saintess!" he exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and disbelief. The room fell silent, tension thick in the air as Aiden tried to process this revelation. Eventually, both he and Joseph sat down, an awkward silence hanging over them. Neither knew quite where to begin. Finally, Aiden broke the silence, his voice filled with frustration. "Joseph, please explain everything." Joseph remained calm, though beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "I will explain, young master." He took a deep breath and added, "But first, let me reintroduce myself." Joseph placed a hand on his chest and spoke with formal precision. "Nice to meet you. I am Joseph, a former member of the Seven Star Society, serving the master of the Holy Fire Order." Aiden's jaw dropped. "What? The Seven Stars Society?" His disbelief turned to anger as he slammed his hand on the table. "Explain." His thoughts raced. The Seven Star Society. It's composed of the 7 greatest Chinese alchemists in the Holy Fire Order. No wonder I didn't see someone like him in my previous life. Suddenly, the Underlord interrupted his thoughts with a casual tone. "Is it really that impressive? Isn't it just about being slightly better at alchemy than others?" Aiden mentally responded, "It's far more than that. The Holy Fire Order monopolizes all Chinese alchemists on the continent. Those in the Seven Star Society are not just skilled. They hold power second only to the High Priest and Vice High Priest." Aiden's curiosity intensified as Joseph began his explanation. "How did someone of your rank end up in such a place with your daughter?" Aiden asked, his tone demanding yet patient. Joseph sighed, lowering his head. Where should I start?" He paused before beginning the tale. "Every 40 years, a new saint is born and ascends to the position of High Priest in our order. The chosen saint fulfills their duties for 40 years, guiding the order. After that, their rank is returned, and new saint candidates, marked with a stigma, are born to continue the cycle." Joseph's voice darkened as he continued. "But 10 years ago, the saint candidates, those born with the stigma, began being killed one by one. From those about to come of age to 1-year-old infants, no one was spared. They were all targeted, and my daughter Ellis, she was one of those saint candidates. What kind of parent could stand by and watch their child be murdered? We fled, far away from the Order's reach, hoping to escape the fate they wanted to force upon us." Aiden crossed his arms, his anger slowly cooling as the gravity of Joseph's situation became clearer. "I see," Joseph continued, "but recently, something even more significant occurred within the Order. The murders of the saint candidates were not the only dark deeds. Something worse, something deeply wrong has started brewing inside the Holy Fire Order." Aiden's mind raced. The murder of all the saint candidates? Something that's significant. He paused, trying to reconcile what he was hearing with his past life. There were no such murders in the Holy Fire Order in my previous life, so why now? Joseph continues explaining to Aiden the events leading up to his return. "A few days ago, at the Duke Remes estate, messengers, munches, from the Holy Fire Order arrived to take Joseph and his daughter, Ellis, back to the Order. Spell, a loyal servant of the Duke, sternly told them that without the Duke's direct orders, no one could take the Duke's guests from his estate. One of the munches grew furious, shouting about the sacred duty of the church and threatening severe consequences if the Duke obstructed the church's holy mission. The munch demanded that Joseph be handed over immediately. At that moment, Joseph appeared at the door. Spell was surprised, telling Joseph he didn't need to come out. The munch immediately recognized Joseph and insisted on speaking with him privately. Joseph, concerned about causing more trouble for Aiden, agreed, and they moved into a separate room to talk. Inside, the munch expressed relief at seeing Joseph alive, explaining that he had assumed Joseph had died after fleeing with his daughter. He then admitted that the reason he realized Joseph was still alive was due to the Cerberus Guild annihilation incident. That led him to Joseph's location, and he was sent to retrieve Joseph and his daughter for the Holy Fire Order. Angry, Joseph questioned why the munch hadn't sought him out sooner, and why the church was so determined to bring them back now. The Munch then explained that no stigma-bearer had been born for years, raising concern within the church. His tone became serious as he emphasized the need to bring Joseph and Ellis back, despite the church still having those who might target Ellis for her stigma. Joseph, worried for his daughter's safety, protested, saying he couldn't send Ellis to such a dangerous place. The Munch replied that it was out of necessity. They had no choice but to take Joseph and Ellis back. Finally, Joseph reveals to Aiden that the real reason they want him back is because the high priest has collapsed due to an illness, and their return is critical to the order. Aiden, overwhelmed by the weight of the situation, stood up and shouted in shock, "What? The high priest collapsed due to an illness?" Joseph, looking worried, confirmed, "Yes, it seems even the church's holy arts and advanced medical technology cannot cure him." Joseph explained further, "The church's reputation is declining rapidly. With the high priest falling ill, they must feel a tremendous sense of crisis. In the worst case, the holy fire could be extinguished, leading to the church's demise." Joseph, standing straight, added, "In 4 days they plan to conduct the saint's awakening ceremony for Ellis, making her the new saint. Her strong, holy power will then be used to heal the high priest. Once the vacant saint position is filled, the holy fire will burn even brighter, and the church can regain its former status." Joseph, sitting down again, sincerely apologized, "I'm truly sorry, Aiden, for causing all this trouble without explaining anything earlier." Aiden remained silent, his hands still gripping the table. Sweat dripped down Joseph's face as he anxiously wondered whether Aiden was angry. Aiden, gritting his teeth, was lost in thought. What on earth is going on? He wondered. Something feels off here. In his mind, Aiden reflected on how this illness wasn't supposed to happen yet. The high priest Kurtle's illness should occur about 3 years from now, Aiden thought, still grinding his teeth. Why has an event from the future been moved forward? Could it be that the future is changing because of me? Determined, Aiden left Joseph's room and walked down the hallway alongside Priest Bali. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I have Joseph's permission to stay, but now I need to figure out where the future started to diverge." Hearing this, the Underlord, clearly shocked, asked Aiden, "You mean we have to stay in this dreadful place even longer?" Aiden replied, "There must be a reason why the past has changed, and I need to find out what it is. If we figure it out quickly, we can leave soon. So, you need to help me too." As they reached the door of the high priest's room, Bali pointed toward it and said, "This is where the high priest is staying. As I mentioned earlier, visiting time is only 5 minutes, so be quick." Bali then opened the door for Aiden to enter. As Aiden entered the room, he was immediately hit by the overwhelming stench of a strange, purple aura floating around. He wrinkled his nose in disgust and thought to himself, "This stench is terrible." His gaze shifted toward the high priest Kurtle, who lay unconscious on the bed, his frail body barely hanging on. Aiden approached closer, carefully observing the old man's condition. "He looks awful," Aiden thought. "In my past life, this kind old man died before I could repay my debt for saving me." Aiden clenched his fists, troubled by the sight. "I plan to repay that debt, but what is this?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He could see a sinister purple aura releasing from the high priest's body. "What is this?" Aiden wondered. This energy, it feels familiar yet ominous. Then, without warning, the Underlord's voice echoed in his mind. "Didn't you see that a lot in your previous life?" Aiden, still trying to grasp what he was seeing, replied, "I have seen this before." But before Aiden could finish, the Underlord interrupted with a grin. "It's a curse." Aiden froze, his heart skipping a beat. "What did you just say?" he asked, his voice filled with shock. The Underlord continued smugly. "Normally, it's impossible for a human like you to see a curse. But since you've got the soul of the great Underlord within you, you can see it clearly through me." Aiden's mind raced as the Underlord elaborated. "This curse is cleverly and delicately crafted. A thin curse has been accumulating over a long period. That's why his body collapsed." Aiden's eyes darkened with rage, his fists clenching tighter. "Curses. Those are the domain of warlocks. Aiden muttered through gritted teeth. His mind whirled as he tried to process the situation. If this curse has been accumulating for so long, then that means the high priest faced an assassination attempt by a warlock hiding within the church. Aiden's blood boiled at the realization. So even in my past life, that wasn't a disease. His anger escalated, and the veins in his neck tightened as his eyes glowed red with fury. How can we break this curse? He demanded, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. The Underlord, still grinning, replied, "This curse has almost become one with his body. A curse this deeply integrated is nearly impossible to break. Even the caster would have difficulty undoing it." Aiden's jaw tightened, but then the Underlord added, "However, if there's a solution, it would require either a warlock who knows the structure of the curse perfectly, or," he paused dramatically, as Joseph mentioned, injecting an immense amount of holy power all at once. Aiden, after thinking about the curse on the high priest, realized the terrifying implications. If Eldest succeeds in the Saint's awakening ceremony, she'll become a major threat to the caster of the curse. If the high priest is healed, all the efforts to curse him will be undone. A bead of sweat formed on Aiden's brow as he thought. That means Eldest is in grave danger. The caster may target her next. Suddenly, a loud scream broke through his thoughts. He immediately recognized Eldest's voice. Panic surged through him. Did they already move to kill Eldest? Without hesitation, Aiden dashed toward her room. As he ran, his mind raced. I have to get there in time. Eldest can't die. When he arrived at Eldest's room, he saw several monks standing outside, looking confused. Inside, a worried maid stood frozen. Aiden pushed past one of the monks, his heart pounding, and asked urgently, "Eldest, are you all right?" As he entered the room, his eyes scanned for signs of an intruder, but everything seemed calm. No attackers, no visible threats. Joseph, who was already by Eldest's side, was asking her the same question. "Are you all right, Eldest?" Aiden quickly approached the maid and demanded, "What happened?" The maid, clearly shaken, stammered as she explained, "I didn't do anything strange. I just turned off the candles to replace them," but she screamed the moment the lights went out. Aiden's gaze shifted toward Eldest, who was crying and trembling in fear. He recalled something from their time at the Duke's mansion. She always slept with the lights on. It suddenly clicked. She's still traumatized from being trapped underground by the Cerberus Guild. Turning to Joseph, Aiden asked softly, "Could you clear the room for a moment? I need to talk to her." Joseph, worried about his daughter, hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay." He instructed everyone to leave, and the room fell silent as the door shut behind them. As the room grew darker, Eldest's panic deepened. Her cries became more desperate, and she sobbed, "It's dark. I'm scared. Help me. I don't want to die." Aiden knelt beside her, his voice steady and calming. "No one can hurt you now, Eldest," he said gently. His voice seemed to cut through her fear, and she looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes locking onto his. Aiden extended his hand toward her, his expression filled with unwavering determination. "No one will lay a finger on my people, not even the Underlord." "Don't worry, Eldest," Aiden continued, his words firm and comforting. "I'll protect you. Always." Eldest, still trembling, slowly reached out and hugged Aiden tightly, her tears soaking into his clothes. As the candles were relit, their warm glow filled the room, bringing light and comfort. After some time, the two of them sat together on the bed. Aiden asked, his voice soft, "Are you feeling better now, Eldest?" Eldest nodded, though worry still lingered in her eyes. "Yes, but—" Aiden tilted his head, sensing she had something more to say. "What is it?" "You can tell me." She gripped her skirt nervously, her face pale, as she hesitated. Then, with a shaky voice, she asked, "Aiden, is it really okay for me to become a saint?" As Eldest voiced her worries, she looked at Aiden with tearful eyes. "All the saintesses I read about in the fairy tale books are strong, brave, and wonderful. How could someone like me, a coward, really be a saintess? I'm not nice or special." She wiped her tears and added, "I just want to go back to your house and play." Aiden, with a playful smirk, flicked her on the forehead. "Ow!" Eldest yelped, holding her head, still sniffling from her tears. He chuckled lightly and said, "You're overthinking things, Ellis. There's so much you don't know about being a saintess." Ellis, still holding her forehead, asked, "Then, do you know what it's like to be a saintess?" Aiden laughed. "Of course I do. I was friends with a saintess in the past." But his laughter suddenly stopped. His mind flashed back to a painful memory, the moment the saintess from his past had said, "I'm sorry," just before she killed him. His face darkened, and his voice trailed off. Ellis, puzzled, asked, "Friend? What friend?" Aiden snapped out of it, placing his hand on Ellis's head gently. She jumped slightly at the touch, startled by his sudden shift in mood. Aiden smiled, though sadness lingered in his eyes. A saintess doesn't have to be nice or brave all the time. After all, saintesses are human too. If you want to be angry, be angry. If you want to cry, cry. And, he grinned, you can come back to our home whenever you want. Hearing the word home, Ellis's face turned a shade of red, and she quickly replied, "Home? Yes, I want to go home." Her mood lifted, and she seemed energized. She then asked curiously, "That friend you mentioned earlier, were you close friends with that saintess?" Aiden, trying to maintain a smile despite the uncomfortable memory, felt sweat forming on his brow. "Oh, we were just friends. But you were friends, right?" Ellis asked, her curiosity growing. "Are you not friends anymore?" Aiden nodded slightly, his voice soft. "Yes, that's right." "Why? Why aren't you friends anymore?" Ellis asked, pressing him further. Aiden fell silent, not wanting to relive the pain of that betrayal. After a few moments, he stood up and quietly left the room, leaving Ellis behind. Now outside her room, he leaned against the wall, feeling emotionally drained. His thoughts raced. "I almost got myself into trouble back there. This is more exhausting than any training session." The Underlord, who had been observing the conversation, quipped, "Just listening to that makes me feel like I've been forced to drink a whole bottle of holy potion. Exhausting." As Aiden stood outside Ellis's room, the vice priest and Joseph approached. Joseph, looking worried, asked, "Is Ellis okay right now?" Aiden, still lost in his thoughts, nodded. "Ah, yes. You can go in and stand by her side." Joseph gave a grateful nod. "Thanks, Aiden. I'll go in first." He entered the room, disappearing from sight. Aiden's gaze shifted toward the vice priest, who was grinning in a way that made him uneasy. "Why are you here?" Aiden asked cautiously. The vice priest, maintaining his smile, replied, "I heard there was a small problem, and I also heard you were handling it quite well." He extended his hand toward Aiden, adding, "You've saved the saintess, the future of our order. For that, I must thank you personally." Aiden, feeling a strange tension in the air, reached out to shake the vice priest's hand. "Ah, it's nothing," Aiden said awkwardly, trying to force a smile. As their hands clasped, something unsettling surged through Aiden. Suddenly, the Underlord's voice echoed in his mind. "Aiden. Alburo." Aiden's heart skipped a beat. "What? Why is he calling my name all of a sudden?" He wondered. The Underlord's voice cut through his confusion. "That human is a dark wizard." Aiden's eyes widened in shock, though he tried to keep his face neutral. "What?" His mind raced as he continued shaking hands with the vice priest. "He's a dark wizard?" Later, in the secret underground base of the Holy Fire Order, the vice priest stood, his expression twisted with anger. He slammed his fist onto the table, trembling with fury. "That damn kid," he muttered, barely containing his rage. "I can't believe he's ruining everything. I should have hunted down and finished off the one who escaped with the holy mark." One of his subordinates, sensing the rising tension, cautiously said, "Please calm down, Your Holiness." The vice priest whipped around, shouting in his subordinate's face, "How can I calm down now? The denomination must be mine. No one else can take it from me." Grinding his teeth, he demanded, "When will the saints arrive?" His subordinate bowed slightly, replying, "They said they'll be here soon. I'll inform you as soon as they do." The vice priest began to grin, his face twisted with malice. "It doesn't matter when the saintess arrives. We'll kill her anyway." His voice dripped with cruelty. "The saintess will be assassinated during the awakening ceremony 2 days from now. With a maniacal gleam in his eyes, he raised his hand toward the sky, shouting, "And I will become the leader of the Holy Fire Order." As Aiden hid behind the walls, listening intently, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "I expected there might be dark wizards within the Holy Fire Order," he thought, "but I never imagined the vice priest would be one of them. And he has colleagues?" In Aiden's mind, the Underlord chimed in, lounging comfortably on a chair in Aiden's subconscious. "As soon as you shook hands, I could sense the dark magic," the Underlord said gleefully. "It's quite potent, too." Aiden frowned, replying to the Underlord, "These disgusting dark wizards. There might be more of them within the Order besides these two. But something is off." The Underlord, intrigued, asked, "Something strange? What do you mean?" "I still don't understand why the High Priest condition is worsening faster than it did in my previous life. Could it be because I saved Eldest?" Aiden pondered aloud. Then, Aiden's expression hardened as he said, "But first, I need to find out who those saints were that the Vice Priest was talking about." The scene shifted to a remote village near the Holy Fire Order. A man wearing a cloak moved stealthily through the narrow alleys, muttering, "I don't know where you are, but I'll guide you inside." In the shadows, another man lay in wait, clearly frustrated. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "I can't believe I'm facing setbacks at such a critical time. Can't you handle this properly?" The cloaked figure, equally frustrated, retorted, "We had to accelerate our plans because of you. And who could have known that the child with the Holy Spirit was still alive?" Hiding behind a nearby wall, Aiden listened closely. So that's why they moved up the plan, he thought. But something about the second man's voice tugged at Aiden's memory. "Wait, I've heard that voice before." Meanwhile, the cloaked man, clearly exhausted by the way things were turning out, muttered under his breath, "If things don't go as expected, there will be consequences for your lord too, right?" This comment seemed to push the other man over the edge. His eyes flashed with fury as he lunged forward, grabbing the cloaked man by the neck. The cloaked man gasped in pain, his hands clawing at the vice-like grip around his throat. While gripping the man's neck tightly, the other guy gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you threaten me like that? If you keep talking like that, I'll tear you limb from limb." The man in the cloak, gasping for air as water dripped from his mouth, pleaded, "Please." The other guy threw him backward with force, causing him to fly a short distance before hitting the ground. The cloaked man, now sitting on the ground, held his neck in pain while sweating. The man who attacked him warned, "I won't forgive you next time, so be careful what you say with that mouth of yours." At that moment, Aiden, who had been watching, finally saw the attacker's face. He was shocked, his eyes widening as he recognized the man. "That's the Red Knight, Benign Haima." Aiden quickly hid behind a wall, pressing his back against it to stay out of sight. Suddenly, the Underlord appeared and asked Aiden, "Does that guy have any connection to your past life?" Aiden's face filled with anger, his fists clenched, and his body shook with rage. "I think he was," Aiden responded, his voice tense. "That man was a servant of Silbita in my past life." Aiden then said to the Underlord, "Now everything's starting to make sense." That bastard Silbita, a memory from Aiden's past flashed in his mind. He remembered Silbita telling him that the black wizards were a threat to the world, and that he would kill them all in honor of the knights. "That's the duty of our Grand Duchy's chivalry," Silbita had said. The memory only made Aiden angrier. His eyes turned red, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins in his arms bulged. So the chivalry was corrupt from the start, Aiden thought. "Today, I've seen many disgusting faces." The Underlord then asked, "How did they help Hekel become the leader?" Aiden replied, "It's probably because of the right to succession. For a powerful family like Sias, they rely on both military strength and important supporters. When Deir got injured in the bombing, Silbita made his move to claim the succession. Things might have changed because I saved Deir, Aiden thought. But then he wondered, how can Silbita still be so shameless? That traitor." Before Aiden could continue, he sensed something. The Red Knight was coming to attack, grinning crazily as he said, "So there's a rat hiding here." He raised his sword, ready to strike Aiden with a deadly aura. Before the Red Knight could hit Aiden, Aiden started running through the walls and flew into the air, to dodge the attack. Aiden thought to himself, his swordsmanship is as violent as ever, just like in the past. Did he notice me from the beginning? After seeing the Red Knight attack Aiden, a cloaked man shouted at the Red Knight, "Why would you make such a loud attack in the middle of the night?" The Red Knight, angered, gritted his teeth and replied, "You're in no position to talk, especially when you didn't even notice a rat following you." The Red Knight continued, "You're just getting in the way, so get lost." The cloaked man clenched his teeth, sweat dripping from his face, and ran away. As he left, the Red Knight muttered, "If it weren't for my lord's orders, I would have killed him already." The Red Knight then turned to Aiden and said, Well, there you are, rat." He walked toward Aiden and said, "You can dodge my sword, huh? You seem pretty skilled." "Who are you?" Aiden replied, "What if I don't want to tell you?" The Red Knight laughed and said, "You're an interesting guy." Aiden gripped his sword and thought to himself, "I can't handle this guy right now. It's better to run." At that moment, the Red Knight ran through the walls and appeared in front of Aiden, startling him. The Red Knight landed on the ground with a crazed smile. Holding his sword near his mouth, he said to Aiden, "People who talk too much aren't fun. I'm curious to see how long you'll last." The Red Knight attacked Aiden multiple times, but Aiden dodged every strike. The Red Knight smiled wildly. At that moment, the Underlord said to Aiden, "I'm amazed. There's a human who comes closer to being a monster like Talos than you." Aiden replied, "He's the craziest person I've ever seen." The Red Knight attacked Aiden again, but Aiden dodged it, thinking to himself, "This is bad. This guy is probably one of the highest-ranked sword aura users. And I'm weakened right now. I can't use the Banshee's shield since it's still recovering." Aiden then thought, there's always a way out of everything. He must have caught on to it by now. Meanwhile, sweat dripped down the Red Knight's face as he thought, "What is it? Am I just imagining things?" He was startled by Aiden's sword techniques and thought, this technique, it's definitely... But before he could finish his thought, Aiden called out his name, Red Knight Benijheimer. The Red Knight was about to attack again, but froze mid-swing, surprised to hear his own name from someone he had never met. Sweat dripped from his face, and he angrily demanded, "How do you know my name? Could it be?" Then the Red Knight laughed, lowered his sword, and said, "Haha, so that's it. That's what it is?" He gripped his sword tightly and said, "I should have realized when you used the same sword technique as my lord." With a crazed smile, he continued, "You're one of those bastards from the Deir faction, aren't you?" Aiden laughed in his mind, "This is a big catch," and silently apologized to Sir Deir. Then Aiden said to the Red Knight, "Did you think you'd get away unscathed after getting involved with a warlock?" The Red Knight, furious, gritted his teeth and attacked Aiden again, shouting, "Shut your mouth, you Spear Knight's dog." Before he could land the hit, Aiden dodged swiftly. Aiden thought to himself, as expected, just mentioning Deir made him go crazy. What a mess. Brothers and close aides are killing each other over this. The Red Knight attacked again, and Aiden dodged it with his sword, thinking, especially since the Red Knight is known for his short temper. The more people get agitated, the less rational they become, and the slower they understand the situation. They don't even realize what's happening to their own bodies. Their swords clashed, and the Red Knight grinned wildly. "Deir's dog, how long will you keep blocking my attacks? Do you think you can actually defeat me?" As the Red Knight laughed, blood began to drip from his nose. Shocked, he tried to wipe it away with his hand, but the blood didn't stop. Confused, he thought, blood? What is this all of a sudden? At that moment, he was startled when he saw Aiden attack. He tried to dodge, but his mind was spinning. What kind of dirty trick did he pull? He wondered. Aiden held his sword in front of his face and smiled, thinking, my original sword technique, resonance. Even if he realizes it now, it's already too late. He thought to himself, every time our swords clash, it creates a mana wave that disrupts the opponent's mana flow. At first, it's so subtle that anyone would dismiss it as a coincidence. Now, the Red Knight was trembling, struggling to even hold his sword. He gritted his teeth as Aiden continued thinking, but as that subtle disruption builds, it becomes a deadly poison. If he were an ordinary knight, he wouldn't still be standing. He's holding up pretty well, Aiden admitted to himself. The Red Knight, furious, shouted, "Do you think you can beat me with these cheap tricks? Stop stalling and come at me already." Aiden casually put a finger in his ear and replied, "I don't want to. If you're so eager, why don't you come at me first?" The Red Knight growled, "You damn dog of day ears." Aiden, still smiling, replied, "Shut up, so beat his dog. How dare you bark in the middle of the night?" Hearing this, the Red Knight became enraged, gritting his teeth in fury. "How dare you speak my lord's name?" he shouted, charging at Aiden. "Don't think you'll die easily." Aiden stood there calmly, unfazed. Then, with exaggerated fear, he widened his eyes and said mockingly, "Oh no, I'm so scared of you." He then shrugged and added, "Well, it can't be helped." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle. Tossing it toward the Red Knight, he said, "Come on, attack me." As the bottle flew toward the Red Knight's face, he raised his sword to block it and sneered, using dirty tricks just like Daeir. As the bottle hit the Red Knight's sword, it shattered, and thick smoke started to rise, covering his face. Soon, the smoke spread throughout the entire area. The Red Knight shouted angrily, "You son of a bitch, another damn trick? Come at me, and I'll tear you to pieces." He looked around, but couldn't find Aiden anywhere. Puzzled, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't tell me." Then he shouted, "Did he run away like a coward? You damn dog of Daeir." At that moment, Aiden was already running across the rooftops. The Underlord asked, "Are you running away without finishing him off?" Aiden replied, "It's nearly impossible for me to defeat a highest-rank sword or a knight without the Banshee's spirit shield. The best thing I can do is stop him from chasing us using resonance." He added, "By the way, it was a good idea to ask Cassie for that special smoke bomb, although I had to put up with her complaints about always asking for weird stuff." Aiden started running faster and said, "And I can't let that warlock who ran away earlier escape." Meanwhile, the warlock was running frantically, drenched in sweat from fear. He thought, "I need to hurry back and inform the vice priest. I must tell him that someone in the church knows about us." Just then, Aiden appeared overhead, ready to attack from the air. As he attacked, he said, "You guys are always causing chaos." The warlock's eyes widened in shock, and he started crying as Aiden closed in on him. The scene shifts to the next morning in an underground cave beneath the church. Hakal stood with his arms on a table, shouting in frustration, "What the hell happened? The guy I sent to bring the Knight of Sias hasn't returned, and the knight never showed up either." Trembling with anger, he thought, "Did they betray me? Or did someone else get to them? Whatever the reason, I must stop the Saintus Awakening ceremony today, no matter what," he resolved. Then a crazy smile spread across Hakal's face as he thought, "There's no time, and no other way. That's right, there's a perfect pawn to take the blame." Hakal chuckled and said, "Let's use him." The scene shifts to the entrance of the altar of the Holy Fire Order on the day of the Saintus Awakening ceremony. 4 monks stood there, along with Aiden and Vice Priest Hakal. Eldest was hugging Joseph, who was crying. Joseph, tears streaming down his face, said, "My daughter is the young saint." "Oh my." Eldest, feeling embarrassed, said, "Stop crying, Dad. It's embarrassing." Aiden smiled at Eldest and said, "Eldest, you remember what I told you, right?" Eldest nodded and replied, "Of course." She then repeated what Aiden had told her. "Rip off as much as possible from those so-called gods who made us suffer. As much as possible." Joseph, confused by what Eldest said, turned to Aiden and asked, "What are you teaching my daughter?" Aiden chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, and said, "Isn't it just a way of not living with losses? Anyway, let's get on with the ritual already." One of the monks said to Eldest, "You may go inside now, Saintus." Meanwhile, Joseph reached out his hand toward Eldest, but another monk stopped him, saying, "Joseph, you can't enter no matter what. Please stay here calmly." Joseph began crying even harder, shouting to Eldest, "Please be healthy and don't get sick." Aiden, standing behind Joseph, was puzzled. He thought anyone watching him now would think he's going to lose her forever. Aiden was startled when Hakal called his name. "Lord Aiden, please come with me for a moment." Aiden replied, "Yes," and followed Hakal to a quiet, dark area of the church where no one else was around. Casually, Aiden asked, "Is there any reason you called me here?" Hakal was holding a wooden box and replied, "It's nothing special. I just wanted to give you this. I know it's not much for all your efforts, but please accept it." Hakal grinned as he opened the box and showed Aiden. "This is one of the few remaining top-grade potions from our order. It's now a very precious item, difficult to make." He continued, "If I gave it to you officially, the other priests would make a fuss over it. That's why I wanted to give it to you secretly and asked you to meet me here briefly." Aiden happily reached for the box and said to Hakal, "Is it really all right for me to accept such a precious item?" Hakal smiled and replied, "Of course. You protected the Saintess, the future of our order. You deserve it." Aiden picked up the item inside the box and saw that it was a blue crystal ball. He said, "I know this is shameless." And then, unexpectedly, he tried to eat it. As he swallowed, his eyes turned purple and confusion washed over his face. The veins on his skin became clearly visible. Hakal grinned wickedly, thinking to himself, "Stupid bastard, take that." His eyes gleamed with malice as he explained, "That potion contains a mental obedience and brainwashing spell. Now, even a sword master like you will obey me." Aiden stood there, motionless, like an empty shell. Hakal placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder, a crazed smile on his face, and said, "Lord Regressed, this is an order." Aiden, in a robotic tone, responded, "Yes, master." Hakal moved his face close to Aiden's, their eyes both glowing purple. He then gave his command, "Eliminate the child undergoing the Saintess awakening ceremony." The scene shifted to Eldest, who was walking towards the bright altar where she would awaken her saint powers. She stared in awe at the altar and said, "Whoa." As she neared the altar, she saw flames surrounding the entrance. A bead of sweat rolled down her face as she remembered what the priest had told her. "You must walk through the fire to meet God." "It won't be hot," he said. But Eldest thought, "What if it is hot when I go in? I'm really scared." She then recalled Aiden's words, "God is the one who should be scared, not you. After all the suffering you've endured, God owes you. So get a huge compensation for the damages." With renewed courage, Eldest walked towards the fire, thinking to herself, "There's no reason for me to be scared." She reached out her hand toward the flames and shouted, "God, hurry up and pay off your debt." Eldest then stepped into the fire. Meanwhile, Aiden stood in the shadows watching her. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Holy Fire Order, where Joseph sat crying uncontrollably, saying, "Oh, my Eldest." Hakal stood behind him, hands clasped behind his back, watching with a slight smile. In his mind, Hakal thought, "An intruder who recklessly attacked the church has even killed the Saintess." He grinned and thought further, "It's the perfect story, no matter how I look at it. Finally, I'll become the true owner of this order." Suddenly, a group of monks appeared at the entrance. Bali, one of the senior monks, shouted, "Everyone, don't move." Behind Bali, many other monks stood ready for a fight. Hakal clenched his fist, wondering, what brought the monks here all of a sudden? "What's going on?" He shouted angrily at Bali. "Priest Bali, don't you know the sacred ceremony is in progress? How can you interrupt in such a disrespectful way?" Bali, clearly upset, replied, "We know the ceremony is happening, but I came because there is something more important to address." He put one hand on his hip and shouted, "Among the people here, there's a heretic who has dabbled in the darkness. That's why I, Inquisitor Bali, am here." Hakal was shocked by Bali's words, thinking, what did he just say? How could he know? One of the girls standing nearby was also shocked and whispered, "If he's talking about darkness, does that mean dark magic?" A man next to her, sweating, added, "How could there be a warlock in our order?" Joseph, standing behind them, heard everything but remained silent. Hakal's anger boiled over as he pointed his finger at Bali and shouted, "What kind of insulting nonsense is this? None of us have touched the darkness. Who ordered you to spread these lies?" At that moment, the high priest Kirtle appeared behind the monks and said, "I'm the one who called him." Hearing Kirtle's voice, Hakal was stunned. His eyes widened and sweat dripped from his face. That voice! How can it be him? Everyone else was also shocked to see Kirtle, who walked closer to Bali. looking perfectly fine. Hakal, still sweating, thought to himself, how did he break the curse? Was there someone other than the Saintess with divine power? Or is there a traitor among the warlocks? The High Priest Curdle spoke firmly. It's over now, Vice High Priest. But he paused and then corrected himself. No, Warlock Hakal. Hearing this, Hakal's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched. He trembled with anger, clenching his fists as whispers spread among the people. No way. He's been lying to us all this time? Fuming, Hakal thought to himself, how dare he ruin my plans? But then, a sinister smile crept across his face as he realized. However, I still have a way out. Hakal quickly said, are you accusing me of being a warlock? It seems your mind is still unclear, High Priest. I've been the one taking care of you ever since you collapsed. He then raised his voice. This must be a misunderstanding. The real warlock is Lord Regressed. I overheard him plotting to kill the Saintess before the ceremony. We must stop him at once. At that moment, Aiden appeared, walking out from the altar. Hakal immediately pointed and shouted, there he is! Lord Regressed! I can't believe you're here. What have you done to the Saintess? Aiden, with a casual tone, asked, the Saintess? He rested his sword on his shoulder and, with a playful gesture, moved his hand to his ear as if listening. Then, with a smile, he said, the awakening ceremony is progressing safely. Hakal was shocked to see Aiden unaffected and thought to himself, what? Was the spell broken? How did he free himself? A flashback begins. Before the fight with the Red Knight, Aiden had been standing by the window in his room. He suddenly said aloud, I know you're watching, Nisida. I have something to discuss with you. An owl perched on a nearby tree, which had been watching, flew toward Aiden. As the owl approached, who asked, what is it, Aiden? With his arms crossed, Aiden replied, you've already seen what's happening. Chaos is trying to manipulate things here. He smiled confidently and added, Chaos is our enemy. So, I'll handle chaos. But could you lend me some help? Nisida asked, what kind of help? Aiden extended his hand toward her and asked, please, lend me that thing. Aiden asked Nisida, can you lend me a curse-suppressing magic tool? Nisida looked at him in surprise. A curse-suppressing magic tool? Out of nowhere? She questioned. Then, narrowing her eyes, she asked, is this for fighting chaos? Aiden grinned. No, it's not for chaos. It's to suppress the curse on High Priest Curdle. His curse paralyzed him while he was conscious, so he already knows Hakal betrayed him. Aiden continued, which means, once he wakes up, we can catch all the warlocks hiding within the Holy Fire Order. After a moment of silence, Nisida finally nodded and said, you have a point. She then brought out a ring surrounded by a purple aura and handed it to Aiden. I made this myself. It's called the Anti-Demonic Ring. Aiden took the ring, examining it curiously. Does the High Priest have to wear this to suppress the curse? He asked. Nisida warned him, be careful. Chaos has brainwashed a lot of people in the church. You might even be one of them. Aiden, still staring at the ring, smiled and said, you don't need to worry about me. He then chuckled. I already have a horrendous curse. This weak chaos curse can't do anything to me. Nisida flew away. At that moment, the Underlord spoke up. Don't tell me you're calling me a curse? Aiden smirked. Who else could it be if not you? The Underlord, clearly annoyed, responded, I'm not exactly enjoying being called that either. Aiden teased. Do you want a holy potion? Sweat beaded on the Underlord, and he fell silent. Aiden rested his sword on his shoulder, grinning. Hakal, you're in trouble now. Back in the present, Hakal stood trembling with fury, his teeth clenched tightly. The crowd around him began to murmur. Is Vice Priest Hakal really a warlock? Someone else demanded. Vice Priest Hakal, give us an explanation. Curdle addressed Hakal with a weary voice. Hakal, stop this now. For the sake of our years together, I'll at least. Before Curdle could finish, Hakal's face twisted in rage. Stop it, he shouted. His voice filled with bitterness. He said, you know nothing about the humiliation of not being chosen by the holy fire. His fists clenched tightly as he continued. My whole life, I dreamed of becoming a saint. Do you know the despair of losing the meaning of your life? Curdle, his face pale and sweat dripping, pleaded with Hakal. Please stop this madness. But Hakal's expression darkened, a malicious grin spreading across his face as a sinister purple aura flared around him. I'll just turn everyone here into undead, he declared, his voice echoing with malice. The evil aura pulsed through the air as he raised his hands and shouted, "Become my believers!" Seeing this, Bali's anger boiled over. His voice filled with rage, he turned to Curdle and said, "I can't let this slide any longer." He shouted to the other munches, "Take him down now!" Hakal's laugh echoed through the chamber as he taunted them. "You think you can beat me?" He extended his arms toward the darkness. "Comrades who share this dark blood, help me." From the shadows, several munches revealed themselves as warlocks, their forms twisted with dark magic. The remaining munches looked on in shock, realizing how deep the corruption had spread. Cries of disbelief rang out. "Don't be afraid," shouted one of the loyal munches. "The Lord of the Holy Fire Order is with us." "Subdue the warlocks," another shouted. The air crackled as Hakal's purple aura swirled around, growing more intense. His aura began corrupting those nearby, forcing them under his control. One by one, munches succumbed to the spell, their eyes glowing with a sickly purple light. "Master Hakal, we will obey you, no matter what," they chanted in unison. Suddenly, a controlled munch lunged at one of the loyal ones, swinging his weapon. The loyal munch barely managed to block the attack in time, staring in disbelief. "Have you become a heathen too?" Bali gripped his weapon tightly, fury in his voice. "So many heathens were hiding among us, and we didn't even know." He raised his weapon and shouted, "In the name of the holy fire, kill." Before he could finish, High Priest Curdle called out, "Bali, stop." Bali turned to see the High Priest standing behind him, trembling with rage. Sweat dripped from Curdle's brow as he confronted Hakal. "Hakal, just how much worse are you going to get?" A wild smile spread across Hakal's face. "You're quick-witted, old man," he sneered. "I wanted to see you all kill each other right in front of me." Hakal's eyes glowed with malice as he revealed his ultimate plan. "As you've probably figured out by now, I've already placed the curse of domination on most of the church members. Try to touch me, and I'll make them all commit suicide in an instant." Hearing this, Curdle's fury grew, his teeth grinding in frustration. But the weight of the situation was clear. Hakal's grin widened as he shouted once more, "You can't do anything now, so give up already?" Aiden stood casually, his hand on his chin, counting the controlled munches surrounding Hakal. 15, huh, he muttered. Before anyone could react, he dashed forward, cutting through two of Hakal's controlled men with precision. Hakal's eyes widened in shock. His calm demeanor shattered as he watched Aiden swiftly dispatch two of his minions. "What?" Hakal stammered, flustered. "I told you I'd make them commit suicide." His voice grew more desperate, trying to regain control of the situation. A wild grin spread across Aiden's face as he turned to Hakal, eyes gleaming. "I don't give a shit about that," he said coldly. "Kill them all if you want. None of this is my business." Hakal's expression twisted in disbelief as sweat dripped from his brow. "What? You think I won't do it? Just one word from me, and they're all dead." Aiden's eyes flashed a burning red, his voice calm but sharp. "Yeah, go ahead. Not my problem. I'm not even a member of your church." He pointed his sword directly at Hakal. "The only thing I care about is chaos. I'm here for you." Hakal's shock deepened. His teeth clenched as he thought, "How does he know I'm with chaos? This bastard, he's been after me from the start." Desperation seeped into Hakal's voice as he extended his arms toward his controlled minions. "Kill him. All of you kill him right now." The minions, under Hakal's curse, advanced toward Aiden. At that moment, Underlord's voice echoed in Aiden's mind. "You're not actually going to kill all these innocent believers, are you?" Aiden smirked and replied nonchalantly, "Nah, I'm not that heartless." Underlord remained silent for a moment, unsure of what Aiden had planned. Aiden pulled out 2 bottles from his pouch, examining them briefly before saying, "Chaos uses curses because individual people aren't strong enough to resist. If we break the curse on a few, it'll collapse for the others too. With that, Aiden hurled the bottles at the approaching munches. Midair, he leaped, slashing his sword to break the bottles before they hit the ground. Thick smoke billowed from the shattered glass, engulfing the cursed minions. Hakal recoiled, raising his arm to shield his eyes as the dense smoke obscured his vision. "What's this? That son of a bitch!" Using sneaky tricks again, he spat, gritting his teeth in frustration. Kill him now! But within the cloud of smoke, Aiden was already on the move. He darted through the smoke, his form barely visible as he expertly cut through some of the cursed munches, incapacitating them with swift, non-lethal strikes. The minions, confused by the smoke and disoriented by the effects of the anti-curse mixture, faltered in their movements. At that moment, Hakal stood frozen, unable to see through the smoke. His mind raced as he felt the number of warlocks under his control diminishing. What the hell is happening? He thought, panic spreading across his face. I can feel the number of warlocks decreasing. His body shook with rage. 10 years of planning, damn it. Desperate, he summoned more black magic, his hands glowing with a malevolent purple aura. I only have one option left, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, one of the warlocks, fearing for his life, called out for help as he attempted to flee. Before he could get far, Aiden's sword struck his belly, the warlock collapsing to the ground. Sweat dripped from Aiden's face as he whispered, "You can act innocent all you want, but you're reeking of dark demonic energy. Finding you is a piece of cake for me." Aiden scanned the battlefield, sensing the remaining warlocks. 6 left, including Hakal, he thought, his sharp eyes cutting through the smoke. Suddenly, Aiden paused, feeling something unusual. He placed his fingers to his head in concentration. The warlocks' numbers are decreasing slowly. 5 now. 3. Aiden's eyes narrowed, wondering aloud, is Bali killing them? The Underlord's voice cut in, unsettlingly calm. They're not disappearing. Aiden, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" "The dark demonic energy, it's all going to one place." Hakal, now absorbing the energy of the fallen warlocks, stood amidst the chaos. One of the remaining warlocks, witnessing this, cried out in terror, "Hakal, please spare me." But Hakal ignored him, continuing to absorb the demonic energy without mercy. A sinister grin spread across Hakal's face as he lifted his hand into the air, a wild gleam in his eyes. "I give you the tribute of their lives, and half of mine." His voice grew louder, more manic, as the dark energy surged around him. "O noble of the underworld, descend here." Aiden's expression darkened, his eyes widening in shock. "Noble of the underworld, don't tell me." His thoughts raced as the reality of the situation sank in. Bali, seeing the sudden escalation, shouted in disbelief. What on earth is happening? All around, the remaining munches and priests trembled with fear, unsure of what was unfolding. The high priest, sweat pouring down his face, whispered in terror, "Is the world really going to end?" Suddenly, a dark rift tore open in the sky above the church. Demonic energy swirled violently, twisting and covering the entire area like a nightmare come to life. Suddenly, some of the munches began regaining their senses. One of them, confused, asked, "What am I doing right now?" As they came back to their senses, they were struck with intense headaches, a side effect of Hakal's control over their minds. One munch held his head, gritting his teeth in pain. Another shouted, "Are you guys back to normal now?" Another asked, "Is the curse of domination lifting?" Bali quickly called out, "Regroup, everyone. The real fight is about to begin." He then looked up at the clouds, seeing a red aura swirling within them, and said, "I've never felt such wicked energy before." Suddenly, something emerged from the clouds and crashed into the earth. Shocked, Bali exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" The impact shattered the ground, killing some of the minions instantly. Sweat dripped down Bali's face as he gritted his teeth and shielded his eyes. He called out for Aiden, who was standing in front of him, while High Priest Kirtle struggled to keep his balance. Aiden, also sweating and gritting his teeth, told Bali, "Evacuate everyone to safety immediately. Get them as far away as possible, and out of the church." In front of them, through the dust and shattered ground, an evil, dragon-like figure emerged, Talos from the underworld. Talos inhaled deeply, smelling the air of the earthly realm, and said, "What a beautiful, dreamlike world. I'm shocked that such weak, pathetic creatures can survive here." Seeing Talos, Aiden thought to himself, "Damn it. Damn McCall. He brought something unbelievable." Even the Underlord beside him remarked, "I never thought I'd see him here. This is unexpected." Talos, smiling, asked, "Who summoned me here?" At that moment, Hakal stepped forward, clenching his fists, and happily said, "I summoned you here. I'm your master, and I gave up half of my life force to call you." Hearing this, Talos gritted his teeth. Hakal continued, "Now you have to obey me and kill all these people." But before he could finish, Talos pointed a finger at him and killed him instantly. With a crazed smile, Talos said, "I thought my summoner would have a delicious soul, but you're filthy. I don't want my first meal to be your soul." Aiden thought to himself, "Talos, the Underlord demon who brought destruction upon the world in my past life. He's intelligent, so he must be a high-ranking Talos." He continued thinking, even most sword masters would struggle to fight him. In my previous life, I could take him down in one go, but not now. Suddenly, something caught Aiden's attention. When he turned, he saw that all the minions, even the High Priest and Bali, had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What the hell is happening? He wondered. A blue-purple aura was swirling all around. The Underlord explained, "Talos has a special skill called elusive fog. It drains the life force of those who breathe it in, trapping them in a nightmare. But of course it won't work on you because you have me." Aiden, still gritting his teeth and sweating, thought, "I think I knew this Talos. But who is he really?" The Underlord then revealed, "This Talos is Mephisto, the Talos of deceit and cunning. He even had the audacity to scam me in the previous life. But in the end, I enslaved his soul." Hearing this, a small smile crept onto Aiden's face as he thought, he tried to scam the Underlord? He must be out of his mind. Suddenly, Mephisto appeared much closer to Aiden and said, "What a fascinating human you are." Aiden was startled and thought, when did he get this close to me? Mephisto continued, "You can move just fine, even in my fog. I wonder what your soul is like." Sweat dripped from Aiden's face as he thought, as expected, he's a high-ranking Talos. Just standing in front of him puts me under extreme pressure. At that moment, the Underlord reassured Aiden, "Don't be afraid. Mephisto isn't complete right now. Hakal's summoning ceremony was unstable, so Mephisto doesn't even have half of his original power." Aiden, relieved, replied, "Really? Then I can manage against him." Mephisto sneered at Aiden, saying, "My poor, weak prey." Aiden smirked and replied, "Yap, yap, yap. You talk too much, Mephisto." Hearing his name from Aiden's mouth, Mephisto was shocked, his eyes widening as he asked, "How do you know my name?" Aiden gripped his sword tightly and said, "Your name is famous even on Earth." Then, mocking him further, Aiden added, "You're the pet Talos that the Underlord dragged around like a dog. If you need tips on how to trick him, I can help." Enraged, Mephisto shouted, "Pet Talos? Tips? How dare you? I am a noble among Talos." Furious, he prepared to attack Aiden, saying, "Ignorant human, how dare you say that in front of me?" At that moment, Aiden quickly dodged and leapt backward into the air, narrowly avoiding Mephisto's attack. The ground shattered where Mephisto's strike hit. Mephisto snarled, "I'll show you what it feels like to have your soul ripped apart for the rest of your life. Just like me." Hearing this, Aiden was shocked and thought, "Like him? What's that supposed to mean?" He then asked the Underlord, "Did you hide something from me?" The Underlord calmly replied, "Not exactly hide. I just used him for an experiment on Talos souls. I wanted to see if he could stay conscious while his soul was ripped apart and put back together over and over, and how to inflict pain on souls." Now back on the ground, Aiden sighed and said, I forgot who you were for a second. You're a lunatic too." The Underlord responded, "I guarantee you, not as crazy as you." Aiden thought to himself, "There are too many people here. We need to fight somewhere else." As Mephisto grew angrier, He charged at Aiden, shouting, "Where are you trying to run, pathetic humans?" He opened his hand, preparing another attack, but Aiden dodged it again. Aiden, feeling the pressure, asked the Underlord, "You said he doesn't even have half his power, right? Yet he's still much stronger than I expected." Aiden was suddenly shocked as Mephisto rushed toward him again. Mephisto attempted to kick Aiden, but Aiden narrowly dodged using his sword, gritting his teeth as he struggled to hold his ground against Mephisto's attacks. However, Mephisto landed another powerful kick, sending Aiden flying backward into a pillar. The impact left Aiden in pain, and he struggled to recover. Mephisto smiled and taunted, "You're still standing after my attack? You're not just an ordinary human." Aiden trembled, thinking to himself, "I can't use Banshee's shield yet. It still needs time to recover. There's only one option to defeat Mephisto, though I don't like it." He then recalled, "Thanks to that top-grade potion Hakal gave me, all my abilities improved by a whole level, even ones I didn't expect. I'm not sure if I should be grateful to him." At that moment, Aiden decided to tap into the power of Beelzebub, and a red-black aura surged from his sword. Seeing this, Mephisto was shocked and gritted his teeth. "What is that energy?" Aiden brought his sword closer to his face, thinking, because of Hakal's potion, even Beelzebub's power of gluttony has become stronger. It can now manifest the souls it consumed and turn them into wraiths. He then shouted, "Skill, Wraith Enslavement." More dark, evil energy swirled around the sword, and Mephisto, stunned, exclaimed, "Wraith Enslavement? Only warlocks using dark demonic energy can use that. How can you use that power?" Just then, a high troll emerged from Beelzebub's sword and stood before Mephisto, addressing Aiden. "Master, give me your orders." Aiden smirked and said, "The real fight begins now," mocking Mephisto. "You're just Underlord's first test subject." Enraged, Mephisto shouted, "You son of a... I'll show you what true hell is like." The scene shifts to Eldest, who entered another realm for her sane awakening ceremony. As she stepped into this strange, mystical world, she was overwhelmed by the beauty around her. With wide eyes, she asked, "Where am I?" Looking at the breathtaking scenery, Eldest exclaimed excitedly, "It's so pretty." Suddenly, a figure appeared. He wore a cloak and lazily scratched his ear with one finger. "It's been a long time since I've seen a human," he said. "I need to go back to sleep, so just receive the holy power and leave." This man was the main god of the Holy Trinity from the Great Order of the Holy Fire, the master of the Holy Fire himself. Eldest, unfazed by the god's presence, pointed at him and asked, "Are you a god, uncles?" The Holy Fire god was completely taken aback by her casual attitude. "What, uncle? And how dare you point your finger at me?" Eldest, still excited, responded cheerfully, "Do you know how difficult my life has been because of you? So you have to pay me back with interest." The Holy Fire god was shocked and thought to himself, "What a brave kid, demanding a god to pay her back." Sweat dripped from his face as he wondered, what kind of bold child is this? Are there bad influences in her life? Then, with a smirk, he thought, but still, this is a perfect time. I've been bored. Looking at Eldest with amusement, he said, "All right, fine. I'll pay you back for both this life and your past life." Eldest's eyes widened in shock. "Past life? What do you mean, past life?" The Holy Fire god explained, "You're a child whose fate was altered by someone who also lost their own fate. I hope your journey is different this time, and I'm looking forward to your new destiny." The scene shifts back to Aiden, where he commanded the High Troll to kill Mephisto. The High Troll, wielding his staff, unleashed a powerful fire spell. The troll roared as flames erupted toward Mephisto, but Mephisto narrowly dodged the attack by flying into the air. Frustrated by the near miss, the High Troll gritted his teeth. Mephisto, still hovering in the air, suddenly flew directly toward the troll with fierce determination. Mephisto, enraged and sweating, glared at the High Troll. "It's so annoying. How dare you use fire magic against me? You're nothing compared to him," he snarled, clearly frustrated by the troll's interference. In that moment, Aiden silently moved behind him, ready to strike. as Aiden grinned and yelled, "How can you get distracted by a high troll?" Test Subject 1. Mephisto gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it. I forgot he's still here," Mephisto thought, but it was too late. Aiden's sword cut deep into Mephisto's back, severing one of his arms and a wing. Mephisto screamed in agony as the force of the attack sent him flying backward, smashing into a wall. The impact shattered the wall and cracked the ground beneath him, landing softly on the ground. Aiden looked at the dust settling in front of him, unable to see clearly through it. Smiling, he taunted, "Do you really think you can face me while distracted by a high troll?" Mephisto, trembling and struggling to rise, put his hand to the ground. With anger burning in his eyes, he snarled, "How dare you? My beautiful wings and my arm." His eyes gleamed with a furious glow. "I'll never forgive you, you worthless creature." Mocking Mephisto further, Aiden smirked. Test Subject 1. Why don't you ask the Underlord for new wings and arms? Maybe he'll give you cute angel wings this time. He paused for a moment, then added coldly, "Oh wait, that won't be happening." At that moment, the High Troll appeared behind Mephisto, preparing to unleash another fire spell. Seeing the troll behind him, Mephisto gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. Aiden smirked, adding, "You're going to die here." Suddenly, the entire area ignited as the troll cast his fire magic. Flames erupted everywhere, engulfing the space. Aiden, standing before the inferno, allowed a small smile to creep across his face as he said to the Underlord, "I'm sorry, but I guess you'll need a new test subject." The Underlord replied calmly, "You should worry about yourself first. My test subject won't die so easily." Out of the blazing flames, Mephisto emerged, his wings and arms fully restored. Aiden, shocked, watched in disbelief as sweat dripped from his face. I know he's a high-ranking Talos, but how is he still alive after that fire? And his wings and arms, how are they already recovered? Underlord gritted his teeth and replied, "Mephisto is different from the other Talos. The reason he became a high-ranking Talos is because he has the highest endurance among them. Fire doesn't affect him." At that moment, Mephisto flashed a crazed smile, glancing at his unscathed arms. Aiden, confused, asked, "Fire won't work?" But he was definitely scared of fire. Underlord nodded. "Yes, he's terrified of fire. But that's because I experimented on him. I pushed him to develop a resistance to it. I even made him endure the hottest hellfire. And he survived." Aiden's eyes widened. "So, you're the reason he didn't die in the fire?" Mephisto flexed his wings and grinned maniacally. "Your little tricks won't work on me, human. Do you see the difference between us now?" Underlord turned to Aiden. "Do you have any other plan?" Aiden gripped his sword tightly, worry in his eyes. "I'm not sure. I don't know if I can defeat him." Clenching his teeth, Aiden stepped forward. "But I won't let him hurt innocent people." Both Aiden and Mephisto roared as they charged at each other. Their attacks collided with a deafening blast, sending dust and debris flying in every direction. The ground beneath them shattered from the impact. As the dust settled, Mephisto advanced, grinning as he looked down at Aiden, who lay bloodied on the ground, barely conscious. "You're stronger than the others," Mephisto sneered, "but you're still no match for me." Aiden's eyes fluttered open. "It's just like before," he thought. "I've lost my powers. I'm falling asleep again." His mind drifted back to his past life, to his colleagues, and he wondered, is this the end of my second life already? But then his thoughts turned to the friends he had made in this life, to the people he still needed to protect. He thought about his parents, his brother. Who will protect them if I'm gone? I have to be stronger than I was before, stronger than ever. As Mephisto prepared to strike Aiden again, he sneered, "It's an honor for you to die by my hands." Seeing the attack coming, Aiden thought, "I'm going to die again." He closed his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. "So, this is the end for me," he thought. The last thing he saw was Mephisto's face. Suddenly, Underlord's voice rang out, filled with frustration. "You arrogant fool," he growled. "Fine, just use my power." A system notification appeared in Aiden's mind, reading, "The Underlord's power has been unleashed." In an instant, A surge of dark energy enveloped Aiden's heart, reviving him. Just as Mephisto's hand was about to strike, he froze, his body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a dark, purple energy swirling around Aiden's body. "What is this?" Mephisto muttered, his voice shaking. Aiden's eyes snapped open, now glowing with an eerie purple hue. The sinister aura surrounding him intensified, causing Mephisto to take a step back in fear. "I know this power," Mephisto stammered, his trembling growing worse as he watched Aiden slowly rise to his feet. With a cold, commanding voice, Aiden spoke, "Kneel." Without warning, Mephisto's body buckled, forcing him to his knees. He gritted his teeth, shaking uncontrollably, his fear palpable. Aiden clenched his fists, the purple energy pulsating around him, radiating malice. Mephisto's eyes widened in horror as he realized the truth. This is that psychopath's power? And I didn't even notice. Still kneeling, Mephisto lowered his head, voice filled with terror. "I greet the Underlord." Aiden stood over Mephisto, watching him kneel and tremble, his voice calm yet commanding as he explained. "This is the authority of the Underlord, a power natural to him, absolute authority over all. It's how the ruler of the underworld dominates its inhabitants. All the Telos, all who dwell in the underworld, bow in awe before him. That's the reason it's possible to rule the underworld." Still kneeling, Mephisto trembled under Aiden's power, his fear palpable. Aiden smiled faintly, addressing the Underlord in his mind. "This authority, it's even more powerful than I imagined." The Underlord chuckled, his tone filled with pride. "Ah, so you've finally realized the greatness of the mighty me. I am the one everyone in the underworld revered endlessly. And now, to see what's become of me." A hint of sadness crept into the Underlord's voice. Aiden, smirking playfully, raised his hands and gave a thumbs up, spinning theatrically. "No one asked you to enter my body, you know? But hey, I'll be magnanimous here. You're truly amazing. But only in the underworld, great lord of the underworld." The Underlord burst into laughter. "Go on, ramble all you want. Serves you right." Grinning wildly, Aiden bent down, laughing crazily. Mephisto, still on the ground, stared up at Aiden in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably. "You Underlord," he managed to stammer, sweat pouring down his face. Aiden's laughter grew louder. He gave Mephisto another thumbs up and said mockingly, "Oh, I almost forgot about you. I'm really pissed off right now, and it's all because of you. So, how about you come here and help me cool down?" Mephisto's eyes widened in horror, turning completely black as dread filled him. He thought to himself, "I'm screwed." At that moment, Eldest appeared, emerging from the altar. Hearing Aiden's voice, she immediately recognized it and started running toward him. "Aiden," she shouted, her voice filled with joy and excitement. But as soon as Eldest caught sight of Aiden, she froze in shock. Her eyes widened, and sweat dripped down her face. Mephisto lay trembling on the ground, something lodged in his mouth, while Aiden stood over him. "Aiden, what are you doing?" Eldest asked, her voice full of disbelief. Aiden turned to her, flashing a bright, happy smile. He waved cheerfully. "Hey, Eldest, looks like the awakening ceremony went off without a hitch, huh?" Aiden walked closer to Eldest, his hand casually in his pocket, smiling. "So, did you get a good look at that god's face?" he asked cheerfully. Eldest clenched her fists excitedly as she approached. "Yeah, but that weird guy didn't give me anything at all. He just kept glowing, and I came back empty-handed." Eldest's focus shifted to Mephisto, lying on the ground, trembling. "Is that a huge bat?" she asked, tilting her head. "He looks hurt." Mephisto's body was drenched in sweat, his face turned away, trying to hide. Aiden chuckled, glancing at Mephisto. Yeah, he's my friend's pet." Eldest blinked in confusion. "Pet?" "Yeah," Aiden grinned, pointing upward. "We played too much today, so he's a little tired. Now he's resting." Mephisto, barely able to speak, whispered, "Save me, please." Suddenly, The Underlord's voice boomed, laughing. So, you're telling her you were just playing with him? A moment ago, you told him to flail his legs in the air like that. Enjoying yourself? Are you? Aiden sighed, trying to stay calm. Come on, I can't tell her the truth, you know that. Ellis crouched beside Mephisto, peering at him with concern. Poor Bat. Did you have a hard time? She gently patted his head, saying softly, Good job, Batty. As soon as her hand touched Mephisto, flames suddenly erupted all over his body. Ellis gasped, pulling her hand back in shock. Mephisto screamed, clutching his head. Please, stop the fire resistance test. I'm sorry for everything. Aiden's eyes widened, both confused and surprised. Those flames, they're divine powers, he thought. Ellis, she's really awakened. She's become a saint. Aiden grabbed his sword, his expression serious as he called out, Ellis, close your eyes. Mephisto, now completely engulfed in flames, writhed in agony as Aiden stood in front of him, preparing to end it. The Beelzebub sword glowed with a dark, ominous energy. Goodbye, Mephisto, Aiden whispered, as a swirling red-black aura poured from the sword. Beelzebub, devour him. Seeing the Beelzebub sword, Mephisto's eyes widened in terror. No, no way. Even Beelzebub, the monarch of gluttony, is here too? In mere seconds, the sword's dark power consumed Mephisto, his body vanishing into the void. Ellis, still standing behind Aiden with her hands covering her eyes, remained unaware of what had just transpired. Aiden, drenched in sweat, let out a long breath. It's finally over, he muttered, but before he could finish, his vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, his body completely drained. A few days later, at the Holy Church, Aiden stood among the devout, recounting the aftermath of the Hakal incident. After the events with Mephisto, the Church of Holy Fire began hunting down hidden heretics, Aiden explained. Countless heretics were caught during their search, leading to a large-scale purge within the church. The priests who had been trapped in Mephisto's fog of dreams were told that I assisted Ellis, the awakened saintess, in defeating the black magician. In the courtyard, Ellis was surrounded by excited priests, their voices rising in unison. Long live the saintess, they cheered. Ellis blushed, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and happiness as the priests praised her. The scene shifted to Aiden, standing by the window of his room, deep in thought. Staring out, his mind churned. This incident made me realize just how weak I still am, he mused. He put a hand on his chin, his eyes narrowing. Those who betrayed me in my past life would have easily defeated Mephisto if they encountered him now. But I wasn't even close to stopping him. I need to become stronger if I'm going to achieve my goal in this life. A voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you thinking about so seriously? Aiden turned, recognizing the voice. High Priest Curdle stood behind him, looking fully recovered, a result of Ellis's divine power. Curdle, Aiden said, a bit surprised. How are you here? He seems completely healed. Aiden thought to himself, all thanks to Ellis. Curdle approached, leaning on his staff. Thanks to you, Aiden, we were able to swiftly cleanse the heretics hiding within the church. Aiden chuckled, a faint smile crossing his face. I'm glad I could help. With a playful tone, he added, I have a really good dark mana detector, you see. In his mind, Underlord growled, annoyed. Maybe I should have let you die back then. I'm really starting to regret saving you. Curdle chuckled at Aiden's lighthearted comment, but quickly turned serious. I apologize for being late. With all the chaos in the church, it took me some time to come here. Then Curdle bowed his head, his tone humble and sincere. On behalf of the entire church, I want to express my deepest gratitude. Without your help, I wouldn't be alive today, nor would we have found the lost saintess. The church itself might have fallen into ruin. You are, without question, the savior of our church. Aiden stood silently, taken aback by Curdle's words. For a moment, he couldn't find the right response. Then, a small smile crept onto his face. He placed one hand on the window and said quietly, Well, I owed someone from the church a big favor. I've just settled my debt, that's all. Curdle raised an eyebrow, curious. You owe someone from the church? Who might that be? Aiden's mind wandered back to his past life, to Curdle in his younger days. A certain someone, he thought, a pretty nosy guy who once told me, "You don't need a reason to help others." Hearing this, Curdle laughed, his eyes gleaming with warmth. "I'm glad one of our church members had such a noble mindset." Aiden smirked, thinking to himself, "With this, I've repaid you for your kindness in my past life, old man. And with interest, too. Now we're even." Curdle turned to Aiden, a more serious expression on his face. "Aiden, there's another matter I need to discuss with you." Aiden looked at him curiously, noticing the concern in Curdle's eyes. "I've heard from the church members why you originally came here," Curdle said. "The Saintess, Eldest, is the future of our church. According to our traditions, she must stay here to receive the proper education, something she hasn't had the chance to do until now." Curdle's tone grew somber as he continued. "But considering the killings of the stigma holders 10 years ago, and the recent incident with Mephisto, it's clear our church has already failed in its duties to protect her and uphold our credibility. I don't think it's right for us to obsess over the church's future at the expense of the Saintess. We shouldn't hold her back." Aiden furrowed his brow, somewhat confused but intrigued by Curdle's words. "What are you suggesting?" Curdle smiled gently, sensing Aiden's uncertainty. "After much discussion, we've come to a decision. We're going to set up a branch of the Holy Church in Remes territory. That way, Ellis can receive her training there while remaining in Remes, under your family's protection." Aiden blinked in surprise, but quickly realized the weight of Curdle's offer. "A branch of the church in Remes?" he echoed, thinking aloud. "That's a huge deal. The church only establishes branches in regions of power and influence. A branch in Remes would symbolize the growing strength of the Remes family." Curdle nodded. "Yes, it's an honor for your family and a symbol of trust. You'll be able to ensure Ellis receives the education she needs while keeping her safe." The scene shifted to a secluded area deep within the forest, where two men stood by a misty lake. One man crossed his arms in front of him, his gaze fixed on the water. The other stood behind him, arms folded behind his back. "I had a feeling the Crimson Knight would mess up our plans," the first man said, his tone cold and irritated. "He's always so emotional and clumsy with his work. We can't afford any more slip-ups. We need to be extremely cautious. We can't afford another failure." The first man's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice in them as he turned slightly. "We need to ensure that Lord Sylvetta becomes the next Archduke. Nothing can get in our way." A few days later, Aiden and Lo sat inside a carriage, the sound of the wheels clattering beneath them as they traveled down a winding road. Lo looked exhausted, gripping his sword with both hands to keep himself upright, using the blade to support his weight. His face was pale, sweat dripping down his forehead. Seeing this, Aiden's frustration boiled over. He crossed his arms, glaring at Lo. "Why do you look like you're having a harder time than I am?" Lo flinched, visibly scared of Aiden's annoyed tone. "And not at all. Why would I be having a hard time?" he stammered, beads of sweat forming faster. Aiden shook his head, watching Lo struggle. "I told this rascal to hide and scout the number of Chaos members. But instead, he got himself cursed with some aging spell or something ridiculous like that. Thank God, we caught all of them." Aiden's expression darkened, and Lo had to go begging Ellis for help. Turning to the road ahead, Aiden sighed, his patience thinning. "I'll have to make your training tougher once we get back." Lo's eyes widened in shock, shouting, "What?" as panic set in. Trying to shift the conversation, Lo quickly asked, "By the way, where did you store the rewards the church gave you? I'm pretty sure there was a lot." His mind flashed back to High Priest Curdle, showing them a mountain of gold coins. He remembered how Aiden's eyes sparkled, drool practically forming at the sight of the treasure. Aiden pulled out a small pouch from his side. "All the rewards are in here." Lo caught the pouch, blinking in surprise. He quickly recognized it, and his jaw dropped. "Isn't this a subspace pocket?" he exclaimed. "That's a rare item. It prevents things from spoiling or rusting once they're stored inside." "Did the High Priest really reward you with something this precious?" Aiden chuckled, clearly enjoying the moment. "Well, being one of the top 3 churches does have its perks," he said as he reached into the pouch. Lo's curiosity piqued as Aiden pulled out several items, one after another. We got plenty of other stuff too, like fairy silk, Aiden continued, inspecting each item as he went through them. But something strange happened while I was packing and getting ready to leave. Lo watched as Aiden carefully pulled out an object emitting a faint purple aura. It was an egg, larger than a typical one, with an eerie glow swirling around it. What kind of egg do you think this is? Aiden asked, holding it up with a curious frown. Lo stared at the egg, puzzled. He reached out, placing a hand on it, and immediately sensed the unsettling mana radiating from it. It's about the size of an ostrich egg, Lo muttered, still confused. But with this weird mana, I doubt it's anything normal. Aiden nodded, equally perplexed. Exactly. I found it in a suspicious room inside the church, along with an old book. So, I took it with me, but I still can't figure it out. Lo's eyes widened with interest. There was a book with it? Then maybe there's something in that book that explains what this egg is. Aiden looked at the egg again, his curiosity deepening. That's what I'm hoping. Whatever it is, it can't be ordinary. Aiden's mind wandered as he recalled entering that suspicious room. He tried to read the old book he found there, but quickly gave up. I tried reading that book, Aiden said to Lo, but I couldn't make sense of it. It's written in a language I couldn't understand. Suddenly, Lo's expression changed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as a realization hit him. Wait a minute, he began, his voice shaky. You said you found the egg in a suspicious room, along with a book. You didn't just find it, did you? You stole it from the church. Aiden's face turned to the side as he tried to avoid Lo's gaze, sweat forming on his brow. I didn't exactly steal it. Aiden's memory flashed back to the moment he discovered the room, licking his lips with excitement when he saw the strange, untouched space radiating with eerie mana. It's just, that room looked like no one had entered it for decades, Aiden explained, and it was giving off this strange energy, so I thought. Lo shot to his feet, his voice loud and panicked. Young master, you can't just steal something from the church, even if you're their savior. They won't let this slide. We need to return that egg immediately. Aiden quickly moved the egg behind his back, clutching it protectively. But what if this egg hatches into a goose that lays golden eggs? He quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Ignoring the joke, Lo's anxiety grew as they neared their destination. The temperature had dropped dramatically, and snow began to cover the trees. As they stepped out of the carriage, both of them shivered in the biting cold. Ugh, it's freezing, Aiden groaned, rubbing his arms for warmth. The wind howled through the frozen landscape as they stood before the city gates of Hammerth, the capital of the Cetus territory. Lo looked confused. Weren't we heading home? Aiden's expression was serious as he turned to Lo. I never said we were going back to our territory. Hearing that, Lo's face flushed red, despite the icy temperature. But you said you'd make me train harder when we got back. Sweat formed on his face, a surprising sight in the frigid air. Aiden smirked, trying to suppress a laugh. Oh, you were looking forward to hellish training that much? Lo lowered his head, a tear forming in his eye. No, I wasn't, he muttered, wiping it away quickly. As they continued walking, Lo gathered the courage to ask, so, why are we here? Are we meeting with Margrave Cetus? Aiden's pace quickened, his tone calm, but purposeful. Yes, I'm going to meet him, but that's not the main reason I came. Lo furrowed his brow, his curiosity piqued. Then what's the real reason? Aiden glanced toward the distant forest, its dark, towering trees ominously swaying in the wind. I have some business in the Forest of Death, which lies within the Cetus territory. Lo gulped, feeling a chill that wasn't just from the cold. The Forest of Death? What kind of business could you possibly have in a place like that? Aiden thought back to his conversation with the hat merchant Joseph, who told him that ants, ancient tree spirits, were rumored to live in the Forest of Death. Joseph had mentioned needing ants' tears to create a high-grade elixir. Aiden turned to Lo, explaining, I'm going to need ants to make the highest-grade elixir. They had just arrived at the Cetus fortress, when two guards stationed at the gate crossed their spears, blocking their way. One guard eyed Aiden with suspicion and said gruffly, Stop right there. This is Cetus territory. The Lord is currently away, and no outsiders are allowed unless you have a prior appointment. Come back another time. Before Aiden could respond, Lo burst out angrily. Do you even know who you're talking to? This is Aiden Remez, eldest son of the Remez Duchy. He's here to see Margrave Turid, so step aside. The guard's eyes widened in shock at the name, but instead of relaxing, their expressions turned even more hostile. Aiden, puzzled, wondered why they were suddenly even angrier. The Underlord's voice rumbled in Aiden's mind. Are you seriously asking because you don't know? He sneered. From their perspective, you're the devil who stole their family's treasure, the Beelzebub sword. Not to mention, you're the trash who beat up their lord's son at the royal banquet. Aiden smirked. All right, I'd almost forgotten about that, he said nonchalantly. So, that's why they're so upset. His grin turned devilish. Maybe I can use that to get in. As Aiden slowly unsheathed the Beelzebub sword, the Underlord's voice came again, sounding uneasy this time. What are you plotting now? You're making me nervous. Holding the sword up for the guards to see, Aiden's smile widened. Will you let me in if I show you this sword? He asked coolly. I hear someone important in your territory used to own this. Both guards' faces turned red with rage as they recognized the Beelzebub sword. One of them tightened his grip on his spear, gritting his teeth. We have verified your identity, young Master Aiden, he said through clenched teeth. But as I mentioned, our lord is away. You'll need to come back another time. Aiden slid the sword back into its sheath, his mind churning with ideas. Did that method fail? He muttered to himself. I guess I only have one method left. He glanced at the guards again, his eyes narrowing. Really? He said slyly. Then, what about Tyen's? The guard's angry expression deepened. Young Master Tyen is also very busy. If you don't have an appointment, leave quickly. If you continue to cause trouble, we'll have no choice but to use force. Lo, furious, took a step forward, his hand already on his sword. How dare you speak to our young master like that, he growled. But before Lo could escalate the situation further, Aiden raised a hand, signaling him to stop. Lo gritted his teeth, but held back, fuming. Aiden's eyes flickered with amusement. I see, he said, pretending to consider his options, all while formulating his next move. As Aiden turned away and started to leave the gate, he said casually, I guess there's nothing we can do then. The guards, relieved, allowed themselves to smile. One of them muttered, You should have just left to begin with, you damn scammer. Aiden walked just a few steps before he stopped, turning back toward the gate with a smirk on his face. Lo, confused, asked, What are you trying to do now? Aiden grinned mischievously and said, If I need an appointment to get in, then I'll just make one right now. Suddenly, Aiden's face puffed up like a balloon, as if preparing for something big. One of the guards looked at him in confusion. What's he doing? The other guard chuckled. Looks like he's trying to make a scene because we didn't let him in. He can try whatever he wants. But Aiden cut him off by shouting at the top of his lungs. How's your head after I beat the crap out of you, Tyen? His voice was so loud that Lo had to cover his ears, grimacing at the volume. Aiden's shout reverberated throughout the Cetus fortress. Inside the fortress, a familiar voice rang out in response. Aiden Remez, you rascal. Aiden, now grinning widely, casually put his hands in his pockets and looked at the guards. Well, I've got my appointment now. Tyen will be here soon. The guards' eyes widened in shock. They were sweating profusely as they looked toward the fortress, their expressions filled with panic. A few moments later, they heard the sound of Tyen running at full speed toward the gate, his angry voice echoing. Aiden Remez. When Tyen reached the gate, he wasted no time. He grabbed Aiden by the collar, his face red with fury. How dare you say something so humiliating in our territory? What were you thinking? Aiden, still calm and smiling, tried to defuse the situation. Tyen, long time no see, he said with a grin. Aiden pointed toward the guards. They told me I couldn't enter unless I had an appointment, so I had no choice but to call you out like that. Tyen, visibly angrier now, turned to glare at the guards, who were trembling with fear. Sweat dripped down their faces, and one of them stammered. It was just a misunderstanding. Aiden, cheerful as ever, suggested, "Should we go talk inside then?" Tyan, still clutching Aiden by the collar and shaking with anger, didn't respond immediately, but his frustration was palpable. The scene then shifted to the Cetus family's reception room. Aiden was comfortably lounging on a luxurious leather sofa, relaxed and at ease, while Tyan sat across from him, still visibly fuming. Aiden ran his hand along the sofa, admiring it. "Oh, this leather is really nice. Very comfortable," he said nonchalantly, as if nothing had just happened. Tyan, still glaring at him, struggled to contain his anger, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of Aiden's antics. Aiden, curious, leaned forward and asked Tyan, "Is Margrave Cetus really that busy? I heard he's out on some business." Tyan, looking worried, replied, "Father is at the slaughter tower right now. Something unusual seems to have happened in the Wasteland of Death, which is also managed by the slaughter tower. They suspect the high troll that appeared in your territory came from there." Aiden, hearing this, started thinking, slaughter tower, right? Strange incidents are starting to happen now. Soon, calamity-level monsters, including that crazy dragon, will start showing up. In my previous life, I was so busy dealing with these sudden events that I had no time to find out what caused them. But now I know everything. I just need to get stronger quickly and find the source. I have to prevent it before it happens. Breaking Aiden's internal thoughts, Tyan asked, "So, why have you come to our territory?" Aiden responded immediately, "I want to go to the Forest of Death." Tyan's eyes widened in shock as he considered the danger of the place. "What? Do you even know what kind of place that is?" "The entire forest is covered in poison, crawling with undead, poisonous plants and monsters." Aiden smirked and rested his hand under his chin. "That's exactly why I want to go there. I need to gather rare poisonous herbs that only grow in that forest." Tyan put his head down, clearly exasperated, as sweat dripped down his face. "I knew you weren't normal, but that's a peculiar hobby," he muttered. Lifting his head with a more serious expression, Tyan warned, "You ran out of your luck with your timing, Aiden Remes. You can't go to the Forest of Death right now." Tyan began to explain. The Forest of Death, as its name suggests, is a place filled with death, located within the Cetus Margraviate. It's home to powerful, ravenous monsters and overrun with deadly poisonous herbs. Yet even in such a place where life seems impossible, humans have managed to survive. Criminals, and those so poor they can't even pay taxes, end up seeking refuge here. They live in slash-and-burn farming villages, doing whatever they can to survive. Tyan paused, lowering his head and placing a hand under his chin, visibly concerned. Recently, bandits have appeared in the Forest of Death, and they've started looting the villages within it. He looked up at Aiden, his expression serious. "What's more disturbing is that ever since these bandits showed up, we've been receiving continuous reports of people going missing across the Margraviate. We suspect the two might be connected." He raised his head, locking eyes with Aiden. "That's why we're planning to lead the Night Order into the Forest of Death to subjugate the bandits. Even though it's a slash-and-burn farming village, those people are still part of our territory. We can't just stand by and let the bandits hurt them." Aiden listened intently, his head lowered slightly, arms crossed, absorbing every word. Tyan continued, "If you want to go into the Forest of Death, you'll have to wait until we start the subjugation. You can join us then, or you can leave." Aiden, still deep in thought, murmured, "That's not good." Seeing Aiden's posture and response, Tyan's eyes welled with unexpected tears. "Don't tell me, is Aiden, as much of a scoundrel as he is, actually worried about the people living in the Forest of Death? Does this guy really have some basic human compassion?" But while Tyan wrestled with his emotions, Aiden was thinking something entirely different. What if the bandits find the ants first? His annoyance grew as the thought lingered. If those bandits discover the ants, they'll go mad trying to capture them and sell them off. I can't let them take my precious elixir. He gritted his teeth, his inner frustration building. "No, I must save the people first." Just then, Underlord, who had been observing quietly, said with a sly smile, "I think your true intentions slipped out for a moment there, Aiden." Aiden made a worried face and looked at Tyan. Tyan, noticing this, leaned his head slightly toward Aiden, his eyes filled with confusion. waiting for Aiden's response. Suddenly, Aiden lifted his head, smiling. I'll come with you to help. Let's go and take down those bandits causing havoc in the Forest of Death. At this moment, Aiden, Lo, Tyan, and 4 guards stood at the front gate of Cetus Fortress. It seemed like Tyan was waiting for someone. Meanwhile, Aiden and Lo stretched, loosening up. Aiden glanced at Lo and teased, make sure to warm up properly this time. Don't make a blunder like you did at the church earlier. Lo nodded earnestly. Yes, young master. I'll make sure that won't happen again. As Aiden prepared to join them on the mission, 2 of the guards looked visibly frustrated. One of them glared at Aiden, gritting his teeth. Finally, one of the guards stepped forward and said to Tyan, I have something to say to you. Tyan turned towards them, raising an eyebrow. What is it? The guard, clearly frustrated and angry, clenched his fists. Are you really planning to take these headaches with you? Hearing this, Tyan's expression darkened with anger. His gaze sharpened as he responded, What did you just say? The guard, still gritting his teeth, spoke bitterly. Look at them. Clumsy actions, frail frames. They'll only get in our way. He gestured towards Aiden and Lo, who were still stretching, beads of sweat forming on Tyan's brow as he glanced at them. The guard continued, And that's Aiden Remez, the one who humiliated you in front of everyone, and even insulted the Lord. I can't accept this, not as a knight of Cetus. Tyan's anger flared. Did you just say, as a knight of Cetus? He grabbed the guard by the collar, pulling him close. Is your honor as a knight more important to you than the suffering of our people? And how dare you refer to young Master Aiden, who's risking his life for Cetus, as a headache? The guard fell silent as Tyan's words hit him hard. Tyan, still furious, continued, Right now, it's your reckless words that are tarnishing Cetus' name. Looking over at Aiden, Tyan added, I assure you, both my father and I have already acknowledged his strength. He's that powerful. At that moment, Aiden, rather than focusing on the tension around him, was daydreaming about the high-grade elixir he planned to make from the Ent's tears. He absent-mindedly drooled, placing one hand under his chin, lost in thought. Tyan, noticing Aiden's distraction, sighed and added, though his actions could be a little weird at times. Tyan moved towards Aiden and said, Thanks. This mission is going to be dangerous. Aiden shrugged and replied, It's fine. I enjoy helping others. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he asked, Do you think this group will be enough? If those bandits are bold enough to cause trouble in the Forest of Death, their numbers must be huge. Tyan, slightly annoyed, shot back, You think I don't know that? I hired a reliable mercenary for that reason. Aiden's face flushed as a thought crossed his mind. A mercenary? Could it be someone from my past life? Just then, footsteps approached. A voice called out, You're all here already? Tyan recognized the voice instantly. Here she comes, he muttered. Aiden's eyes widened in shock as the mercenary came into view, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Underlord noticed and asked, Why are you so surprised? Do you know her from your past life? Aiden quickly composed himself and replied, No, it's my first time seeing her. But I can sense her origin. Turning to Underlord, he added, Can't you feel it? At that moment, the mercenary woman smiled brightly and approached the group. Sorry for being late, everyone, she said warmly. Nice to meet you all. I'm Lunia, a servant of the great god of carnage. Hearing this, Lo gasped. A servant of the great god of carnage? Did Tyan hire a priestess of the cult of divine carnage? Aiden smirked and turned to Tyan. You brought a mercenary from a very interesting place. Tyan, studying Lunia, replied, But she seems different from what the rumors say. I've heard that priests from the cult of divine carnage are supposed to be crazed with madness, but she just looks like a sweet, gentle girl. Aiden quickly interrupted. I thought the same thing at first, too. Confused, Lo asked, What do you mean? Aiden replied cryptically, You'll understand soon enough. Lunia then walked closer to Aiden and asked, Aren't you Duke Remez's son? I've heard of you. Aiden smiled. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Aiden Remez. He then added, It's been a long time since I teamed up with a priest from the cult of divine carnage. Lunia's excitement grew. Oh, so you fought alongside my brothers and sisters before? Aiden, now slightly irritated, responded, "Yeah, a long time ago." His expression darkened as a memory surfaced, the image of a priestess who had betrayed him. Aiden finished. She was quite a reserved person. Lunia explained, "Most priests in our cult work as mercenaries while on pilgrimage. So I'm sure you must have run into us a few times before." Her excitement grew, and she raised her hands to the sky, exclaiming, "This must be fate. Feel free to call me Lunia. Now, let's all do our best to punish the wicked." Hearing this, Aiden thought to himself, the cult of divine carnage, one of the three great religions with divine power specialized in combat. As a priestess from this cult, she shouldn't have any trouble handling bandits. Tyan then turned toward the Forest of Death, his fist clenched in determination. "All right, let's set off for the Forest of Death," he shouted. They entered the forest, with Aiden quietly observing his surroundings. "This forest looks far more ordinary than what I'd imagined," Aiden said to Tyan. Tyan nodded. "That's because this path was cleared by the villagers so they could gather supplies." Suddenly, Aiden felt something unsettling and whispered to Underlord, "I sense a strange aura. Do you feel it?" Underlord nodded quickly. "Yes, I noticed it when we first entered. There's a purplish haze in the air. It's as if some sinister energy is rising from the ground, like in the underworld." He paused before adding, "It's been a while since I've felt something like this. This forest lives up to its name." Aiden stopped walking, deep in thought. A forest where poison and evil energies seep from the ground. It makes you wonder just how resilient the people who live here must be. His mood soured as a memory surfaced, and he thought angrily, that rabbit. Did he send me here on purpose, knowing how dangerous it is? Clenching his fist, Aiden muttered to himself, "I'll teach him a lesson the next time I see him." Turning to Tyan, Aiden asked, "Are you sure this will be okay?" Tyan looked confused. "What do you mean?" Aiden explained, "Your father, the Margrave, he can't stand mercenaries. He hates them. Lunia may be a pilgrim from the cult of divine carnage, but she's still a mercenary. Are you sure it's wise to hire her? What if your father finds out and scolds you later?" Tyan's face tightened with anger, his teeth gritting slightly. "If my father finds out, he'll definitely scold me. But that doesn't matter," he said firmly. In a serious tone, Tyan continued, "There's no time to be picky about methods when it comes to saving the lives of our people. Besides, mercenaries have more experience dealing with bandits than knights do. If you think about it, it's only logical to hire them." Aiden, confused, turned to Tyan. "Oh, you're pretty smart." In his mind, Aiden thought he's different from his father. Tyan, with a triumphant grin, shouted, "Of course I am. You're the foolish one for not recognizing my true worth until now." Aiden rolled his eyes. "I guess you still lack a bit of humility." As they continued walking along the path the villagers had cleared, Tyan suddenly pointed ahead. "Look, I think that's the first village." But as they drew closer, Tyan stopped in shock. The guards in Lo also froze, stunned by what lay before them. The village was in ruins, devastated by fire. No one was left. Lunia, seeing the destruction, clasped her hands together and began to pray softly. "Oh my, God of carnage." Aiden, taking in the sight of the charred remains of the village, muttered, "Damn, we were too late." Aiden explains that there were 5 slash-and-burn farming villages in the Forest of Death. "Aiden, the first village we reached was completely destroyed. It was a massacre. No survivors, no buildings left standing. We were terrified, so we hurried to the second village, only to find it in the same condition. The third village, the same, wiped out." They moved with growing despair toward the fourth village. Tyan, standing before the devastation, shook with fury. Tyan, angrily, "This is the fourth one. And the last 3 villages, they weren't any different from this." The guards began searching for survivors, but they found none. Aiden and Tyan also searched, with Aiden's thoughts racing. Aiden, thinking, did no one survive here either? Even a farming village like this should have had some defense. How did such a one-sided massacre happen? These can't be ordinary bandits. Who on earth are these people? Suddenly, one of the guards called out, his voice filled with urgency. Guards shouting, "Survivors! There are survivors here!" Hearing this, Tyan's face showed deep regret. He had failed to protect his people. 2 children, a boy and a girl, were found trembling in fear. One of the guards gritted his teeth as he lifted a piece of debris that had shielded them from the fire. Guard beside Tyan. It looks like they dodged the flames by hiding under the debris. Tyan knelt before the children, extending a hand gently. Tyan softly, "We're the Knights of Cetus. We've come to protect you. You're safe now." The children, faces red with tears, cried harder at his words. The boy, in disbelief, asked, "Boy," tearfully, "the Knights of Cetus, are you really here to protect us?" Suddenly the girl leaped forward and hugging Tyan tightly. Tyan, momentarily flustered, gently patted the little girl's back. Tyan, apologetically, "I'm sorry we were late." The boy then fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Boy pleading, "If you're really knights, then please save our parents too." Tyan's heart sank. He looked at the boy, sorrow in his eyes. Tyan, softly, with regret, "I'm sorry, but I'm sure your parents have gone to a very peaceful place." The boy suddenly shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Boy shouting, "No. The attackers dragged our parents and everyone else to another place. Our parents are definitely still alive." Hearing this, Tyan became furious, clenching his fists tightly as his teeth ground together. Tyan, angrily, "What? They took everyone alive?" Tyan stormed out of the 4th village, seething with rage. Aiden, walking beside him, was confused, his thoughts racing. Aiden, thinking, why would they take all the villagers instead of killing them? What could they possibly want? We don't have enough information, but maybe we'll find some clues in the last village. As they made their way toward the 5th village, Aiden suddenly heard something. He called out urgently. Aiden whispering, "Tyan, someone's here." Tyan's anger flared even hotter. His eyes turned red with fury as he unsheathed his sword. Tyan, growling, "Is it those scum? Great. I'll make sure they pay for their sins right now." Just then, Tyan saw something that made him freeze in place. Several figures appeared, preparing to attack. The knights, along with Lo, readied their weapons. But before they could engage, Tyan shouted. Tyan, shouting, "Everyone stop." Both Aiden and Lena turned to Tyan, shocked by his command. Tyan's expression softened, and a small smile crept onto his face. Tyan, calming, "It's not the bandits." As they lowered their weapons, a man from the opposing group gave a similar order. "Opposing leader, stand down." It was the head of the 5th village, Marcus. He stepped forward, addressing Tyan with concern. Marcus, worried, "Tyan, why are you here? Are you here to help us?" Aiden, still confused, turned to Tyan. Aiden, curious, "Do you know him?" Tyan, with a mix of happiness and sorrow, nodded. Tyan softly, "He used to be a knight in the Cetus Order about 10 years ago. I heard he left after a serious injury, but I never expected to find him here." Tyan approached Marcus, his sword still in hand. He smirked, though his voice carried an edge of nostalgia. Tyan, teasing Marcus, "That's a pretty cold greeting." Marcus, his fists clenched, looked down apologetically. Marcus, regretful, "I'm sorry. Bandits have been showing up more and more lately, so I couldn't afford to greet you casually." He glanced at Tyan and managed a faint smile. Marcus, smiling, "You've improved quite a bit since I last saw you. I almost didn't recognize you." Tyan suddenly placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder. He lowered his head, his voice soft but filled with relief. Tyan, grateful, "Thank God you're okay." Marcus, startled by Tyan's words, looked at him in shock. His expression changed quickly as dread filled his eyes. Marcus, fearful, "Don't tell me, the other villages, they've already been?" Tyan's face tightened with worry as he turned to Marcus. "The other villages, they've been ambushed. There are barely any survivors. It's a relief, at least, that your village is still standing." Tyan raised his head, but Marcus looked at him sharply. "Fine, you say? It's late. I'll take you to my village first." As they entered Marcus' village, a man lay on the ground, clutching his belly, writhing in excruciating pain. Purple energy pulsed from his wound. Beside him, another villager knelt, his voice trembling. "Why won't the potion work?" How can I treat him? Aiden stepped forward, assessing the situation with a calm, sharp gaze. You won't be able to heal that with a regular potion. He reached into his pack and handed over a glowing vial. Here, take this. It's a holy potion. The man who received it gasped, astonished. Are you really giving us this? A holy potion? It's priceless. He bowed his head in gratitude, murmuring his thanks. Aiden's face hardened as he stood tall and shouted to the crowd, Listen up. Anyone whose wounds are emitting dark light has been struck by black demonic energy. Regular potions won't work on them. Come to me for holy potions. It's the only way to treat those wounds. Aiden moved quickly, distributing the potions one by one. Inwardly, he sighed in relief, thinking to himself, Good thing I packed a ton of holy potions in my subspace pocket. Underlord smirked. I thought you cared more about money than saving lives. This is a surprise? Aiden's jaw tightened. Anger flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. What do you take me for? Of course, it's not free. Tyne's going to pay me back with interest. And besides, I can't let those chaos bastards have their way. Underlord chuckled. As expected of you. Suddenly, a man approached, holding a child tightly in his arms. Can you help him too? He pleaded. Of course, Aiden started, but then he froze, eyes narrowing as he looked closer. The child was wrapped in cloth, appearing human at first glance, but something was off. As Aiden inspected more carefully, he realized with shock that this was no human. It was an ant, and it too was wounded, the same dark purple energy seeping from its injuries. Meanwhile, near the village, bandits were approaching. One of them sneered. Those losers we kicked out of the city. They fought back hard, but it wasn't enough. Another bandit grinned darkly. That one-armed old man is mine. Don't mess with him. As the bandits marched toward the village, they weren't alone. A dark mage, cloaked in ominous robes, walked among them. One of the bandits glanced at the mage and sneered. You couldn't use your powers last time. This time, give it everything you've got, all right? After all, that's how we help each other out, right? We get all the food and money from these villages, and you get the people. That's the deal, isn't it? The black mage turned, his expression cold and disdainful. Ignorant fools. All you have is brute strength, and yet you never stop talking. Just move the captives to the place I told you about. The bandit, irritated, muttered under his breath, Damn black mages. Meanwhile, the black mage's thoughts were far darker. Once we're finished here, I'll use these bandits too, he mused, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Red energy began to swirl around him, radiating a palpable evil. These people should be enough for my research, he thought, relishing the power coursing through him. In a dimly lit room, 2 small candles on the side table cast a soft glow across the space. The ant slowly opened her eyes, blinking in confusion. Where am I? She murmured. Aiden, who was sitting beside her, looked up. You're awake. The ant's eyes widened in shock. She sat up abruptly, her voice trembling as she cried, Please don't kill me. She clutched her chest, sobbing. I'm not tasty. Please don't eat me. Aiden sighed, resting his hand on his knee. I'm not going to eat you, so stop crying and don't be scared. Just then, Aiden's mouth parted slightly, and a bit of drool slipped from the corner as if something tasty was right in front of him. His eyes lit up with excitement. Underlord, watching, rolled his eyes. How is she supposed to believe you won't eat her when you're making that face? Flustered, trying to reassure her. I'm telling you, I won't eat you. My Alex, no, I mean it. Despite his attempts, the ant burst into louder sobs, pleading, I'm poisonous. If you eat me, you'll definitely get a stomachache. Trying to change the atmosphere, Aiden pulled out a pouch of lichbone powder. As he opened it, the scent wafted toward the ant. Her nose twitched, and she looked up, her eyes brightening. Is it really okay for me to eat this? She asked timidly. Aiden grinned. That's right. I don't need the bone powder anyway. He handed it to her, and she hesitantly took a nibble. Her eyes lit up, and soon, she was devouring it with obvious enjoyment. It's delicious, she exclaimed, a satisfied look on her face. Aiden watched her, both amused and fascinated. Wow, she's really into lichbone powder. Underlord leaned in, cheeks slightly flushed with pride. I told you, Ents can't resist lichbone powder. Aren't you glad you listened to me? Aiden chuckled. Thanks. Then, leaning closer to the Ent, he asked gently, but why were you injured and unconscious in the forest? At this, the Ent froze. The others, the people running with me, where are they? Aiden's face softened. The people who brought you here told us that you were the only one they found, injured and lying unconscious in the forest. They didn't see anyone else with you. The Ent's expression darkened, her voice barely a whisper. Could it be? She trailed off, a silent worry flickering in her eyes. Aiden leaned closer, his voice sincere. Do you know what's happening in the forest? If you tell me the truth, I might be able to help. The Ent looked down, confused and conflicted. Mom and Dad told me not to trust humans. Suddenly, a bell clanged loudly throughout the village, followed by the urgent shouts of the guards. We're under attack. One guard bellowed, and another yelled, the bandits are back. Aiden's head whipped toward the gate as he rubbed his chin. Ah, those bandits again. Turning back to the Ent, he said calmly, Look, I can't help if you keep quiet. Just hide here for now. The Ent began to cry again, thought, I can only hope he's not like other humans. Then, almost in a whisper, he called after Aiden. Wait, can you really help our forest? Are you different from the others? Aiden paused, visibly startled for a moment, as he looked back at the Ent. Outside, the bandits charged toward the village with wild shouts. Let's wipe them out completely, one bellowed. Not a single one of these rats gets away, roared another. The Cetus Knights quickly moved forward to meet the assault, their voices steady and resolute. Protect the village. Stand firm and don't fear these bandits. The knights lined up, forming ranks, shields raised in anticipation. But then, behind the charging bandits, the black mage raised his hand, dark magic crackling with purple energy. His eyes glinted as he muttered to himself, I don't recognize these men. Knights of this territory? Well, more sacrifices for my offering. That's not so bad. Then he called out in a chilling voice, Rise, dead ones. Moments later, corpses emerged from the ground, clawing their way back to life. The knights closest to the undead recoiled, teeth gritted in horror. The undead, what? One of them gasped. Another groaned, Ugh, I've never fought the undead before. Just then, Priestess Luna strode forward, her gaze unwavering. She looked toward the black mage with disdain. So, you're the sinner behind this wickedness. A knight turned to her, alarmed. Priestess Luina, it's dangerous. Let us handle the bandits. You take care of the undead, he called. Tyne stepped up behind the knights, his voice calm. Just let Luina do her thing. The knights exchanged uneasy glances, tension written across their faces. One muttered, But there are so many of them. Sweat glistened on Tyne's brow as he spoke quietly. You might not know this, but there's no one better suited to this situation than her. He paused, his voice grim. A mad priestess with the face of an angel, a warrior of carnage who brings death in the name of her god. At that moment, Luina gripped her weapon tightly and launched herself into the air. Tyne watched her ascent, muttering, That's what a priest of the divine carnage cult is like. In midair, Luina's eyes shone a fierce, wild red, and a crazed smile spread across her face. She shouted, Death to those who have incurred bad karma. With a powerful swing, she came crashing down with brute force, slamming into the ground. The impact shattered the earth, and a shockwave rippled outward, hitting all the bandits and undead in the area. The black mage's eyes went wide, and he gritted his teeth, whispering, What is that? Where did a monster like her come from? Luina landed gracefully, a serene look replacing her earlier frenzy. She murmured, O god of death and carnage, by your name, allow your servant to wield this power. With another swing of her weapon, she sent a massive shockwave, and nearby enemies were flung backward. The black mage's face twisted with rage as he watched his summoned undead and bandits fall in mere seconds. She took out the bandits and the undead in just 2 hits, damn her. With fury, he raised his hand, chanting darkly. Purple, malicious energy coiled around his fingers, reaching out toward Luina. "Oh, curse of death, devour that crazy woman," he snarled. But as the dark energy shot toward her, Luina suddenly vanished. The black mage staggered, searching in confusion. What? Where did she go? In the next instant, Luina appeared behind him, descending from the air, her weapon poised to strike. Sensing something, the black mage whirled around. His face went pale, sweat pouring down in terror. He barely had time to react before Lina struck him with a crushing blow, sending blood splattering. Meanwhile, the knights pressed forward, surrounding the remaining bandits. One knight ran up to Tyan. "We've rounded up all the remaining bandits." Ty nodded, sighing. "Good work," but his face darkened with confusion. "Did they say what they did with the villagers they captured?" The knight glanced at the bandits, a worried frown on his face. "Well, they're not exactly sure. They only took what they could sell and said they dropped the villagers off where the archmage instructed." Tyan's expression shifted to shock. "What?" He turned back to the knight, frustration mounting. "So, the dark mage is dead. Does that mean there's no way for us to rescue the villagers?" Suddenly, Aiden appeared, stepping forward with a determined expression. "There's a way, Tyan." Hearing his voice, Tyan turned, anger flashing in his eyes. "Where have you been all this time, Aiden?" He paused, the tension easing slightly as he asked, "Wait, there's a way for us to find the villagers?" Aiden moved closer, nodding. "Yes, there's a way." But he hesitated, frustration etched on his face. "We don't have much time. We need to hurry." Earlier, the inn had revealed to Aiden that the dark mages had taken many other ints, and Aiden had been shaken by the news. "What? Seriously?" he'd asked, barely containing his shock. The int nodded, explaining, "Yes, they captured me too and locked me up, but I managed to escape. And it's not just ints, they've taken many humans as well." Aiden had clenched his jaw, placing a hand under his chin as he considered the dark mage's motives. Gathering humans and ints together. Could they be preparing a massive summoning ritual? Or turning them into undead? His thoughts darkened, and his eyes flickered with red rage. "I won't tolerate this. How dare they mess with my precious elixir?" Underlord had watched, unimpressed. "What kind of person are you?" Now, back in the present, Aiden relayed all of this to Tyan. Tyan's fists clenched, his teeth grinding. "Filthy bastards. What on earth are they planning?" Aiden shook his head. "I don't know for sure, but someone who escaped told me where they're hiding. I'm planning on going there to spy on them and gather more information." Tyan straightened, his eyes determined. "Leave that to us. It happened in our territory, so it's only right for us to handle it." Aiden placed a firm hand on Tyan's shoulder. "No, I can't leave after you came to help. I'm not pushing the dangerous part onto you alone. I'm going too." In that moment, Tyan saw Aiden bathed in a bright yellow light, his expression sincere and resolute. Tears welled up in Tyan's eyes, and his face turned red. "I can't believe it. You're such a great guy, Aiden." I misjudged you." Aiden looked back at him, confusion plain on his face as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Why is he crying? How cringy can he get? Aiden thought, holding back a sigh. Then he steeled himself, a deeper concern clouding his mind. If what the int said is true, chaos isn't the only problem. At the same time, within the dense and shadowy forest of death, nestled in the crater of an extinct volcano, a lone knight walked with a serious expression on his face. This knight eventually arrived in a dimly lit chamber where a black mage was deeply engrossed in his work. The knight approached, his tone tense as he asked, "How far along are you?" Startled, but quickly recognized the knight. "I've finished the basic framework," he replied, calming himself. "Now I just need to melt the essence of the sacrifices and let it absorb into the frame to complete it." Turning his gaze towards the knight, he asked, "The team from the 5th village, have they returned with the sacrifices yet?" The knight, named Dares Kleiman, replied, "They haven't returned yet, but they'll be here soon." "Don't worry." The black mage grinned darkly. "Good. That's excellent. Once they're back with the hostages, I'll be able to complete this." In his hands, he held a partially formed red jewel, ominous and pulsing with a faint glow. He continued, "Once this jewel is finished, your lord will be one step closer to his goal. Dares nodded solemnly. Of course he will. Otherwise, why will we be doing all this? Dares Kleiman was a loyal subordinate of Sylvetta, and in his mind, he pledged silently, Lord, please wait just a little longer. I will make sure you become the Archduke of the Sire's Grand Duchy. Elsewhere, back in the forest, Aiden stood still, sweat trickling down his face as a disturbing thought crossed his mind. Did the Dark Mage really take over the hidden village of the Ents inside this volcano crater? Underlord whispered to him. Surprising, isn't it? Who'd have guessed the mastermind behind all this was that Night King again? Aiden remembered a conversation with an Ent who had told him, the one who locked us up? I think his name was Clemming or Clade, something like that. Aiden's eyes widened as he spoke the name in realization. Don't tell me. It was Dares Kleiman? Hearing this, the Ent had shouted, yes, that's right. That man and the Dark Mages attacked our village, cut down our guardian tree, and locked us up. Back in the present, Aiden's mind raced, piecing it all together. Dares Kleiman, one of the infamous 3 Hounds of Sylvetta, known as the Dark Knight, had joined forces with the Crimson Knight and the Dark Mages. To verify if it was truly the Dark Knight, as the Ent had suggested, Aiden planned to quietly bring the Ent along for reconnaissance. But his patience was running thin. This stubborn Ent had insisted on tagging along, claiming it was his territory and his responsibility. Annoyed, Aiden gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, this tactless rascal. And to make things worse, why on earth did Luina have to come along too? Just then, a group of large spiders emerged, ready to attack. Seeing them, Luina's eyes lit up in excitement. So we have spiders here too, she said, taking them out with a single blow. The Ent, terrified, ducked behind Aiden. Watching this scene, Aiden rolled his eyes, thinking she must have tagged along because she was bored. Turning to Tyan, who stood beside him, Aiden asked, you said Priestess Luna took care of all the Dark Mages and bandits, right? Tyan, sweating slightly, nodded. Yes, that's right. She's incredible. Aiden furrowed his brows, thinking this feels off somehow. Doesn't it seem strange to you too? Underlord replied dryly, you don't have to think so hard to see that it's clearly strange. Who wouldn't find someone as crazy as her strange? At that moment, Luina sent 2 of the spiders flying into the air with one powerful hit. Aiden watched, half impressed and half disturbed, thinking aloud, the priestess is way too obedient. She actually listens to what we say. Underlord coughed, questioning, are you in your right mind? Where exactly do you see her obedience? Luina, now finished with the spiders, stood with purple blood splattered across her face, smiling with exhilaration. Aiden turned to Underlord, explaining, you don't understand. Priests from the Divine Carnage cult are lunatics who live for senseless violence. And on top of that, she's far too powerful to be an average priestess. From where he stood, Aiden observed Luina from behind. Not only had she single-handedly handled all the Dark Mages and bandits who destroyed the 4 villages, but she had also effortlessly taken down monsters infused with demonic energy. Around her lay the mangled bodies of the spider monsters, evidence of her unmatched strength. Aiden, even more shocked, turned to Underlord. At her level, she must be a high-ranking priest. Or no, even beyond that, he murmured, feeling increasingly uneasy. Recalling his colleague who had betrayed him, he thought Priestess Luna, she should already be known, like the iron-blooded saintess. Aiden made a mental note to keep a close eye on her. Meanwhile, Luina wiped monster fluid from her mouth with her hand, turning back to the group. Let's keep moving forward, she said calmly. Finally, they reached the cliff overlooking the crater where the Ent village lay within the extinct volcano. They stood on the high ground, gazing down at the scene below. The Ent's expression darkened as he looked at his village, anger and trembling overtaking him. Aiden glanced at him. Is that your village? The Ent gritted his teeth. Yes, there was supposed to be a fairy tree in the center. But his voice cracked as he looked at the tree's remaining stump. Aiden realized the fairy tree was the source of the Ent's power. Cutting it down must have nullified their strength. He thought further. In dark magic, fairies are even more valuable as sacrifices than humans. What is Chaos planning with all those humans and Ents? Suddenly, Aiden froze, his gaze locking onto a figure stepping out of a nearby building. It was Dares Kleiman. I was worried the end might be wrong, he thought, but thank God. Nice to see you, you damn Dark Knight. Tyan noticed Dares too, and his face twisted with anger as he reached for his sword. So he's the mastermind behind all this, right? I'm going to kill him, he growled. Aiden quickly placed a hand on Tyan's arm. Wait, he urged. Tyan glared at him, his eyes turning red as he gritted his teeth. Why? He attacked my territory and took my people as sacrifices. And you want me to just let that slide? He doesn't even look that strong. With Priestess Luina's help, we can take him down easily. Aiden, his expression serious, replied, Calm down and look around. They scanned the village, realizing that numerous dark mages were stationed throughout the area. Aiden continued, Dares isn't alone. There are too many dark mages with him. The three of us can't take them on right now. Aiden glanced down at the village below, then turned to Tyan. Besides, that Dark Knight isn't just any opponent, so let's hold off for now. As he observed Dares, his mind raced. I know all too well that he's as skilled as Sylvetta, maybe even on the level of a semi-master by now. He's incredibly skilled. Just by his abilities, he's leagues above any knight I've faced so far in this life. Even with the three of us, there's no guarantee we'd win. And if the villagers get involved, we'll suffer heavy losses. Aiden felt a chill as he considered the risks, a drop of sweat trickling down his face. There's got to be a better way to handle this. Just then, Underlord appeared at the cliff's edge, his arms crossed, scanning the scene intently. Aiden raised an eyebrow and called out, Hey, what are you doing over there? Underlord didn't turn, his voice serious. I've sensed an unsettling presence since we entered this forest. Now I know what it is. Aiden scoffed, smirking. The only unsettling thing I see right now is your rear. Get it out of my face. Underlord's eyes flared as he snapped. I'm trying to help you. How dare you insult my backside? Rolling his tongue around his lips, Underlord continued. A human like you can't sense it, but my refined senses can pick it up instantly. Aiden, visibly annoyed, mockingly replied, Impressive. So, what did you find out? Underlord bristled, gritting his teeth. Don't be shocked when you hear it. Beneath those trees. Aiden's eyes widened, his hands instinctively clenching, veins showing on his wrists. I see. There have been oddities here, but this explains everything. Suddenly, a thought struck Aiden. If I can use whatever's under those trees. With a new sense of determination, he said aloud, I've thought of a way. Tyan's eyes widened with hope. You mean there's a way out of this? Everyone turned to look at Aiden, curiosity evident on their faces. Aiden glanced at the ant. You said you know where everything in this forest is, right? The ant, still intrigued, replied, Yeah. What about it? Aiden turned to Tyan, his eyes sharp. Are you willing to do anything for your people? Tyan's face hardened, his teeth clenched. Of course I am, he spat out, his voice fierce. For my people, I'd fight to the death. Aiden's lips curled into a wild smile. Really? There's no taking that back, you know? His tone made Tyan falter, a flicker of unease passing over his face as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Turning to Priestess Luna, Aiden said, Since you're here, would you mind joining in? It's a fun game. Luina chuckled, a glint of excitement in her eyes. All right, she replied, her voice laced with eagerness. Moments later, on the left side of the crater, the ground shook violently, as though an earthquake had hit. A loud commotion filled the air as Tyan tore through the forest, sprinting at full speed. Behind him, a swarm of massive spider monsters followed, closing in on him. Aiden Remez, you damn bastard! Tyan yelled, glancing over his shoulder with terror. Are you trying to get me killed? On the right side of the crater, a group of ogres bolted away in panic. Their leader shouted frantically, Run faster! Behind them, Luina chased with a maniacal laugh, calling out, This is the best game of tag I've ever played. She launched herself into the air, shouting at the ogres below, Don't let me catch you, or you're dead. The ogres, terrified, picked up speed, trying desperately to escape her. Watching the chaos unfold, the ant looked over at Aiden, bewildered. Are you trying to start a monster wave to scare off the dark mages? Aiden, his arms crossed as he watched the scene, smirked. You're half right, he replied coolly. I'm using these monsters to wake up a real beast, one that'll fight for us. After all, that snake down there must be starving after hundreds of years without a meal. As if on cue, a massive form stirred beneath the trees. Ancient scales shifted as the giant snake slowly opened its eyes, blinking for the first time in centuries. Aiden turned to look at the ant and noticed him trembling. A small smirk crossed Aiden's face as he asked, "Are you scared?" The ant, still shaking, quickly replied, "No, I'm not," though sweat trickled down his face. "I just feel angry and ashamed. If we were as strong as you, they wouldn't dare to harm us." Aiden slowly unsheathed his sword, an ominous red energy radiating from the blade. "Don't worry," he said, his voice low and steady. "They'll pay for everything you've been through. They owe me something too." Aiden grinned and glanced back at the ant. "By the way, I don't think I ever caught your name. What should I call you?" With a determined expression, the ant replied, "Izzy." "My name is Easy." The red and black aura around Aiden intensified as he gripped his sword. "All right, Easy." He looked at him with a sharp glint in his eye and asked, "Remember what I said back in the 5th village? When I asked you what you'd give me for putting myself in danger to help you?" Easy froze, startled at the reminder, then clenched his fists, saying, "If you manage to save our village." He took a deep breath and continued, shouting, "I swear on my spirit name, I'll give you as many of my tears as you want. I've heard they're valuable to humans." Aiden grinned, nodding. "Deal. Consider it done. But from now on, worry about yourself more than your family." Ez's eyes widened in shock, sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered, "Well, what did you just say?" At that moment, Beelzebub's voice echoed through the air. "Power of domination. Answer the call of our master." Aiden addressed the sword. Beelzebub summoned the ghost Mephisto. Suddenly, a ghostly figure materialized before Aiden, bowing his head. "You have called me my lord," Mephisto said. Aiden's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered his summon, thinking to himself, "I still haven't perfected this summoning, but it should do for now." Clearing his mind, Aiden looked at Mephisto and issued his command. "You'll find a group of venomous lizards in the lower part of the forest. I want you to drive them toward the crater at the heart of this extinct volcano." Mephisto placed a hand over his chest, bowing deeply. "I have your order, my lord," he replied with unwavering sincerity. Mephisto soared off toward the venomous lizards without hesitation. Watching him disappear, Aiden grinned in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "How convenient it is to have a high-ranking Talos like Mephisto obeying my every command." He clenched his fist with determination. "But I need to get stronger soon, so I can unlock Mephisto's full potential." Aiden turned back to Easy. "All right, we should get moving too," he said. Easy, caught off guard, stammered, "Where are we going?" Aiden chuckled, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "What do you mean, where? I made a promise, didn't I? We're going to save your village and your family. Let's go." The scene shifted to the crater of the extinct volcano, where Dares Kleiman stood with his arms crossed, his expression dark and serious. Beads of sweat dotted his face as he thought, "Why haven't I heard anything from the 5th village crew yet? Could they have been taken out? No, impossible. There's no one here capable of that." Just then, Dares noticed ripples in a still pool of water nearby. His eyes narrowed, suspicion rising. Waves in still water? He glanced around and noticed a strange movement in the trees, which seemed to be swaying slightly, as if disturbed by something moving quickly beneath them. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword, ready to draw. In the distance, he caught sight of someone running straight toward him. "What's this?" he muttered. "A band of thieves?" But as the figure drew closer, and behind him, a swarm of monstrous creatures, including spider monsters with venomous fangs gleaming in the dim light. Dares scowled, shouting to his men, "Monsters! Defend the lab immediately!" Tyan, sprinting as fast as he could with a mix of terror and determination, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Aiden Remez, I'll kill you for this." Dares glared at the wave of spiders approaching, his jaw clenched. They may be coming in large numbers, but we can handle them. His thoughts were interrupted as he saw yet another wave of creatures emerge from the opposite side. A horde of poison ogres charging with ferocity, with Priestess La grinning maniacally behind them. Dare's face went pale. Poison ogres? What in the world are they doing here? He quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing the creatures had moved from the forest depths toward the volcano's crater. And now what? From yet another direction, a group of lizard monsters came charging forward, herded by Mephisto, who grinned wickedly and taunted them. I'll tear you apart when I catch you. The creatures advanced toward the crater, creating a monstrous convergence around the dark mage's base. Aiden crouched behind one of the hideouts, observing the dark mages and knights scrambling to stop the oncoming monster wave. Nearby, a knight barked orders. Hey, focus on stopping that monster wave too. Aiden turned to EZ, who looked terrified but determined, and nodded. Let's go in, EZ. They slipped inside a room where Ez's tribe members were being held. Ez's face lit up with relief as he saw his people. EZ, are you all right? One asked, dropping to his knees in front of him. Another added, did you come here to save us? Ez's voice softened with a proud smile. Didn't I say I would? But as he looked around, his smile faded. Why are you the only ones here? Where are the others? One of the ants, eyes heavy with sorrow, whispered, we're all that's left, EZ. They took the others as sacrifices. Ez's face fell, and he clenched his fists, whispering, I was too late. Aiden put a reassuring hand on Ez's shoulder. This isn't your fault, EZ. It just shows how vile these people are. He then asked EZ to step back, unsheathing his sword. Everyone, please step back from the bars. In two powerful swings, Aiden shattered the iron bars imprisoning the ants, who stared in awe. Aiden sheathed his sword and addressed them. I know you must be confused, but I need to know one thing. He paused, then asked, do you know where they took the others? As the words left his lips, he thought to himself, if I can find where they're keeping them, I might finally figure out what their plan is. Outside, the battle raged as Dares and his squad fought fiercely. Dares cut down monsters with precision and force, while the dark mages used their dark magic to hold back the tide of beasts. The ground became soaked with the monster's purple blood, and its thick, pungent scent filled the air, slowly seeping toward the ancient snake lying dormant underground. Stirred by the scent, the massive serpent's eyes flickered open, its hunger awakened after centuries of slumber. It whispered in a low, rumbling voice, hungry. In an instant, the basilisk began slithering up through the earth, a powerful, ancient force propelling it closer to the surface. The tremors from its movement caused the ground to shake, and Dares, in the heat of the battle, whipped his head around, shouting, now what is it this time? Water trembled like a quake was brewing, and even Aiden, still in the hideout, felt the tremors. A satisfied grin crossed his face as he whispered, finally, it's awake. The king of vipers, Basilisk. With a mighty roar, the basilisk burst from the water, its monstrous form towering above the battlefield. Every soldier and mage halted, staring in horror at the creature, and Dare's eyes widened in shock. He muttered, what the, as sweat dripped down his face. Earlier, when Underlord revealed the presence of the basilisk, Aiden had approached him with a skeptical expression. You're saying this is the basilisk's nest? Underlord nodded, arms crossed. This thick poisonous energy must belong to the basilisk himself. The king of vipers has venom so deadly that a mere graze could cripple even a sword master. He's likely been lying dormant here, isolated because his life force weakened. I think the forest of death around us was created by the venom he's exuded for centuries. A bead of sweat rolled down Aiden's face as he processed the information. That's odd. Basilisks usually stay in the southern forests, far from here and in warmer climates. What would he be doing in a place like this? Underlord's eyes narrowed, irritated. If I had all the answers, do you think I'd be wasting my time stuck in a weak human body like yours? All I know is he's been starving for hundreds of years, and when he awakens, he'll be ravenous. Now, in the present, the basilisk had emerged from the water, its gargantuan form rising, casting a shadow over everything. Its roar shook the air, and everyone froze. Dare's Kleiman, in shock, gripped his sword tightly as he muttered, "Damn it, a basilisk of all things?" Dare steadied himself, a grim determination taking hold. "We're not backing down. I won't let it interfere with my lord's plan." He raised his sword, shouting, "Come at me, you damn snake!" Meanwhile, within the darkened lab inside the crater, a black mage worked feverishly over a strange jewel, grinning as he listened to the chaos outside. "A monster wave? Perfect," he muttered. "I can use the souls of both monsters and humans to complete the jewel faster than expected. And if I finish it early, perhaps he'll finally acknowledge me." Just then, a shadow fell over him, and the mage looked up to see Aiden standing beside him, eyeing the jewel with a curious smile. "What's this?" Aiden murmured, inspecting the jewel closely. "Doesn't look like an ordinary gem." Before the mage could react, Aiden placed a firm hand on his head, smashing it violently into the table. The mage's head struck with such force that blood sprayed, staining the gem in front of him as his life was snuffed out in an instant. Aiden, still reeling from the jewel's unexpected reaction, remembered that it had warned him about a jewel forged through sacrificial rituals. Examining it closer, he thought this must be what it was talking about. But what's it for? Just as he reached out to pick up the jewel, an intense light erupted from it, catching Aiden off guard. He jerked back, startled. "What's going on?" he muttered as the system suddenly appeared before him. "System notification. You have satisfied the condition for the hidden piece. The incomplete jewel has been absorbed by the user." The jewel's light intensified, and before Aiden could react, it was fully absorbed into his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the faint pulse of energy within him, but no immediate change. What kind of twisted magic did these dark mages create? He thought, sweat beading on his brow. He clenched his fist tightly, thinking, the system said it was incomplete, but I have no idea what it does or how to get it out. Aiden put his hands behind his head, mumbling to himself, "Guess it's just another piece of baggage I'll have to carry for now." At that moment, Underlord appeared with a scoff. "Did you just call me baggage?" he huffed, clearly offended. Aiden chuckled as he continued walking, saying casually, "I didn't mean you, Underlord. Anyway, shall we go finish this?" Underlord, still annoyed, shouted after him, "Answer me." Outside, the basilisk was wreaking havoc, its venomous fog spreading through the area, immobilizing anyone caught in its path. Dares, trembling and barely able to stand, as he struggled against the overwhelming venom. "This poison, I can't move at all." Desperation set in, and he thought if only my lord were here, he could take this monster down in one strike. Suddenly, the basilisk slithered closer, towering over him. Gritting his teeth in defiance, Dares raised his sword, bringing it before his face as he struggled to draw power. "If I could just once copy my lord's sword technique." With a surge of determination, his sword began to emit a blood-red aura. Dares tightened his grip, channeling every ounce of his strength, and swung at the basilisk with all his might, the red aura blazing around his blade as he struck. Dares landed a powerful, final blow against the basilisk's head, his sword crackling with a blood-red aura. The basilisk let out a thunderous cry of pain, its life extinguished in an instant. Exhausted, Dares staggered, using his sword as a crutch to support his weight, a faint smirk on his face as he murmured to himself, "I did it. Am I closer to wielding the sword like my lord now?" Suddenly, a cold, unfamiliar voice rang out behind him. "Congratulations on becoming a sword master, Dark Knight. And goodbye." Dares looked up, startled. Just as he turned, Aiden struck and blood splattered from the wound. Aiden's eyes gleamed with a white-hot fury. "Wait in hell," he said to Dares, "and I'll be sending your lord to join you soon enough." Dares locked eyes with Aiden, confusion and shock in his fading gaze. "Who are you?" he managed to gasp. Aiden's face twisted with anger. "Me?" he growled. "I'm someone your lord once called a comrade." Turning to his sword, Aiden commanded, "Beelzebub, devour him." As Beelzebub's dark energy engulfed Dares, he cried out in agony, eyes wide with desperation. "I need to tell my lord. I finally was able to be of use. But Beelzebub consumed him completely, leaving only his sword behind. Aiden, sheathing his own weapon, muttered, "Loyal to the end? Ha dares?" Sylvetta Shure found himself a devoted dog. He glanced over at the basilisk's enormous corpse, its mouth wide open. Aiden walked toward it thoughtfully. Didn't expect him to actually take down the basilisk. Just goes to show how strong Sylvetta's soldiers are. Shrugging, he smirked. Well, it all worked out. Time to put this snake to good use. Aiden stepped into the basilisk's mouth, scanning its massive fangs and thick hide. Just then, Underlord appeared beside him, eyeing him suspiciously. "What in the world are you doing inside a dead basilisk's mouth?" Aiden, eyes gleaming with excitement and a wild grin on his face, replied, "Since we're here, might as well take everything of value. The fangs can be forged into deadly weapons, and the leather will make excellent armor." Most importantly, Aiden took out a bottle, carefully collecting the basilisk's venom. "This venom is incredibly potent. With it, I can create a brew that will make us immune to poisons." After gathering every valuable piece he could, Aiden capped the bottle of venom and straightened up, a satisfied grin on his face. "Now that I've taken everything worthwhile, let's go check on the Ents." Underlord called out to Aiden with an unusual seriousness, snapping him from his task. Aiden shot him a confused look. "What is it?" he asked, noting the stern expression on Underlord's face. Underlord pointed toward the basilisk's mouth. "Look at the roof of its mouth," he said, eyes narrowed. "There's something there that a snake like this shouldn't possess." Curious, Aiden walked over, hands on his hips as he examined the area Underlord had indicated. "What gives you the right to call it lowly?" he murmured. But as he squinted at the object, a flash of recognition crossed his face. "Is this the demonic spirit stone?" He picked up the dark, glimmering stone, holding it up to the light. As he examined it, he thought, a demonic spirit stone, a vessel that contains concentrated dark magic energy. So that's why the monsters in this forest are so unnaturally strong. But why was it hidden here, inside the basilisk's mouth? Suddenly, the stone pulsed with a dark aura that seemed to draw on Aiden's energy. Startled, he felt a strange vibration from his subspace pocket, as though something inside was reacting to the stone. With a sharp pop, a pendant sprang out of his subspace pocket, hanging in midair. Aiden froze. He remembered this pendant. It was something he'd picked up in the Lich's dungeon, a gift his former master had left for him. Could the demonic spirit stone be reacting to it? Without warning, the stone floated from his hand and affixed itself onto the pendant, fusing as though it had always belonged there. Aiden held the pendant in his hand, staring at it in shock. Was this stone originally part of the pendant? He wondered. A glowing screen suddenly appeared before him, displaying Barak's pendant. Increases affinity with attributes such as magic and darkness. The pendant's full powers have yet to be unlocked. Soul-bound to its wearer until death. Sweat trickled down Aiden's face as he read the message. A dark mage-exclusive artifact? And it's soul-bound? Frustration surged through him, and he hurled the pendant away, shouting, "Why are all these cursed items latching onto me without my permission? Get off me already!" As the pendant tumbled through the air, it shimmered, slowly vanishing only to reappear, fastened securely around his neck. Aiden's face twisted in fury. Damn it, why are these things doing whatever they please? He pulled at the pendant, even using his teeth to try and break the cord, but it held firm. At that moment, someone started to materialize. The figure that appeared was none other than Rabbits, who, without seeming to notice Aiden's fury, clapped his hands with excitement. "Congratulations on clearing the dungeon," he exclaimed. Aiden, however, was anything but pleased. His eyes blazed red with anger, still clawing at the pendant's cord around his neck. "Rabbits?" he growled, advancing toward him with clenched fists. "Dungeon? What dungeon are you talking about?" Rabbits froze, his excitement turning into pure terror as he saw Aiden's rage up close. He began trembling, trying to hold back a nervous laugh. It seems I may have made a small mistake." He looked away, barely able to meet Aiden's furious gaze. Aiden leaned in closer, voice sharp with barely contained fury. You said I cleared the dungeon? Then where's the core? Should I just go and crush it to pieces right now? His voice echoed, and Rabbits flinched, visibly shaking as he stammered. Please, calm down, Aiden, no need for that. At that moment, Underlord's gaze fell upon the pendant still fixed around Aiden's neck, and his eyes widened in recognition. That pendant, he muttered, his usual dismissive tone replaced by shock and intensity. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this recap. If you'd like to see more manhwa recaps like this, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. That way, you'll stay updated on all my future content. Until next time, take care.